So hopefully we get a full day's play in today.
Apologies to those who are only just receiving the commentary, because they will be now. I'll come to that in a moment. As Norwell bowls is defended down in the leg side, there was something I forgot to put in the machine, and it's my fault. I'm taking that on the chin. It's my fault. End of the over, 4 without loss. Hampshire. And Hampshire, in terms of wanting to finish second in the championship, the fact that Lancashire are going so well in their game against Surrey, that's going to keep them honest. They know that a draw will get them second place, but anything less than that, then Lancashire are quite likely to end up finishing above them. So, they've got to compete, haven't they?
Yeah, it's probably a shame that they're out of the running for coming first, but it's obviously be an even more exciting game then if Hampshire trying to win it and win the league and Warwickshire trying to stay up. So yeah, there's still something on it for Hampshire. They've got to try and finish second. Obviously we know what's on the line for Warwickshire.
Before Eve describes the first full over of the morning, just say they are playing at Headingley, where Gloucestershire are 204 for 6. They lead Yorkshire by 211. Warwickshire need Yorkshire to lose that match.
So on Ollie Hallen-Dalby into bowl. Oh, big shout from the slips. I think it's just inside edge down to fine leg for the single. A few hands on heads there. And they scamper through.
It's a nice line. I think it's just cut back a little bit in towards the pads, hasn't it? And he's done well to steer that round the corner.
4 slips in play again. As Holland faces up. Yeah, we've got a deep, fine leg, bit squarer, mid-wicket, mid-on, a mid-off and a backward point, and then those 4 slips in play as well. In comes Hannah Dalby again. This time left alone outside the off stump. Some good carry again. We saw that quite a bit yesterday, that some decent carry.
Yeah, it is. I mean, that's quite a full delivery, isn't it? A little bit of movement in the air away from the right-hander, and it's reached Alex Davis, chest height. I know Alex isn't a tall man, but the carry, it's the sort of wicket that you want to see championship matches played on. You want the ball to carry through nicely to the slips. You want it to come onto the bat. It feels like it's a proper battle between bat and ball under those circumstances.
Yeah, I think it's just exactly what Warwickshire want as well. You want to be trying to take these wickets, and as Hannah Dalby comes in again, just beats the outside edge this time, through to Alex Davis behind the stumps.
You can actually see, it's so sunny today, you could see the sun glinting off the golden lettering on the side of the ball as it rolled out the slips there.
Well, you're really watching the ball there, aren't you?
Yeah, I mean, admittedly once it's going really slowly, but yeah. So you can see what a new cherry they've got at the moment.
Yeah, some good sunlight here today. Obviously a shadow of the floodlight straight across the pitch. Hannah Dalby's in again, this time just knocked into the leg side. Take that single. That gets Holland off the mark there. Yeah, it's a bit fresh out there, but it's a nice day. Not many clouds around. Fingers crossed we can get as much play in today as possible. Hannah Dalby in again, Stephen in. A bit full this time, it's just knocked into that leg side again. They think about the single, but it's cut off. They get sent back. Does Organ.
Hello.
Hello, Kevin.
Good to see you again.
How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, good, thanks.
I saw you last night in the car park after your review, Settle Sparks.
That's it, yeah.
You were happy, you were smiling, so I guess it all went very well for you.
Well, yeah, no, it went well. It was a good evening to sort of wrap up our season and our competition, go through a few things. So Hannah Dalby's in again. This time, big shout for LBW. Not out, turned down, but
Just watching the live picture feed there, Eve, I think he might have got an inside edge onto the
well,
pad.
I thought he hit it originally, but
Yeah.
Hannah Dalby's pretty keen with that one. Quite good having this live feed in front of us, because we're just to off the centre of the pitch, so we're just to the side of it, so we can't quite see right behind the bowler's arm or behind the keeper exactly what the ball's doing, so to have that feed's pretty handy.
Certainly is. But what a day! What a bright day!
Best yet, isn't it?
Certainly. Here's Liam Norwell from the pavilion end. Bowls, it's full, and that's pushed forward by Holland, goes out towards extra cover, and there is no run. So I think we're set fair for 2 days, aren't we? Something like that.
I think so. I think it's looking pretty promising.
Yeah. First 2 days have been a bit of a nightmare. I think we've lost just over a day's play, effectively, in the number of overs lost. So to get to this point in the match, where Warwickshire, they need a win.
They do need a win.
Wonder what they're feeling out there, the Warwickshire players, as Norwell comes in and bowls once more, and Holland's on the back foot, just turns that away towards mid-wicket. There's no run there either. That's fielded by Henry Brooks. But yeah, what a almost an uncomfortable feeling, in a way, knowing you've got to win from here on in. But in a way, what an exciting feeling, don't you think?
Yeah.
You know, it's a bit of both, isn't it?
Yeah, and I think that's the exciting thing with that declaration last night. I think they give themselves a chance to try and pick up a couple of wickets, knowing that they weren't going to be on for long.
Yeah.
So I think that was a really positive, bold move from Rhodes.
Oh, he's edged through, first to put down again. That is the second slip catch, and that's one who's gone to first slip regulation. It's exactly the carbon copy of last night. That went to second slip Sam Hain, and this time
Dom Sibley, was it?
I think it might be. I think
Yeah.
you're right. Has he got sunglasses on at first slip? I think he might have. He's trying to tell those around him that the ball just wobbled as it was going into the hand. But that's regulation. That should not be put down.
When you've got to take 20 wickets and you create a couple of chances and don't take them, well, we'll see how costly that is, but
Wow.
this could have been the perfect start for Warwickshire.
So, Organ was put down on naught last night, Sam Hain, and now Holland has been put down on naught by Dom Sibley, and they were both catches. I mean, they have to be taken. You're right. They have to be taken.
Yeah, I think 9 times out of 10 they'd take them, if not 10, you'd say.
I agree. Let's be honest, it should be 10 out of 10. Pulled away by Holland down towards fine legs, so he's finally off the mark. Hampshire comfortably on 7 without loss, it has to be said. Remember, I know it's all about Warwickshire for these next 2 days, and that is the bigger story. I guess a lot of people will be thinking, well, whether Hampshire finish second or third is immaterial, but I think for the players and for the club and for the season they've had, second is right. It's how it should be. So they need about 4 bonus points, we reckon. Certainly a draw will comfortably confirm their second place, even with Lancashire doing so well against Surrey. Here's Norwell, runs away from us in the sunshine, bowls to Organ as he heads that. No, has gone through to Alex Davis. Well, it's still hard work out there, and it was particularly hard work in the 2 or 3 overs we had last night. That's a beauty of a delivery. That's just shaped away, isn't it, from full of a length. And so a little bit of movement out there still. Some good bowling on show, and these 2 Hampshire openers, well, they should be back in the hutch, and there should be 2 new batters out there.
Yeah, I can imagine that's quite frustrating for those supporting Warwickshire. Bowlers are doing their jobs, creating chances, just need the fielders to back it up a bit more.
100%.
And Dalby again to continue. In he comes. That's punched off the back foot through the backward point region, and that goes quite quickly to the boundary.
Oh, shot there.
Lovely timing by Holland. He moves to 5. Just a little bit shorter from Hannon Dalby there. Yeah, you just wonder how costly those drops are going to be going forward. If you can get a couple of quick wickets, and then obviously the spirits are lifted by the Warwickshire players, and just keep trying to chip away at those wickets. Obviously there's a big task ahead to get 20, but they've got to take those chances, haven't they?
22 wickets effectively now.
Hannon Dalby again. This time a bit fuller, and it's worked into the leg side by Holland. Fielding done by Henry Brooks.
Sorry, Eve, I'm just wondering, look at that shadow of the floodlight pylon. It's right across the pitch. Have you played here when you've had that, with that shadow?
I can't remember playing with the shadow across the pitch, but yeah, I think it's one of those things, isn't it, that you've just got to make sure you just try and focus on the ball, and with the shadows it might be a bit off-putting, but yeah, I suppose getting through that and throughout the day it will disappear as Hannaby bowls. A little bit straighter this time, left alone by Holland.
Yeah, if you're watching the live picture feed, you'll see it's more for the batter at this end, isn't it? At the pavilion end, it's more pronounced. Batting at the far end, basically half the pitch is in sunlight, so that's not a problem, but it's more this end.
Yeah, at least the sun's out though. We can't complain.
Now, it's another thing as well, isn't it? Would Warwickshire want the sun to be out like this, probably for all today and probably most of tomorrow, or would they want the conditions we've had but risk being on and off?
I think you've got to take as much time as you possibly can, and I think they'll be happy to be out here, to be honest. I think if they're going to lose too much more time, then that's sort of probably going to be game over for them. So that one's just knocked into the offside for a single there by Holland. Yeah, I think they'd take playing as much as they can over the next 2 days, over probably some more overhead conditions.
Yeah, I think you're right. You take it, even if the ball gets a little softer and maybe doesn't move as much. The fact you're on the pitch.
Hannon Dolby in again. Oh, and he beats the outside edge again. He's bowled in some decent areas this morning, hasn't he? But looked decent last night. That's just shaped away slightly from Organ.
I've always said this about him, Eve, and I know you've watched him quite a bit, but for a bowler that's quite open-chested, it's very, as he lets the ball go, I mean, he's very much, that left shoulder is almost pointing towards points, really, but the skill for him is the way the hand and the wrist is behind the ball. He still gets that shape away from the right-hander. That's not easy to do with that action.
As he bowls again this time, did he just play at that and sort of just trying to watch that one? Yeah, I think he just looked to play at that one and then pulled out last minute and just got the little bit of bat on that to those behind. Just completes that over.
Yeah, he's an interesting bowler. I mean, obviously a successful bowler, over 50 wickets this season. He's actually equal second currently with the Division 1 top wicket takers with Keith Barker with 52. But it's just amazing, isn't it? I mean, to keep that wrist right behind the ball with that action.
Yeah, you'd think it'd be going a bit more
to the left-hand side.
Yeah.
You would have thought the inducker is easy for him. His normal bowls outside the off start, and that's nipped back. That's a good leave, but that has come back quite a long way to Ian Holland. Some movement here for the bowlers. God, that has nipped back a long way.
That's not too far away, that.
Is it?
You can see why he was getting a bit excited about that one.
Yeah, Norwell's got a different action, actually. If anything, he comes over quite high, doesn't he? Almost too high, and he's actually almost slightly to the left as he lets the ball go. Isn't it? It's weight. Yeah, it's not coming right over the top.
Yeah.
It's just to the left side of perpendicular or horizontal, whatever you want to call it. That's down the leg side. It's wrapped on the pad. It's going down towards fine leg. Alex Davis, the keeper, chasing after that one, picks up the ball. But yeah, two very different actions on show. Two very good bowlers on show, but very different in the way that they release the ball and in the positions that they release the ball and where they are in relation to that. Norwell almost too far over.
Yeah, he goes hyperextends, doesn't he, slightly that way.
Yeah. But he gets the ball through. Here he comes again, runs away from us and bowls to Felix Organ. This time that's cut him in half. There's some serious balls going on out there at the moment. There's bounce, so that's gone over the top of the stumps. But Organ on the back foot there, completely done. And probably have a Midland leg, maybe? Oh.
Yeah, he's looking really threatened, isn't he, Norwell? I think the Warwickshire batters had similar sort of... we're in a similar position yesterday, but obviously Abbas and Barker were bowling some pretty good balls, but they managed to get through unscathed, and think for Warwickshire, if they can just pick one up now, that'd be...
Definitely. Quick single to the leg side. You have to hurry here, Holland. Fortunately, the ball's not picked up. I think that's Henry Brooks who was racing in there. I think if he'd have picked that up cleanly, that would have been very, very tight indeed. Holland was getting the skates on there, realising about halfway down he might have been struggling, but the fact that Henry Brooks didn't pick the ball up in the end, it was quite comfortable. 14 without loss. You know, sometimes as a bowler, the extra bounce actually doesn't help you when the ball's seaming around, because all it does is go over the top of the stumps.
Yeah, just like that ball before it.
Yeah.
Come back in, but...
In the sunshine, Norwell bowls. That's nipped back as well and hit Holland high on the pad. That is darting back quickly here for Norwell. But yeah, going back to what you were saying about the Hampshire bowlers, you're right. I mean, they were getting movement, but I just felt that Warwickshire had some momentum with their innings, and sometimes even when the ball's darting around, it doesn't look quite as dangerous as at other times. And even though the ball was beating the bat, you always felt the Warwickshire batters were more than equal at other times, whereas here at the moment we're just in a little period of play where the bowlers are well on top. That's hit high up the bat of Holland as that ball trickles out behind point on the offside end of the over. Good one from Liam Norwell. Well, it's good news from a Warwickshire point of view in terms that the ball is shaping and it's nipping around, which means there's always a chance of a wicket. The bad news is that if the ball's edge and it goes through to the slip cordon, you're a little bit uncertain as to whether it's going to be held.
Yeah, you see them doing their slip catches in the warm-ups in the mornings before they go out to play, and even yesterday before they came back on, and they don't seem to drop many, do they? And then it's those moments where when they're out there and maybe just a lack of concentration, or I don't know, Dom simply not having his sunglasses on, something like that just puts them off as Hannah Dalby's in to bowl, defended into the leg side by Organ.
Yeah, I mean, the one this morning, obviously there was one last night, Sam Hain, but the one this morning simply is definitely sort of, after thinking about it, he's saying, guys, it's just wobbled a bit. I mean, it may have done. I don't think it wobbled a lot. Didn't seem to.
Yeah, I think you've got to take those, haven't you, all day of the week.
Yeah.
Especially in a big game like this when that's all you need to do is take wickets. You've got to make sure you take those chances when they come. The bowlers are putting the ball in the right place, so they are creating chances. And comes Hannah Dalby again. A bit shorter this time, and it's prodded backward a square, and the chase is on. They'll look to run the two. They're thinking about the third, but turned it down in the end. Comfortable two to the vacant third man area. Good chase there by, I'm not sure who that is down there. Is it Jacob Bethel? I think it's Bethel down there that's done the fielding.
Mousley backing him up. Very bright sunshine, isn't it? It is lovely.
I'm squinting. I'm not complaining because the sun's out. And Dalby in again. A bit fuller this time. That's a great shot back down the ground, but Hannah Dalby seems to get a hand on it and does the fielding off his own bowling.
Did well there.
Well-timed push by Organ.
Yeah, it's a beautiful day. There's not too many clouds around, just a few odd white wispy clouds sort of hanging in the blue sky. But when you look around in front of us towards the city, to the left, which is a suburb of Edgbaston with a few high-rise apartments, it's a lovely scene. The penultimate day of the season. Yeah,
no issue with light today.
No.
So far so good. Here comes Hannah Dalby. A bit full on the toes this time, and it's just worked into the leg side by Organ. No runs.
He's gone for the Yorker there, isn't he? No real shape on that. Organ was just picking up something off the turf there as the ball came in. I don't know if as he dug that one out, he's taken a bit of the turf with him.
Quite possibly. Bit of gardening by Organ, making sure nothing is on a length. Hannah Dalby in again, 4 slips ready and waiting. Driven this time firmly to mid-off, but no runs taken.
Not so much movement.
No, it seems
Hammond,
fairly up and down now.
Yeah. Just those first 2 or 3 overs for him anyway. I think Norwell's getting a little bit more nip.
Yeah, I think they've just got to be patient here, the Warwickshire bowlers. Keep trying to put that ball in the right area. Not give them too many loose balls to get themselves in. Obviously both openers dropped on 0 as Hannah Dalby's in again to bowl. Oh, and that beats the outside edge. Squares Organ up a little bit, that one. A little bit of movement just away from the bat. There is still a little bit out there for Hannah Dalby as that completes the over. As he makes his way back down to fine leg.
So Hampshire have added 12 this morning, and Holland should have gone. Called it first slip by Sibley off Norwell, but that was put down, as was Payne putting down Organ last night off the bowling of Hannah Dalby. Norwell bowls, length ball, forward is Holland. Plays that back to the bowler. The live table, as it is in Division 1, will start at the top. And even though Hampshire, of course, can't win the title, they can be overtaken by Lancashire in second place, because there is currently 15 points between Lancashire and Hampshire. So if Hampshire were to lose this and Lancashire win their game, then those two positions will change hands as Norwell comes in and bowls, and that's just held its line, and I think so did Holland, so the ball went past the outside edge. But of course near the bottom, Kent yesterday confirmed as their Division 1 status for next year, but it's all about Warwickshire trying to catch Yorkshire, and currently there are 16 points between those two. And if you're saying, oh well, 16 points means they're level because there's 16 points for a win, it comes down to the fact that Warwickshire will have won 7 to Yorkshire's 5, and that's the next countback. So they would claim the last place in Division 1. There's a thick outside edge along the ground. He played it with soft hands. It's racing down towards third man, and that has just been picked up at the far end of the ground inside the rope. They'll come back for 3, and Hampshire move on to 19 without loss. So that's what Warwickshire are playing for. That's why they declared yesterday at 272 for 4. They want to get the game moving, even though we've lost just a bit more than a day's play so far. Warwickshire want to get the game moving. They've got enough bonus points. No need to bat. I think I saw a quote last night from Captain Will Rhodes talking after the day's play, saying that there was no point in carrying on batting because they got the bonus points they need, because it's all about now just winning the game. Norwell comes in, right arm over, and bowls to Organ. Organ forward, thick outside edge along the floor, not quite where he was aiming. It's going for 4. It's gone very quickly. But again, just emphasising that Norwell is creating 1 or 2 problems there. Went for the drive through extra cover, it went through backward a point, but it's still 4 runs, 23 without loss.
Yeah, it's the shorter side, that side as well, so hasn't got as far to travel to cross the boundary. Yeah, I think that's the thing Will Rhodes said last night. They've obviously got to risk losing the game because it makes no odds. If they do lose the game, they're going down anyway. But I think for them to try and have as much time to bowl them out, they've got to risk losing the game, which is really the right thing to do.
It simply does pick that one up. Now that's the harder of the two. He's delighted, naturally, having dropped one a couple of overs before, but it's Organ who goes for 8. Hampshire have lost their first wicket this morning, 23 for 1. You always felt that was that dismissal was on the cards. They've lived dangerously, these two openers. They've both had a life each, but until then. But Sibley, that's a good catch, because that was dying on him, and he picked that up. He just got his fingertips underneath the ball as it came through to him, held the ball aloft. I don't think he would have enjoyed if he dropped that one as well. First wicket down, 23 for 1.
Yeah, I think that's probably the hardest chance out of the 3 that have gone to slip. So yeah, they'll be pleased to actually keep hold of one and sort of get this a wicket on the tally to start them off. Good catch by Sibley there. Norwell's deserved that. I think both bowlers have bowled pretty decent areas and deserved a wicket. So yeah, Norwell gets the first one for Warwickshire.
Yeah, it could have been 23 for 1. Could have quite easily been 23 for 2, and then Well, it might still be, because there is enough in this pitch still at the moment. Early morning, I'll say middle of September, it's end of September. Gosh, how time has flown. End of September, even with the sunshine out. Batting a little tricky if the ball's in the right areas often enough. And so it's proving. So Liam Norwell with that wicket. I know he hasn't played a lot this year because, well, it's been a common factor throughout his career. He's been injury prone. His 4th match, and that is his 10th wicket in the championship this season. So we've got Joe Weatherly walking to the crease. Joe Weatherly picked up a half century in the defeat to Kent last week. He's been injured a little bit this season and didn't, when he was fit, had lost his place. So his championship matches this season are down. This is his 8th. He's averaging 33 in the championship thus far. Started the season with a big 160. Hasn't really been able to capitalise on that. This is a tricky situation for him as Norwell comes in. Bowls, legs ball. He's in behind that one. Currently Hampshire trail by 249 runs. Good over that from Liam Norwell. 23 for 1 Hampshire.
Yeah, impressive start here by Warwickshire. Created a couple of chances. Just taken that first wicket there off the last over.
So how was the Central Sparks thing? I sort of hinted to it. Was it? I mean, when I saw you in the car park, you were happy. So obviously, whatever review was aimed your way, they must have said, "Do you know what, Eve? You've had a good season. We're very, very happy with your batting."
I'm not sure it went quite like that, but yeah, we just sort of reviewed the second half of the season as Hannah Delby's into ball. That's just worked into leg side off the hip. No runs taken though. Fielding them by Henry Brooks there. We'll pick up later on my review as Kevin leaves to do his update. Hannah Delby charging in again. This time a bit fuller, defended nicely by Holland to mid on. Captain doing the fielding there.
So to sum it up, you've got a must do better. No, we all do, don't we? It's like a school report. Oh, it must be a tough day when you get your annual review. That's it's bad enough in the BBC.
Yeah, we've got individual ones next week, so
that
could be fun. And comes Hannah Delby again over the wicket. It's defended back past the ball to mid-off by Holland.
The complexion continuing to change in the battle against relegation. Yorkshire have taken a 7th Gloucestershire wicket up at Headingley. They're 217 for 7. Zafar trapped LBW by Patterson in his final Yorkshire game. 223 the Gloucestershire lead. Remember, Warwickshire need Gloucestershire to beat Yorkshire, and they need to win this game here in order to stop.
And Delby's in again. A little bit straighter this time as it's clipped off the legs of Holland, and it'll race away to the square leg boundary. Shorter side this side, as that's 4 more onto Holland's score. Bearing in mind he was dropped on naught this morning. First slip by Sibley, who has just redeemed himself by taking the catch of Organ. Nice looking shot there by Holland.
They're going to rue that life they gave him, that's for sure.
And Delby bowls, this time just punched off the back foot, straight to the point fielder. Yeah, you just wonder how much that's going to sort of come back and haunt them as we go on through the morning session.
If I just talk through the next minute or so, because I've got a timed update to do in a moment for the local stations. Let them know what's going on here in Edgbaston after half an hour of play. And we tick across to 3 minutes past 11. Might just be able to describe This next delivery from Alan Dolby, which is defended resolutely. Big step down the wicket from Holland, and there's no run. Just wait for me jingle. One wicket in the first half hour for Warwickshire. It could have been two, however. Felix Organ is the man out, caught at first slip by Dom Sibley off the bowling of Liam Norwell. That same combination could have had Ian Holland out for naught. He was dropped by Sibley off Norwell, and that could prove quite costly. Holland has moved on to 13. Weatherly yet to score. At 27 for 1 are Hampshire. They still trail by 245. The first ball of a new over from Liam Norwell is defended out into the offside, up towards mid-off. So that's chuckle when a newsreader you've known for a long time gets your name wrong after the report. That's kind of bizarre.
Ouch.
Yeah, I know. Never mind. I think in a moment Eve is going to make way for Phil Britt. One wicket at the very least they needed probably from the first half hour. Warwickshire. Hampshire resolute as you might imagine. Weatherly. Good leave just outside off stump. First ball of a new over from Liam Norwell. He's got a good idea of where his off stump is, judging by that. Well, thanks to Eve, we'll be back in a bit. And Phil Britt, who amongst other things runs the museum here at Edgbaston, which will be open at lunchtime if you're in and around the ground. Then you can go look at all sorts of really cracking artefacts of the history of the game. Brilliant pictures in there as well. As Norwell strides in once more to bowl to Weatherly, forward in defence up towards mid-off. Briggs comes hurtling in and throws it through to Alex Davis. Now those listening on Sports Extra, worth pointing out that during the lunch interval, and lunch will be 10 minutes late because of the time loss, so 12:40 we're looking at for the lunch interval today, you'll be able to hear from the ECB chair Richard Thompson about the future of cricket, about his reaction to Andrew Strauss's report and what the future might hold for the county game, and his feelings about the place that the 100 holds as well. It'll be a fascinating interview. That's going to be during the lunch interval on Sports Extra today, as Norwell bowls outside off stump, plays and misses, does Weatherly, through to the keeper. Phil Britt moves in alongside me.
Morning Richard, morning everybody.
And as we would expect, some pretty tense cricket out there, and Warwickshire needing as much as they can get out of this new ball.
Yep. Got to hold catches. Could easily have had both of the openers out. Should have done, really.
There's been 1 out of 3 in the slip so far in this innings. As this is angled down the leg side, it comes off the pads of Weatherly. It evades a diving Davis, moving to his left, and it will roll down to the fine leg boundary, just by the big sheet sight screen, which is just to the left of the permanent one. And that is 4 more to Hampshire. 31 for 1. As the sun disappears across most of the ground behind a small cloud. There are a few more clouds around now than there were at the start of play, but mainly blue sky. It's not warm. Don't mistake today for warm.
It's incredible how it's changed so quickly, isn't it, and how cold it has been in this game.
Norwell turned into the leg side towards mid-wicket. It's picked up by Henry Brooks, who may have a significant part to play in the next half hour or so. End of the over. That's 12 gone. We've had just under 9 overs today so far, so gives you some idea of the workload that the bowlers have had. 31 for 1 Hampshire.
Yeah, in theory 104 overs today, but it's with great... even being optimistic, that's unlikely, because once it does, if the cloud does come back over, and we've seen this each night, that the light goes very quickly. Alan Dolby from the Birmingham end is in and bowls, and Holland pushes this one out into the offside. There's no run.
Technically 104 overs and 5 balls scheduled for today.
Okay.
Those 5 deliveries from Liam Norwell to start the day to complete the over that he'd just commenced when the light went yesterday. That counts extra.
Yes.
So even more of a challenge to get through.
So don't bowl any no balls or wides, because we can't afford to take those into account. And you kind of think that the quick bowlers are going to have to do a lot of work today. In comes Hannah Dolby and bowls, and this one gets Holland pushing forward. The slips all go up in unison, and thinking that one had just snuck through, because he sort of played forward and across his front pad came forward, and he turned it into the onside off middle stump, but he got bat onto it. So the 4 waiting slips were all disappointed.
Yeah, Henry Brooks will be first change. Would not be a huge surprise to see Will Rhodes have a bowl. He is the 4th seamer.
Yeah.
And then several spin options.
And Dolby bowls and forward. This one comes forward. A big shout for LBW from Hannah Dolby, but ball seemed to be a bit high up on the pad, just above the pad, and whilst he'd gone across, I think that was going over the top. Anyway, he gets no reaction from the umpire, and the slips. Warwickshire are obviously going to appeal for anything and everything on the hope that they're going to pick these wickets up, but I think that was kind of optimistic.
Yeah, I think just looking at the replay as well, I think it probably struck him just outside the line. I think he just got the pad outside the line. Not by much, but certainly by enough to put the umpire in doubt, and doubt goes the batsman's way, of course.
Yes, Hannah Dolby geared up for this next one, and it goes through as Holland pushes forward to it. It's a ball just outside off stump, and Holland pushed at it. There was quite a gap in the end between bat and ball, but he checked the shot and just covering his off stump.
Beautiful line, though.
No, just pulling the man forward and to do it. There was perfect length and line, and that's another time he might have just gone that extra bit and got an edge, but not to be on that occasion. So Holland survives. He's on 30, and this next one is run away into the offside. There'll be no run out to cover point. So just the one man out for Warwickshire, the man down at long leg. The rest of them, there's 4 slips, and the rest of the fielders all just in on the one. So trying to pressurise as much as they possibly can. I suppose the only other one you could possibly put in here is a short leg, but there's been nothing so far to indicate that that's going to be brought into play. As Hannah Dolby about to complete his 7th over, he's in and bowls and Holden forward to that one and runs it away into the offside, up to mid-off, end of another over. It's 31 for 1. Weatherly is yet to get off the mark, and Holland is on 13.
Elsewhere in Division 1, Kent, who survived yesterday by getting maximum bowling and batting points, they bat on 463 for 8 against Somerset, a lead of 261. Cadbury is 59 not out as they build on that. Surrey 137 for 6 against Lancashire, trailed by 375. Cameron Steele's diligent innings continues, he's on 38. Jordan Clark out for 5 this morning as Liam Norwell bounds in once more. Bowls outside off stump to Weatherly, who chops down on it, can't get it through the slip cordon. Rolls along the deck and it's picked up. But Wantage Road, Northants 54 for 2, trailing Essex by 209 runs. Will Young is 32 not out. And in the other match that counts towards the relegation battle now, Gloucestershire continuing their second innings, 219 for 7 at Headingley, a lead of 225. Ollie Price has 66, his brother Tom is batting with him now. They've added 2 runs in 3 overs as pushing forward into the offside is Weatherly, and there's no run. Division 2, the promotion battle, as it were. Well, Nottinghamshire, with that epic first innings score against Durham, have put themselves in such great shape. Durham 80 for 4 in reply, trail by 582, so that's only going one way, isn't it? Middlesex looking to take care of their business at New Road against Worcestershire, are 170 for 3, trailing by 55. Peter Milan, who made 100 there for Warwickshire last season at New Road, is 73 not out, looking to repeat that feat. And a good first innings lead will have Middlesex in good stead to fend off Glamorgan. More of that in a moment as the next delivery from Norwell is clipped off his toes up to mid-on. by Weatherly, and again there'll be no run. Glamorgan, having declared on 533 for 9, have Sussex 123 for 2. Tom Haynes, the captain, 58 not out. Both wickets taken have gone to Michael Hogan in his valedictory performance for Glamorgan. And just to finish off, Derbyshire 390 for 3, lead Leicestershire by 141. Benny Godalming was eventually out for 158 as Norwell approaches once more. That one back of a length, standing up tall on his toes is Weatherly, and he fends it off into the offside.
Some work to do here. Norwell, these two bowled the new ball last night, have bowled and changed for the first 40 minutes this morning. Perhaps Will Rhodes starting to think that he will give Henry Brooks a ball. Henry Brooks not used a huge amount in the game last week at Bristol against Gloucestershire.
Norwell in, defended up towards mid-on, and there's no run. He's looked in the post-100 section of the season. He's looked to be back in the sort of rhythm and the sort of pace that he was when he first broke onto the scene, because he was very highly regarded as a teenager, bowled with real pace.
Yep. I suppose the real positive about Brooks this season is he has got through the season without injury, and that is a major bonus. So he'll be really pleased to be able to get a full season in.
Norwell once more, draws the batsman Weatherly forward, and he plays and misses, and then it's gone through the hands of Alex Davis, and they'll come through for a bye, which takes the score to 32 for 1 after 14 overs. Weatherly still yet to score. Holland on 13.
Well, I'm not sure whether Davis went too far across to gather that, or whether it moved late, because he was sort of moving across towards slip, and in the end had to almost turn back to take it down the left-hand side, on his left-hand side, as though it caught him by surprise, and in the end he couldn't take the ball cleanly, but just perhaps overstepped or just misread the line as it came through.
I think there's a little bit more late swing after the stumps when the wickets are on that side of the square towards the Priory stand than they are when they're towards the Hollies stand. I don't know why that should be. The size of this pavilion can influence things, can't it? And there's a taller stand to the left of this than there is to the right as we look out towards the city.
Well, Hannon Dolby is about to bowl his 8th over. He'll be hoping he can get a bit of something with assistance from somewhere, as this first ball is run away to cover point by Weatherly, but can't beat the infield, and there's no run. 32 for 1.
Will Rhodes is doing some warming up at the moment, so he might make himself first change, and it might be about ends really. It might be that he will bowl from the pavilion end, and that Henry Brooks' preference is to follow on from Ollie Hannon Dolby at the Birmingham end of the ground.
Well, Norwell's been out for a couple of games, so he probably just needs a break, as Hannon Dolby is in, and Weatherly runs this one again out to cover point, and again there's no run. He's just sort of playing that one, not a lot of foot movement there, and just playing the ball on the rise, just running it away. So it stays 32 for 1. Holland is on 13. Weatherly is yet to score. He's faced 16 balls now.
So the fitness or lack of Liam Norwell this season has been a big miss for the Bears. I think he's only going to have managed 4 out of 14 championship games this year.
And Dolby, who by contrast has played resolutely throughout the whole season. This next one gets a little bit of lift and through, but no shot offered by Weatherly. It goes through to Davis. He's really carried the Warwickshire bowling attack almost single-handedly this season in the championship. They've had a fantastic season.
Over 50 wickets again, because Norwell got around the 50. In fact, with the match at Lords, the Bob Willis Trophy match, he ended up with more than 50 first-class wickets last year.
Yeah.
So that was a big miss. The overseas strike bowler Nathan McAndrew didn't work out. Certainly not with the ball.
And Dolby bowls, and this one moves away, but Weatherly just watches it. He sort of quickly takes the bat out of the way and watches it just move away slightly and swing through to Davis, no shot offered. Yes, they didn't really get... I think Nathan McAndrew found it quite difficult adapting to English conditions when he first came over. In the end, he settled in to be a useful sort of lower order batsman, and he took the odd wicket, but he didn't really get the return with the ball that Warwickshire were hoping they were going to get from him. And Dolby bowls, Weatherly comes on the move forward and just plays it away into the offside, and Danny Briggs comes in from mid-off and does the fielding. There's no run.
There were 3 or 4 good Australian bowlers who came on the county circuit at the start of this year for the first time. Northamptonshire had one. Was it Kent had one as well? And all found it difficult. Now, McAndrew's natural ball is to hit the wicket hard.
Yeah.
And it just wasn't the year with the very dry wickets that we had in April and May. Wasn't a lot of lateral movement either, which he was hoping to find. He was a great character, mind you. I know with a wry smile, they started their one-day circuit last week in Australia, and he made a half-century.
And Dolby in bowls. This is turned by Weatherly to mid-wicket. Again, straight to mid-wicket, and again, no run. A maiden over from Oliver Hannon Dolby. He walks away quickly. That's the end of his 8th over. Just the 12 runs coming from him so far. Certainly both bowlers have been economic. But, they haven't got the wickets and the return they were hoping they were going to get with early morning breakthroughs, and it's still just the 1 wicket down of Felix Organ, who was caught off the bowling of Liam Norwell for 8, but it's 32 for 1.
And it is going to be Will Rhodes who is the first change, which is going to be interesting. Let's see how he goes. It's under-bowled, I think, this year to some extent. Bowled rather less than he has done in a typical season. And he comes in to bowl to Holland, and that's well outside off stump. It was a very full loosener, and it goes through to Alex Davis.
There's always when you captain, I think there's always the risk that you do one or two things. You either overbowl yourself and somebody needs to have a word with you, or you quite often put yourself perhaps a couple of places lower in the order, and certainly perhaps not bowl as regularly as you should do. I think Will Rhodes perhaps this year has been guilty of that.
What's more, to bowler Holland, who dries, he hops up to field in his follow-through left-handed. Will Rhodes, it was hit down into the ground, and he caught it at about head height. Last season he took on such a burden. In what was a championship winning season, but I think he missed 1 or 2 Royal London Cup matches when he was captaining England Lions, but other than that he played in every fixture.
Yeah.
And he was a bit of a broken man by the end of September. Physically, emotionally he was in a good place, but physically he was very, very tired. That's not quite the same work this year, as he gets past the bat here, it hits the pad. The fact that the appeal was stifled would suggest to me that there might have been an inside edge on that. It may even be that he got a bit of a leading edge to it. Not sure whether it hit pad or not, having a second look at it. Either way, I think it was spearing down the leg side. No run, but encouragement for Will Rhodes in his opening over.
He got in a really horrible position, though, Holland, there by the time he'd finished. He was sort of face on with legs either side of the stumps.
Yeah, it wasn't the conventional angle that you're meant to produce, as he comes forward in a rather more stoic, old-school forward defensive manner and pats it back down the wicket, fielded in his follow-through by Rhodes.
The sun has gone in, the cloud cover is building up a little, and now you get a real contrast of just how, once that cloud comes over, just how dark the ground is.
Rhodes full, driven off a thick inside edge. It will squirt up to mid-on where Liam Norwell gathers. And once more there'll be no run. Shouldn't be any issue with the weather today or tomorrow. I think we're due a deluge on Friday around the West Midlands, but prior to that all things should be okay. Still, so the score remains 32 for 1. 1 ball left in this over. All roads. Bowls once more to Holland, who leaves the ball alone outside off stump. 32 for 1. Warwickshire's lead 240.
So today and tomorrow the forecast good, and I'm just worried about the deluge on Friday. Although we've got no cricket, I've got plans for Friday. I might have to have a look at that again if there's a deluge.
Whatever you were going to do it indoors. If it's your allotment.
It's the allotment's different.
Okay.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's been very much neglected, this summer, my allotment. It needs some tender, loving care over the next few months.
The news from Headingley, by the way, is that Gloucestershire have lost their 8th wicket. I'm not entirely sure who it is. It's gone down just yet, because it hasn't quite updated on the website. But of course, you can listen to coverage from Headingley via the BBC Cricket homepage. Find that commentary.
And Dolby continuing at the Birmingham end, and this next one is right on the mark. And Wedley, again, as in the previous over, just pushes this one back, and there's no run.
In this battle to avoid relegation, Warwickshire have got to do everything they can to force Yorkshire to chase down what is going to be a stiff target, because it will be the biggest target of the match. 226 where Ollie Price has gone to Hill with his second ball of the day, clean bowled. 232 the lead, 2 wickets left for Gloucestershire.
Alan Dolby comes charging in, and Joe Wedley plays this one off the middle of the bat, but Alan Dolby stretches out his long right arm and can't take the ball cleanly, but stops it and prevents any possibility of a run. Stays on 32 for 1. Warwickshire not getting these the second breakthrough of the morning yet. Hannah Dolby's keeping a good line and keeping it right up to the bat, but he's not being able to find the edge. So Wedley waits, and Hannah Dolby is in and bowls, and this one is again late appeal. It sort of wraps him again just above the pad on his right leg, and he sort of wanders out towards square leg, rubbing the patch. Hannah Dolby sort of starts to appeal, the slips start to appeal, but again nobody goes through with it.
Weatherly's doing the classic pretend it doesn't hurt thing at the moment.
He's been hit on that spot a couple of times, and just giving it a rub.
He can't feel the pain anymore. There's a blood blister there.
Here comes Hannah Dolby in, bowls, and forward comes Weatherly. No pad this time, plenty of bat. Just runs it away to Danny Briggs at mid-off. There's no run.
And Hampshire, you know, you could say that the desire to finish second is not necessarily something that is vital or crucial, but actually they will want to do that, having challenged for the title right up until last week when things went sour for them against Kent. And they are absolutely competing as you'd expect them to do here. You know, Weatherly looks in no sort of form at the moment, but he's getting whatever it takes in front of the ball and getting his body on the line.
Hannah Dolby again is in. This one goes past the outside edge of Weatherly's bat. He plays the shot, realises it wasn't a very good one, and walks away as that one again feathers past his bat and through to the keeper, but doesn't get the nick through. So he's still there, Joe Weatherly, and he's hanging in, still looking for his first run. He's faced now 25 deliveries.
That's right. He has on Twitter a claim from somebody saying, it's Mickey Bromall actually, saying having played under Phil Britt's captaincy, he definitely fell into the category of over-bowling himself.
Thank you, Mickey. This next one is pushed down to wide, and in the end it was wide a full slip, but a diving stop by Jacob Bethel, and really was goalkeeper style, going down to the right, prevents the run. It stays on 32 for 1, a maiden over from Hannah Dolby, and Weatherly still to get off the mark, but Warwickshire can't get that second wicket.
That was a fine stop. Not the best piece of fielding I've seen this week. The magnificent European cricket series that's going on at the moment down in Cartama in southern Spain, where national teams from all around Europe play some really entertaining games. I mean, the quality of the cricket at times isn't the highest. However, there was one extraordinary piece of fielding this week as Rhodes starts a new over and he's lashed for 4 through point. That was a lovely shot from Holland. Got his feet into a position early and hit over the ball for a bit of a pressure releasing boundary. He's 17, 36 for 1 Hampshire. And that's the shot of the morning so far. And there were a lot of sixes because the boundaries are only 50-metre boundaries down in Malaga. And a guy's hit a big 6. And one of the occasional commentators, an Australian guy called Corey Rutgers, who's coaches Spain these days, took a full-length diving forward catch on the other side of the advertising hoarding. It was unbelievable. Rhodes very full, almost Yorker length.
Whilst he was commentating?
No, he wasn't on at the time. They have a pair of very vibrant commentators who are there most of the time. One of whom dubs himself Mr. Maximo. He's called Vinny, and his colleague Rico. They are natural enthusiasts and lovers of the game who give it large, given the fact that cricket is a bit indifferent at times. As Rhodes in slashing again on the offside. See, that time Holland doesn't get his feet into position, and it whistles through to the wicket-keeper. 36 for 1. They've actually put Bethel out onto the boundary rather than the slip now at the point boundary, just to give Rhodes a bit of protection. But yeah, so he wasn't on commentary duties, and he's seen that ball heading its way for 6, and he's lined it up and he's genuinely dived full length, catches it, throws it back sidearm, and just puts his hand up and carries on walking on his way. It ruined his jeans. Short of a length, and for a moment I thought he was going to play on. I think for a moment Holland wondered where the ball was going to go, but it came out in front of the wicket, and it was picked up by Henry Brooks coming in from short mid-wicket.
Are they playing on matting out there?
Yeah. It's a good mat though, and the bounce is pretty consistent. And they have 4 weeks of group matches and then a finals week.
Right.
And England 11 will be playing in the finals week. It's mainly club cricketers, although certainly last year Alex Mellor, formerly of this parish, played in that team. But it is quite entertaining. Oh, now this one, is it taking an inside edge? Diving catch to his left from Davis, and the umpire says yes. Now that was a full ball from Rhodes, and it looks to me like it's cut back and taken the inside edge. That's a splendid catch by Davis, throwing himself to the left, and Holland is gone for 17. A crucial second wicket for Warwickshire. They've got to take 20 in these next 2 days. Hampshire 36 for 2.
That's a wonderful catch by Alex Davis, because it is an inside edge, and Davis in the end almost takes it where you'd have a leg slip positioned. He went across and got the one hand to it and ended up rolling over, but fantastic catch. When you think that Warwickshire have spilt 2 catches at slip, which are regulation orthodox slip catches, Davis has tied it up and shown them the way to do it with a wonderful catch. So, and a big wicket.
And the drops of the 2 openers have not proved as costly as they might have done under the circumstances. And as this relegation battle continues, a 9th Gloucestershire wicket has gone down, so we're not too far away, you would have thought, from knowing what target Yorkshire are going to be chasing in the 4th innings. Either way, it's going to be the biggest score of the match that they're going to have to get. But they have taken a 9th wicket, so I'll give you the details on it in a moment. But our colleague on Sport Extra, Kevin Howells, every now and then comes in, and either he's playing Call My Bluff or he's telling me how many wickets are now down. But he held up 9 fingers, which would be a long word if it's that many syllables.
I'm going to make way and let Eve Jones back in here with us whilst the batsmen are changing. New batsman coming in, Nick Gubbins. Join you later on.
Okay, thanks very much to Phil Britt, who will be opening up the museum for those of you in and around Edgbaston today. Kevin James will be back shortly as well. He's got an update to do for BBC Solent. And in comes, now wearing a coat because it is cold in here, the Warwickshire Central Sparks and Birmingham Phoenix batter, Eve Jones. We've taught her the pluggery today to make sure that she can set herself up, and now there's a little smile of pride there that it's all sorted. Rhodes is going to bowl round the wicket to the new batsman Gubbins, who is forward in defence. A wicket taken over for Rhodes, a crucial one, 36 for 2. 2 wickets in the first hour, that's kind of the minimum that was going to be needed.
Yeah, it's a good start here by Warwickshire. Obviously they'll be disappointed with that first chance, but as you said, proven not too costly there, the openers, those drops early on by the Warwickshire fielders. So yeah, they've got 2 new batters to bowl at now, so hopefully they can pick up another couple early on.
So it's Tom Price who's out for Gloucestershire, trapped LBW for George Hill. Gloucestershire's lead is 234. We'll continue to keep an eye on that as the drama unfolds.
So much drama. Hannon Dolby's in again, this time left alone outside the off stump. I don't think that was too far away. I think there's a few size from Alex Davis, a couple of the slip fielders. Good leave there by Weatherly.
I'm loving the retro coat, by the way. It's kind of like a Parker, really.
It's
isn't it?
warm.
With the little faux fur around the hood. Yeah.
I thought today was going to be a good day. I could show off my new jumper, but unfortunately not.
No.
Same story as the last couple of days. I haven't really taken the coat off, so yeah. Hannon Dolby in again this time. Defended into the offside by Weatherly. No run taken.
I might have to put the hood up on my hoodie at the moment.
I have actually got a bobble hat in my bag as well.
Nice. But it's kind of the right sort of hat. Bobble hats, I get this during the football season, because with the headphones we're wearing, you can just lift them up at the side, so you don't end up muffling what you can hear in your headphones. So
Yeah.
they are the practical choice.
I didn't actually think about that, so yeah. I'm sure I'll work my way around it later on, as it probably gets a bit cooler in here this afternoon.
Or is it going to get worse than this?
Well, it was pretty fresh yesterday afternoon.
Man.
And Dolby in again to bowl this time. Punched off the back foot, but it finds the point fielder.
I've got a coat. I'm not sure whether I've got a hat with me or not.
Yeah, it does actually get quite cool up in this commentary box. I'm sure it's not as cold as the poor folks sitting in the stands today in the last couple of days.
The really bizarre thing is the reason for it is COVID related, and I'm not going to go into the details, but that's why it gets so cold in here. I'll explain during lunch.
Comes Hannon Dolby. This time prodded into the offside. They do take the single.
I shall depart during this over now to let Mr. Kevin James bring his wisdom in his natty new jumper, actually, with a little zip at the top. Very nice.
All the winter clothes are starting to come out now. End of September. That last single takes Weatherly onto 1 off the mark. Score is 37 for 2. 4 slips in play here for Nick Gubbins. Has only faced the 1 delivery so far. And a Dolby over the wicket to the left-hander. Driven nicely to mid-on, but finds the fielder there.
Hello again.
Hello.
Can't believe it. We are literally commentating in our winter clothes, aren't we? In a summer like this. Hey, who would have thought it? I think you've had your coat on most of the time.
I actually don't. I think I've taken it off when we actually leave the box to go up to lunch or wherever. You have to put it back on when you actually come in here. It's like a bit of a freezer, isn't it?
We're not complaining though.
No, we've got cricket on, so we're fine. There's a short mid wicket in position for that little chip. That one goes past outside off stump, and that just completes that over by Hannon Dolby. Score is 37 for 2. Weatherly on 1, and Gubbins yet to get off the mark.
I think Hampshire are under a little bit of pressure here. 4 points they need. I know the focus has all been about Warwickshire, and quite rightly so. A lot at stake here. But from a Hampshire point of view, a season which is, well, it's been a good one. It's been a very, very good one. But I think 3rd place for them would be a little bit of a disappointment. So 4 points they need in any way they can. Will they get 400 here, which would give them 4 points? Sorry, 350. Hang on, 200, 250. 350. That would give them the 4 points they need.
Yeah, you think when it's in their grasp, they will certainly want to try and finish as high as they can.
That's cut away in the air, but safe. Flew backward of point. Started anew over there from Will Rhodes, and Joe Weatherly taking full advantage of that short and wide delivery. Cut that away hard. Been unlucky if he'd found the fielder there, but Weatherly moves on to 5. 41 for 2. I'm just saying that slightly slowly because the scoreboard hasn't moved on, but there's no way Weatherly's won anyways, because that's 4 runs. But I mean, obviously quite rightly the focus on Warwickshire here, and I don't know, it's quite exciting what might happen here over the next 2 days.
Yeah, I think obviously there's a lot to play for with trying to avoid that relegation. Obviously close eye on Yorkshire.
Bowls, and that's tucked away down to fine leg, but wasn't without a few risks there, as that's cut back there from Will Rhodes, the right-arm medium pacer. Got slightly outside the line there, Joe Weatherly, but he'll move on to 6. 42 for 2. 2 wickets out this morning, Organ for 8 and Ian Horan for 17. Could have been 3.
Could have been 3, but...
Well, I suppose if you count it.
They've got the 2 openers, haven't they? That's what...
Switches to round the wicket then, Will Rhodes to the left-hander Nick Gubbins. Sunshine still out here at Edgbaston, outside the off stump, left alone. Through to keeper Alex Davis. I'm trying to work out if there's a few more people around. There's a few at the far end, isn't there? Enjoying the sunshine.
Yeah, there's a few opposite us. Not too many in the Hollies. I think we had a couple sat at the back of the stands the last couple of days. I think there's a couple still in there. Very brave.
I think you guys can almost recognise them by name. It's almost like when you tour in the bar, I said, I bet that guy is sitting in that particular seat, and when you look over, there he is. That's turned away. I'm sorry, pushed back to the bowler, and there is no run. Gloucestershire all out for 233, so Yorkshire are going to be chasing 241 for victory there. So that equation now is becoming more focused, isn't it? It's becoming clearer. It's like in the mist, and then the mist slowly clears, and now we all know what's needed from here on in.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, Warwickshire have got to win the game. Hope that Yorkshire fail to make that score, and that will keep them in the Division 1.
Yeah, it's important as it's turned away down to fine leg. I think that's off the pad of Gubbins, because there doesn't seem to be a lot of pace in the ball as it makes its way to the far side of the ground. In fact, the umpire is just about to signal the leg byes now. Yeah, it's taken a little while, and the total moves on to 44 for 2. Hampshire trailing by 228 on the first innings. So, the overall picture for Warwickshire becoming a little clearer. It's now just following events, both here and in that Yorkshire Gloucester game, as Rhodes comes in again round the wicket, just angling it, well, initially into Gubbins, and then it just shapes away. Gubbins leaves that one alone. End of the over, 44 for 2. Weatherly has 6, and Gubbins is yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, I think if Yorkshire and Warwickshire finish on the same amount of points, then Warwickshire will stay up because they have won more games, so that will keep them up next year. So yeah, it's pretty simple now what needs to happen, isn't it? I think we will be keeping an eye on that score up in Yorkshire.
Would you be sad if they went down, Eve, Warwickshire?
Yes, I would quite like to see them stay up as a Warwickshire player.
Do you play for Warwickshire women as well?
Yeah, so our setup slightly changed over the last few years as it's become more professional. We've obviously got the regional setup now, so the county cricket in a sense has sort of taken a back step as we've got a change of bowler, I think, as Henry Brooks is into bowl, finds that outside edge but goes straight to point. So yeah, we usually start the season off with a few Warwickshire games, so this year it's been just solely T20, so we played 2 T20s on the same day, and then against the same side, and then we sort of have 4 days of that, usually on a Sunday, and they've actually regionalised it, so they say anyway, although we've had to go down to Somerset and Brooks Bowls this time. And that's carved through the covers for 4. Nice drive there by Weatherly, as he's starting to time the ball pretty nicely there. A little bit too full there by Brooks. Weatherly now moves on to 10. The score's on 48 for 2. So they have regionalised it, so they say, but we did end up playing against Berkshire, Somerset and Wales, so I'm not really sure who's done the geography there.
Not Worcestershire or Shropshire? Or...
No, they're in the same league. Worcestershire,
Oh,
Shropshire, Staffordshire and I can't think who the other one is, but yeah, I'm not sure how they come to the decisions they go with the regionalising it. So I'm not sure what the plan is next year. I'm not sure if we're going to be playing more games for Warwickshire, but Brooks bowls this time a little bit wider outside off stump. I think that might be a no ball. I think he might have just overstepped. So no ball signalled. A little bit of shape as well by Brooks. Just going away from Weatherly, and that brings the 50 up for Hampshire. Off 20 overs. They have lost the 2 wickets though. 3 slips in play. Brooks comes into bowl this time, a bit shorter this time, and it's pulled nicely to the square leg boundary. I think it's gone for 4, yeah. Went very quickly off the bat of Weatherly there.
Pulled that from outside off stump. If you're watching the live picture feed there, that's a super shot. Wasn't that short. Weatherly's onto it quickly. Just looking at Henry Brooks in the championship this season, his 9th championship game today. Just 15 wickets at 52 apiece, which I have to say, I watched him bowl 3 or 4 years ago up here against Hampshire, and he's a better bowler than that.
Brooks into bowl this time, left alone outside the off stump by Weatherly.
23 years of age, Henry Brooks. That's high. 50 apiece.
Yeah, I want to try and get that down.
Blimey. He's a decent pace, isn't he? Shapes the ball. I mean, he's already shaping the ball a fraction here, but they're struggling with his length in this first over.
Yeah, he's just got to try and tighten up that line and length. He's obviously got 3 slips there, ready for that edge. But yeah, I must say that was a good shot by Weatherly. Picked up the length really well early on that over. That's it. That's the wicket for Brooks. Exactly what we just talked about. Finds the outside edge for Weatherly, and he's got to go for 14. Big breakthrough there for Warwickshire. Brooks is certainly happy about that one.
Yeah, it's a good delivery, but it's a little bit of a mistake there from Weatherly, isn't he? He's just followed it. If you're watching the live picture feed, have a look now, you'll see the replay. It's bounced a little bit there on Joe Weatherly. He's just followed it, and you could see the little waft of the bat at the end. He knows he's made a huge mistake there. See a lot of batters normally they'd hold the line, let the ball go past the gap between the outside edge and the ball, but Weatherly just following it, and he's gone for 14. So that average will come down a little bit for Henry Brooks with that wicket.
Yeah, good work by Brooks, picking up a wicket in his first over. Obviously gone for 10 runs already, but he won't be too fussed by that. Be chuffed with that breakthrough, as that's the 3rd wicket down for Hampshire. Scores on 54.
It's quite interesting. We were talking a little bit, weren't we, just before we came on, or the start of the day, that there is a bit in this pitch, isn't there? There is a bit there, and there's a little bit of bounce from time to time. And I just felt yesterday that because Yates played so well, and then Hayne came in and was quite positive, wasn't he? Really, so it kind of almost took away the fact that there was balls beating the bat, and if a bowler settled and got in the right areas, that it would have caused problems. And yes, all the batters played and missed a bit, but in between time, there were 4 balls there, or they were making it into boundary balls. And because there was some momentum there in the Warwickshire innings, that I always felt, I don't know, in this situation where Hampshire are just looking to bat, they're not actually looking to get quick runs, they're just looking to bat to get the draw, that if you're not actually being so positive that it almost nullifies the fact that it's moving around a bit, that you are actually there just waiting for the next ball to move on you, and there are wicket taking balls out there.
Yeah, absolutely. I think sometimes if you're being too negative in a sense and not looking to score, then that can be your downfall. I think obviously the way Warwickshire played yesterday, especially when they came out with a bit more intent, obviously Sam Hayne was using his feet quite a lot to the bowlers, and it just sort of unsettles the bowlers' lines and lengths, and just puts the pressure back on the opposition. So obviously you had Rob Yates there that batted through and batted really nicely and sort of timed his innings perfectly, with strong in attack, strong in the defence. As Brooks is in again to bowl, final ball of the over. Oh, there's a big shout. Clipped off the legs though. Down to fine leg for 1. That's Vince. That's the new man in. Off the mark straight away. As the score is 55 for 3 after the 21st over. So good over there for Warwickshire, picking up that wicket. They'll be pretty chuffed with that straight away. The bowling change has worked.
Yeah, hour and 15 minutes this morning, 3 wickets. That's not a bad return. But yeah, I think the almost an exaggerated example of that was when Hayne was not quite charging Abbas, but certainly using his feet to him, coming down the wicket 2 or 3 paces, and then it became more, would Abbas keep his length disciplined, or you know, or was he being hit off his length? And he kind of was in a way, wasn't he? There was a couple of bounces in there, and Hayne did sort of almost make Abbas think something different rather than just keep the ball on line and length. Here's Rhodes again, and that's pushed by Vince out towards mid-on, and there is no run. So almost the focus was being taken off, you know, a nice tidy line and length, and you knew Abbas was going to get a couple to nibble and cause the batter's problem, and almost the focus was on, what's Hayne going to do the next ball? Is he going to charge this? Is he going to step outside leg stump? And it just changed the emphasis, didn't it?
Yeah, and I think that showed the intent that Hayne had. I think earlier on in the day when Abbas was bowling, he was sort of allowed to settle into his line and length.
Agreed, yeah. Forward is Vince, plays it out into the covers.
And as a bowler, that's exactly what you want. You want to be able to settle into a line of length and get your rhythm. And if you've got somebody coming out, using their feet, trying to be a little bit more aggressive, then it does make you think a bit more about where you're going to try and bowl, how you're going to get them out. And then you sort of see the field starting to spread, and then opens up gaps for the batters to score. So, yeah, I think sometimes when you're sort of just trying to sit in and just bat time and not really do too much, then it's
in the air off the back foot, but it's safe in the covers. It looked like a couple of the fielders on the offside for Warwickshire had actually lost where that ball was going through, but it was short and wide, and Vince just hit it hard through the covers. I don't think he minded whether it was along the ground or in the air, but it was put away anyway with a little bit of venom. Vince moves on to 5, 59 for 3, sorry.
Yeah, so I think if you are looking to be proactive, sometimes that's a lot better than just sitting there just trying to bat out time and get through sort of thing, trying to bat for that draw, but it can be quite dangerous at times.
And Hampshire are playing a slightly different game for them as well. I'll come back to that in a moment as Vince works that away through mid-wicket. Slightly over pitch there from Rhodes. Alex Davies has already thrown off his glove, waiting for the ball to arrive to him. He's always looking for some opportunity to pick up something, but by the time the ball reaches him, they've completed 3 runs comfortably. Vince moves on to 8, 62 for 3. I think what we've seen with Hampshire this season, they are where they are with 3, I say pace bowlers, but you know, they're not the quickest, but have just bowled and worn opposition down. But with their batters, they've always batted with purpose. You know, they've been looking to sort of get things moving, you know, get a score on the board so they can give time for the bowlers to bowl. But this is different. This is basically batting for effectively half the game outside the off stump and left alone by Nick Gubbins, where the mindset is slightly different here. It's literally, let's just get the draw. Let's just get the points we need, and we're second place. And this is totally different. This is 2 days of just batting, and whilst there is a purpose, it's kind of different. It's not forcing the game. It's not, okay, it might be doing a little bit out there, but let's keep the scoreboard ticking and ticking. They will be thinking like that, but it's ever so slightly a different way of thinking outside the off stump. It's more a bit of survival in that as much as anything. End of the over, 62 for 3. Hampshire trail by 210 on the first innings. There's a bonus point as well, actually. We must remember with that wicket of Joe Weatherly. So if Warwickshire do win and Yorkshire lose, they won't be level on points now.
Yeah, so that makes it a little bit easier to work out, doesn't it? So yeah, Warwickshire would be safe then if they won and Yorkshire did end up losing that game. We'll have a look at how that fixture's going.
Brooks at the top of his mark. I just let Eve look at that one. Go on, Eve.
Yeah, so Yorkshire are now batting again. They're 5 without loss in the first over. They need another 236 runs to win. So we will be keeping an eye on that fixture.
Richard Wilford in the next box has gleefully just shown me that Yorkshire actually have lost a wicket.
Oh.
So that must be just coming up very shortly. I've never seen him so excited.
That one's still yet to come through on my
And me.
phone.
He must have a device and a half.
Must get special updates for himself that none of us others get. As Brooks bowls, and that's defended by Vince.
I suppose he could have made it up.
He could have made it up. He's given us some false information. Oh, yeah, no, I think he's right. Still waiting to show me who's out. Yeah, I think it's 5 for the loss of 1 wicket now. Brooks bowls, and that does find the edge, but it does bounce just in front of that third slip fielder. And that's Dan Mosley there, who does the tidying up.
I've just found something.
There we go.
Awesome.
Walton
Yeah.
bowled by Price for 4.
Tom Price. Well, Tom Price was the guy that got 8 wickets last week, I think it was. Yeah, it was. He's in the wickets again.
Hopefully another 8 today.
Look at you.
Sorry,
You're getting just as bad as Richard, you.
as Brooks bowls. Oh, that's some good carry. That just goes past the outside edge of the bat, and Alex Davis takes that quite high up. Oh, just goes away from Vince. That one. Good ball by Brooks.
It was interesting here. I mean, from here, I mean, I couldn't tell. But speaking to James Fuller after play last night, he said there is quite a bit of grass out there. It just doesn't look from here, does it? But he reckons there's some grass on that pitch.
Oh yeah, it does look quite bare from where we're sitting, as does the whole square, to be honest. As Brooks bowls, this time defended by Vince. The score is 62 for 3.
It's been hard going for Hampshire this morning, isn't it? I think they bowled well. Warwickshire collectively done a good job, haven't they? That's as focuses the mind, isn't it? When there is so much at stake, it's almost as if whatever's been happening over the season, and I know lots of people are saying, well, he hasn't done this and he hasn't done that, but in this situation right now, it's like whatever's happened before means nothing.
Yeah, it's all on today. It's Brooks bowls. Big shout for LBW. Umpires having none of that. Just trying to find the replay.
I think my initial thought was a bit high.
There has been some good bounce on the pitch, so potentially a little bit high. So that completes the over. Good one by Brooks. Much better line and length this time.
Oh, I don't know, I'm just watching it for a second time. I've watched
They
that
all went
replay for
up
a
for that.
second
They
time.
were
Yeah.
pretty convinced.
Yeah, actually the second one looked closer than the first replay.
It just keeps getting closer
I
each time you
know.
watch
Don't
it.
show any more replays. Anyway, yeah, that nipped back a bit as well, so that's a good delivery.
Good signs there for Brooks and Warwickshire.
Yeah.
He's starting to find his line and length, so
Liam
change
Norwell
of
back.
bowling as well this end.
Ooh, yes, Liam Norwell back. Warwickshire trying to go in for the kill here. Norwell picked up Felix Organ, caught by Dom Sibley at first slip. That was the first wicket of the morning. 23 for 1 the score was there. 62 for 3 as he comes in round. The wicket bowled! Gubbins has bowled coming forward. I think that's an inside edge. And Norwell has struck straight away. Gubbins went for the drive. It was an inside edge. The bat was away from the pad as he tried to push it away through the covers. Caught the inside edge. The off stump knocked out of the ground. And Hampshire really are in trouble here. And Warwickshire cock a hoop. 62 for 4 now.
I think that's a great move by Will Rhodes, taking himself off. I think his line and length just been a little bit wayward the last couple of overs. Obviously picked up the wicket, but he did his job. And obviously to bring back Norwell here, who bowled really well this morning. He's only gone for the 9 runs off his 7 overs, and straight away he picks up the wicket of Vince. Is that Vince?
Gubbins.
Gubbins, sorry. Scoreboard's just playing games with me. So excellent move there by Warwickshire.
Wow. So in an hour and a half, Warwickshire have picked up 4 wickets. That decision to declare last night's looking better and better with every wicket that falls. And Hampshire, and just to repeat, because obviously it is all about Warwickshire, but I don't think anybody on this ground cares whether Hampshire finish second or third. But I mean, I'm the only one that does. But as I say, I think just because of the season that Hampshire have had, I think third would be deemed a poor finish. I've neglected messages a little bit as well on the Hampshire side, so apologies. I've got a few emails which I was looking at last night actually, and I thought I should have read those out, and a few tweets. I will read this one out quickly while we're changing batters. Mike Martin at Sun Sports says, I think I've been described with Joe Weatherly as promising for about 6 seasons. There comes a time when you have to start posting big scores. Tom Prest is waiting in the wings. He's been up here as a substitute fielder at times, plus a few others. 8 tons, 800s from Hampshire this season is not really good enough. Well, that's been a talking point. One has been, you've got 3 bowlers in the top 6 division wicket takers, and yet the batters are well down on that. So, yeah, collectively the batters haven't really, well, there's not been one player that stood out above everybody else. Everybody's been much of a muchness, and yeah, if I'm honest, if you want to win the title, hasn't quite been good enough. The new batter is Ben Brown, who was keeping up until a couple of games ago, got injured. Donald took the gloves and has kept the gloves, so he's in just as a batter. Here's Norwell, balls to the right-hander Brown, left alone outside the off stump. Score remains on 62 for 4. It's been a great hour and a half for Warwickshire, Eve.
Yeah, Hampshire looking a little bit wobbly here, aren't they? I think obviously they obviously only need to draw this game.
Yeah,
but yeah, the Warwickshire bowlers have bowled pretty well this morning.
There's nothing like focus in the mind, is there really? When you've got one purpose to win the game, nothing else matters. It's just amazing how, I don't know, just the extra % or 2 makes all the difference. Ben Brown plays well inside the line there. Ball goes through to Alex Davis. You can feel the momentum, a bit like when they were batting. The momentum was with Warwickshire over the last couple of days when we were playing anyway. And here this morning, the momentum very much with the Warwickshire bowlers. Quite annoying really, from a Hampshire point of view, if I'm honest. Eve, I'm just going to leave you to finish off this over because I know Richard Wilford's coming in.
In comes Norwell again. It's time a bit full this time, and it's driven out, but straight to the cover fielder. Nice looking shot there by Brown, yet to get off the mark. Yeah, Norwell's really impressed me this morning. Welcome back, Richard.
Yeah, it's a real insight into what Warwickshire have missed for such a lot of this year with the injuries that he's had. Had a back problem at the start of the season, and then had that awful concussion injury when he got hit on the head batting. But he's such a good bowler. So this delivery is nibbled at outside off stump by Brown and through. He bowls a good full length a lot of the time, Norwell. And that one just back of the length was whistled through with a lot of carry again.
Yeah, generally the carry's been pretty good, hasn't it? You've seen obviously Alex Davis taking quite a few up high by his head. One ball left for Norwell in this over. His current figures are 2 for 9 off the 7.5 overs. He's bowled 4 maidens with that. Just shows how tight his lines have been as he bowls this one, and it's defended by Brown into the offside. That completes another good over there for Warwickshire. This is a round of applause for Norwell by the crowd. Score is 62 for 4. Vince still there on 8, and Ben Brown there on 0. Still yet to get off the mark.
It's interesting because you assume coming into a day like today that the Bears are going to need Ollie Halland-Dolby to wrestle out most of this Hampshire batting order, and he bowled really well, but he didn't take a wicket. He bowled 8 overs this morning for 13 runs. But Norwell has struck in both of his spells. Henry Brooks bowled the odd 4 ball. There's very odd figures actually, 2 overs, 1 made and 1 for 11 at the moment, but that little bit of extra pace did for Weatherly. And now he's going to come in to bowl a new over to Vince, who pushes forward in defence out into the offside. I've got an update to do very shortly for BBC Radio WM and BBC CWR, so I have that wonderful thing where I have to watch my the clock on my phone to know when they come across. I have to hit the same time for both stations. I thought I'd let you into the little technical world there, Eve. I'm not flicking my phone for no reason. As Brooks very full, and it's a thick outside edge, jab down towards third man. A chase on, they'll come through. Here at Edgbaston, 66-4 are Hampshire now as Warwickshire trying to take 20 wickets in 2 days to avoid relegation. They've had a good hour. Will Rhodes had Holland caught brilliantly down the leg side by Davis off an inside edge. Big dive. Weatherly then caught by Davis off Brooks for 14. And Gubbins has been bowled for Liam Norwell for naught. They also need Yorkshire to lose to Gloucestershire. Yorkshire chasing 241, a 5 for 1. Here, Hampshire 66 for 4 trail the Bears by 206. So Brooks is in again, and again a thick outside edge. It squirts through the hands of the gully fielder, Jacob Bethel, so they'll get 2 more. Takes Vince to 14, 68 for 4. I think I managed to cram as much context as I could there into a 30-second report. But that's where all the drama comes, isn't it? It's, at the moment, you've got 2 matches running concurrently, and it's just...
Yeah, lots of drama today. Yeah, I think Brooks' first over went for 10 runs, and since then he's just tidied up his lines and lengths. I think he bowled a maiden previous over.
Vince forward in defence, plays it straight back down the track. It hops up into the right hand of Henry Brooks.
Yeah, he just seems to have found his rhythm now.
He's now bowling to the man who anybody playing against Hampshire will see as the batter that they most need to get, because James Vince could make life very difficult for Warwickshire if he bats for 2 or 3 hours here. It would close the margin. It would mean Warwickshire having to set a much smaller target, because they're going to have to chase the game at some point tomorrow. Brooks back of a length, guided into the leg side. There's a big vacant area at short mid wicket, so they'll come through for another single. 69 for 4. All Warwickshire can do, of course, is concentrate on their own business here.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think sometimes you can get wrapped up in whatever else is going on around the country, other games. Obviously, the players won't know, but a lot of people will be watching that Yorkshire score. But yeah, I think the players will be pretty focused on what they've got to do, and I think they have been all morning. They've been brilliant this morning.
Brooks to Ben Brown, and that's another little outside edge down towards third man. The chase is on again. Hayne has got a sprint on the ball. Is it going to beat him? No, it's a good diving stop from Sam Hayne, and Bethel is able to complete the fielding, but they come through for 3, so quite a lot of runs again in that over. 72 for 4, 200 runs behind. Just waiting to see Sam Hayne pick himself back up after that piece of fielding. He damaged a shoulder here a few years ago in a game against Worcestershire, going for a piece of fielding like that, and at the moment he's not re-emerged, and it's down in an area that we can't see. Ollie Allen Dolby, taking a breather, is coming back onto the field of play.
I think Haynes up, but I think he's limping around. I think the physios just jog around there to see if he's alright.
So the 12th man was already on, I think, so that won't change. Jake Lintott is out there fielding at the moment in the covers. At least that's where he's standing for now. And Hayne needs a bit of help, so the slip cordon will change again.
Yeah, it was a great piece of fielding by Hayne to stop the fall. It's a full stretch diving forward there to flick the ball back into play. Did that successfully.
So the slip cordon will change a little bit in the absence of Hayne. Sibley, who was in the slips earlier, has taken a bit of a break from that role as well subsequently, having dropped one and held one.
In comes Norwell into his 9th over, as that's just worked down to fine leg off the legs of Brown.
And that is where Sibley is out at pasture at the moment, down at long leg. So he's been temporarily retired from the slip cordon.
Yeah, maybe he's caught on the finger or something, not sure. You'd think after he took the catch you'd keep him in there with confidence, but maybe took one to the finger or something.
Yates is at first, Bethel's at third. By a process of elimination, I'm imagining that Dan Mosley must be at second.
Yeah, 3 slips there. Waiting. As Norwell's in again to bowl. Bit fuller this time. It's driven. Oh, it's a great save at point by. I'm not sure who that is.
Lintott, Jake Lintott, yeah.
The substitute fielder, Jake Lintott. Definitely save 4 there. That's a nice looking shot by Vince. Full stretch there by Lintott. Straight into the action.
That was the classic James Vince elegance, the way he struck that ball.
He timed it pretty well, didn't he? Most certainly would have gone to the boundary for 4 hadn't Lintott pulled out the dive. As Norwell approaches again, this time a little bit straighter, and it's flicked off the legs of Vince, heading towards that square leg boundary where I think Sibley's just jogging over to retrieve the ball as that goes for 4.
Wonderful wristiness, wasn't there?
Yeah, it's a
that?
nice shot by Vince. Picked it up well, didn't he? A little bit full.
You're quite a wristy batter yourself, aren't you? Off your pads.
I feel like a lot of lefties are off the pads.
Yeah, he's worked that beautifully because it would have been. I would have said a sort of just wide, just to the left of mid wickets would have been the more natural place to strike that ball. But the way that Vince can turn it round his pads like that with his wrists.
Yeah, he just played it a little bit later, didn't he? Just used the pace. As Norwell's in again. This time, better delivery this time, and just defended into the leg side. There was a few shouts as I think it just hit the inside edge of the bat of Vince. Vince is now on to 19. He's looking in good form.
Yeah, he's the man who can most likely cause Warwickshire a real headache over the course of this afternoon. We've still got just over half an hour to go till lunch, because lunch will be at 12:40 today because of the amount of cricket lost already in this game, so there's still plenty of time in this session.
Norwell bowls a little bit straight again as that's worked off the pads of Vince, and that's going for another 4 to the square leg boundary. Just straying with his line here, Norwell. Just a little bit too straight, and Vince just plays that nicely off his legs once again as he moves on to 23 now.
Yeah, they're feeding his strong suit there a little bit. Oh, we're about to watch a replay and it goes to a bit of classic buffering.
Good old technology.
But there we go. Yeah, that was very much heading down the leg side, wasn't it? And he's whipped it away.
Norwell into bowl is final ball of the over. Outside the off stump, and it's left alone by Vince. And that completes the 26th over, so score now moves on to 81 for 4.
Yeah, score has moved a little bit more rapidly. With no fill at this session, I think he's going to take a break. If he's still around at 12:30, then of course Kevin needs to do his report at 12:30. So come on for the last 10. So we rotate our team at Edgbaston. Warwickshire supporters have been celebrating each wicket with increasing fervour because they know that the game is progressing at Headingley. Yorkshire needing 241 to beat Gloucestershire. If they do that, they will send Warwickshire down, and they are 12 for 1 in the 6th over. As Henry Brooks begins a new over, and that is very neatly played as a short arm pull from Brown. Suddenly runs are coming with real regularity. He just got onto 1 foot and dragged the ball through mid wicket for 4. Confident shot that, 85 for 4. I'll get Kevin to explain why Ben Brown hasn't got the gloves back yet, but he's playing as a batsman. I mean, he's a very fine top order batsman as well, but it does seem quite a curious one. As Brooks approaches once more, and that again is back of a length and guided behind square for a single. Might have been a bit of glove about that. 86 for 4.
Well, he averages 40 career, and there aren't too many players around in the game that average 40, so that's very much on his side. So leaving that aside for a moment, he got injured for one game, and if you notice that he's still, even now, fielding with tape around his fingers.
Okay.
So I think the worry is that if he keeps getting pounded on the finger, another big blow will be a bit of a problem.
Brooks again back of a length, guided into the leg side into the bowler's follow through though, because he crosses the cut strip to pick it up right-handed. And Aaron Donald, I mean, hasn't kept wicket much in his career actually. I mean, it's always been listed as something you can do.
Well, I learnt a lot about him actually a couple of weeks ago when he kept wicket when Ben Brown did miss the game because of his finger injury. That all the way through his Glamorgan career up to first team he kept wicket.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Brooks Fuller driven up towards mid-off, no timing from Vince. He looks vaguely disgusted with himself as he turns away.
So apparently, yes, the game earlier on in the season when the Sri Lankan development 11 were around, he kept in that. He kept in a couple of second team games. So he's very much the second keeper. And I thought he kept well here, and I think he's kept well in the couple of games that he's done.
And with Brown as a top order batsman, it allows them, as Brooks bowls and is turned beautifully again, wristily behind square on the leg side for a single. Danny Briggs is one of the boundary riders out there, 87 for 4. It allows Donald, as effectively an all-rounder with his wicket keeping, to be the naturally hard-hitting batsman that he is coming in at 7.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, his place is sort of a little bit sort of in and out, really. When he's going well at 7, Hampshire look a dynamic batting order right the way down, really. But of course, playing the way he does go through a period of low scores, which then puts his place under threat.
Fuller from Brooks, guided into the leg side, and there's no run. Brooks has been expensive, 27 runs off his 4 overs. He's taken 1 wicket, he's still got 1 ball left in this.
I've always liked his action, actually. He should be. I read out his stats for this season earlier, which weren't great, and he's a better bowler than that. I quite like him. So just very quickly on the Ben Brown thing, I think there is a longer term issue, of course, because he was brought in as a keeper. Is this situation going to carry on for next season? I don't think so.
Brooks guided down towards the gully. The previous ball was a no ball, incidentally. Lintott, the substitute fielder, does the fielding. Sam Hain is still off, having flung himself forward to try and stop a ball going over the boundary. In fact, he succeeded in stopping the ball going over the boundary, but at some expense to himself, so hopefully he's going to be okay. Warwickshire won't want to be without him. 89 for 4, Hampshire. They trail by 183. 1 more wicket and the Bears will be more than happy with their morning.
Certainly, yeah. 1 bonus point already this morning. I did also say earlier when I was on that I've neglected 1 or 2 messages over the last few days, so apologies for that, and I don't want to make it all about Hampshire, of course, but I will quickly get through for you because we are getting towards the end of the season. I know Richard will bat for Warwickshire as and when. Liam Norwell to continue then from the pavilion end, 9 overs, 2 for 18, 89 for 4. Hampshire replying to that, 272 for 4 declared. Forward is Vince, pushes out till covers no run. Nick Jenkins at Southern Sports says, providing that Hampshire avoid the follow-on, 183 they trail by currently, and the way things have looked at times this morning, that would have been an interesting issue, might still be. Should be a very interesting last day. That'll be tomorrow with Warwickshire having to leave enough time to bowl out Hampshire, so leaving all 3 results on.
Yeah, definitely. It won't be a high target if it comes to that.
No, it won't.
If Yorkshire lose, they will give themselves every chance, let's put it that way.
I know you've got the wicket alerts on and you will get them before anybody else. I presume Yorkshire are still only 1 down as Vince works that away wide and mid-on, runs here. Turn that away nicely. The ball seems to be gathering a bit of pace, but it will be picked up inside the rope just. And Vince will pick up 3. Dom Sibley running away towards our left, doing the fielding there, 92 for 4. Vince rather pleasantly has moved on to 27, making things look fairly easy out there. John Bootland, sonatcricket@gmail.com, says Warwickshire may well have won this and stayed up had it not rained. Gosh, he's saying that already. Had we not lost over a day, might have already done it. The weather saved Yorkshire a couple of times early season, almost a perfect season had it finished Surrey top, Yorkshire relegated. Regards, says John. 1 or 2 people already messaged me saying they don't want Yorkshire to go down, not necessarily Yorkshire fans. But of course, if Yorkshire go down, Warwickshire stay up, and vice versa.
Well, yeah, a relatively large county on a test playing ground is going to go down.
Somebody's got to go down.
Exactly, and Warwickshire over course and distance have not had a good season. So if they do go down, it'll be nobody's fault other than their own.
I think Yorkshire have had a horrible second half, haven't they? Because they were up in the top 4 earlier on. Norwell comes in, Ed's caught! Third slip, easy as you like. And Ben Brown, from the moment it left the edge, you just knew he was gone. He goes for 9, and Warwickshire have Hampshire here at 92 for 5.
Considering how little cricket Liam Norwell has played this season, he's bowled with remarkable rhythm this morning. That one just nibbled at and low down. Jacob Bethel, the youngster, managed to get 2 hands underneath the ball, and it has been the ideal session from Warwickshire's point of view. If they could bowl Hampshire out here in 2 sessions today and then have the evening session to try and score as quickly as they can, they will set up a fascinating final day tomorrow. Yes, they need Gloucestershire to do their bit at Yorkshire, but this morning Norwell in particular has bowled exceptionally.
Yeah, I agree. The momentum for me throughout this game has been with Warwickshire. And I did say earlier, and just to repeat if you weren't with us, that because this game has focused Warwickshire's minds, they're just not playing like a side that has played the way it has through the season, almost drifting through the season. This has focused them, and they look a very good side. And Hampshire are on the receiving end, it has to be said, and they're going to have to play well here. Remember, they need 4 points to definitely stay in second place, and that would be the least they deserve, with Lancashire doing so well against Surrey. Surrey 197 for 9 replied to Lancashire's 512 all out, so Surrey trailing by 315 there. Lancashire at the moment on for all 24 points. If they do that and Hampshire don't get 4 more points in this game somehow, then Lancashire will finish second.
Yeah, and that would be quite the turnaround actually, but Hampshire knew that they are up against a team who have everything to play for. Surrey could be forgiven for being a little bit still in celebratory mood after the exceptional season they've had. I always think there's a slight caveat about that. I don't think Surrey have been brilliant. They fully deserve the title, etc., etc. But to achieve it without a spinner all year, kind of, and that, no disrespect to Will Jacks, he's not a frontline spinner, and I just find it unusual, particularly at the Oval of all places.
Agreed.
They play great cricket. They play very positive cricket all year. And I love the look of Tom Laws coming through, the young seaman, by the way.
Oh, right. Norwell bowls to an Aaron Donald. We've just been talking to him. Norwell just guides that ball onto the stumps at the bowler's end, but Vince is well behind the line. And you like him, do you?
Yeah, very repeatable action. He's going to be an all-rounder by the look of it as well. He's made some good lower order runs. And he's another one of the players who benefited from the All Under One Day Cup. I think there's a lot of players on the county circuit who have had to step up these last 2 summers while the 100's being played, and you are only going to get a richer cricketer from the experience that they've had. You saw that so well with Hampshire in their campaign this year.
Norwell runs away from us, bowls to Donald. It bounces a little bit, but Donald's in behind that one, plays that just a couple of yards down the pitch.
It's when a guy who's played very little first-team cricket finds himself with the responsibility of leading a run chase in front of a couple of thousand people. It's an experience that they've not had prior to that. I
agree.
I mean, we were speaking before the game today. One of the many solutions to cricket in August is play more one-day cup games because they're great. It was a terrific tournament this year.
Yes, we were talking lots, in danger of actually not getting on air in time. We were talking so much at the back of the box about the 100 and everything else. It's that Norwell bowls outside the off stump. Donald leaves that one alone. That's good carry through to Alex Davis. 3 for 21 for Liam Norwell this morning. Terrific bowling. The crowd give him a round of applause as well, and he's doing as much as anybody to get Warwickshire into a position where they will stay in Division 1 next season.
And Oliver Hannon-Dolby is going to return for another little flurry with 20 minutes to go until the lunch interval, so he could probably get 3 more odds in. Bowled very well earlier with no reward. His line was again immaculate. That's what he's become known for in the last 3 years. Reaching the veteran end of his career, he'll absolutely annihilate me if somebody tells him I've said that.
33.
Well, he is though, isn't it? The reality is, for the last 3 seasons, he's played the best cricket of his career, maybe the last 4 seasons actually. And he is, there's no doubt, on the county circuit when Warwickshire are playing, part of the discussion when you win the toss and bat against the Bears is really to see off Hannon-Dolby.
Yeah. Well, he does have an outside chance of finishing Division 1's top wicket taker, because the top one, Abbott's not playing in this game. He's 6 behind currently.
Well, it will help build the story this week if he does achieve that. As Vince, interestingly, is taking a pace down the wicket to Hannon Dolby, and it comes off a thick outside edge rather, down towards third man. Jake Lintop, the 12th man, does the fielding and gets a bit of help from Rob Yates, who'd run down there, but they scurry through for 3. Vince to 30, made in typically bright fashion, but more than a run a ball, and it's 95 for 5.
Apologies, actually he's 7 behind Abbott. In between. So Hannon Dolby has 51 for the season, but equal second, Harmer and Barker on 52. There you go. Just to put that right, in case anybody was going to message me saying, Kev, yet again you got that wrong.
Quiet season for Harmer, 52. But he had a poor start to the season and had a spell away with South Africa. He still had a couple of sort of 15-wicket matches, as you might imagine. This ball might have cut back a bit from Hannon Dolby. There's one of the most polite, gentle appeals I've seen for a long time, in that he turns around and sort of... any chance? No, not really. Based on height as much as anything, and it's hit him outside the line of off stump. But it wasn't a very comfortable moment for an Aaron Donald.
Yeah, it was a bit. Do you know what? I find myself watching Hannon Dolby more and more because of what you just said, because he actually gets better and better with age. But I'm looking at him now, and he walks back to his mark like Dominic Cork.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't know, it just reminds me of Dominic Cork walking back.
There's that wavy right arm as he comes into bowl, but just back of a length. Oh, and that was a risk of dragging on there from Donald. He got over the bounce, but with a thick inside edge, he's played it down into the popping crease, and it just spins and squirts away to the right of the stumps. Might even have hit him on the boot as it went down.
Yeah, you wouldn't rule out another wicket here between now and lunch. They bowled terrific well, really have, as a collective. Terrific stuff.
And you know, the interesting thing is, it mentioned from one of your correspondents about the follow-on. It's unlikely anyway. He's only 28 runs away to avoid it. But I don't think they'd impose it. As Hannon Dolby bowls and it's driven up towards mid-off, it doesn't beat Sibley. He has a throw at the stumps because Vince was backing up. Backing up in the entirely different sense was Danny Briggs, which is just as well. So he prevents any single. Just because at the moment you're really relying on 2.5 to 3 bowlers. And so they're going to need a rest. And I think it would be a case of, you know, whatever Hampshire do here, Warwickshire then going to want quick runs, very quick runs in their second innings.
Yeah.
They might even risk going too gung-ho, I don't know, but they've got to set up a game. And Hampshire have got no reason to help them do that.
No.
And Dolby driven nicely wide of mid-on. Will Rhodes gives up the chase very early. Lovely way to get off the mark from Donald, just works it off his toes for 4. 99 for 5 Hampshire.
Yeah, and following on from that, the reasons I was sort of giving earlier really is because Hampshire, while they're batting, very much the equation is just bat the rest of the game, and that hasn't been Hampshire's aim at any point during the season. It's always been batting with a target in mind, to give bowlers a chance to do this, to that. It's been a real purpose, but this is different. Yes, this is batting long, which you would normally do, but this is just really to save a game more than anything.
Donald awaits Hannon Dolby again, full of delivery, digs it out. End of the over, 99 for 5, the trail by 173. If there's one thing that other counties would love to know, when you look at Barker, Abbas and Abbott, is how your medical department and your fitness department keep them going. And look, let's take as read they're all good pros. And we know that from Keith Barker being here, but they miss so little cricket in terms of the championship.
Yeah, well, that's been the feature as well. I mean, I can tell you exactly how many they've missed. I mean, Abbas, I think, missed one because he went back to. He missed a couple because he went back to Pakistan. And Abbott, well, this is the first game he's missed. Barker hasn't missed any. Norwell bowls, turned away by Vince on the leg side. He's looking for 2. Alex Davis is charging after that to square leg. Like a little whippet there, isn't he? Vince will only pick up a single there. I think there was always only ever going to be a single, but I think Vince just wanted to see a few of the fielders break a sweat, which one or two of them did. It was quite a good little contest that for a little while. to see who's going to run the quickest. Vince for his single, or maybe coming back for two, or the other three converging on that ball. 100 for 5, 100 up for Hampshire. My word, it's been hard work. They trail by 172. So yes, you're right. They have stayed fit, and that's been very much a feature of Hampshire's cricket. As I say, batting with purpose, but the bowlers just grinding sides down and coming out on top. That's a glance down to fine leg, and that'll be 4 runs. Norwell a little bit disappointed, but he's angling the ball into the right-hander, so he can't bowl too straight as he has done there. And Don has played a very fine glance to the far end of the ground. He moves on to 804 for 5. So for me, this game has been different because of the situation that they face with Warwickshire, and also their game situation. It's title's gone. We've always game after game, and won quite a few. Obviously, won 9 of them. Keep the pressure on Surrey. Sometimes got ahead of them, and then Surrey would play, and Surrey would go back on top. But it's always been neck and neck. Now that's taken away as Donald drives, and Norwell gets a boot on that, and the ball goes up towards mid-off. No run. I think he took a little bit of pace off that with his boot. So you know what I'm saying, and every bit as much that Warwickshire's minds have been focused here, and they look a team who believe, which probably hasn't been the case for most of the season, that Hampshire's belief in a way that the title's been taken away and all they've got to do now is just bat. Those little percentage points, between the two sides that have fluctuated, it's just given a different complexion. And Warwickshire looked like the side chasing the title, or would have been chasing the title. That's gone through to Alex Davis outside the off stump. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Very much a change of tone for both sides in this game.
Yeah, and Warwickshire's problem this year, and we'll see whether that's going to be the case today, is finishing teams off. They've made a lot of good starts with the ball.
Yeah.
But they find it quite hard to finish teams off. Yorkshire, by the way, chasing 241, a 32 for 1. So they're starting to get going now, with Lythe and Hill both in double figures.
You two are going to be a nightmare in the box the rest of the day, you and Eve. Here comes Norwell, bowls, full, Donald drives, misses, goes through to Alex Davis.
Got to keep the context flowing, haven't you?
Yeah, you have, yeah. No, it's good. Mike Vokes, saloncricket@gmail.com. I want to get through 1 or 2 of these before I disappear. Or I might come back on, actually, if I need to. Mike says, Hampshire's batting, ... he says. Down to James Vince again. He says he thinks it's time for Tom Prest. Well, they've been wanting to get him in for quite a while. They haven't been able to. Maybe next year. Might be time for Tom Prest.
Kerry's going to go and do a report for BBC Solent. So we'll have a bit of a rotation here as Norwell bowls and is turned in towards the leg side. And Iron Donald has a fascinating way of batting in that as the bowler approaches, you would be able to see another stump beyond leg stump and in front of him. However, by the time that the ball is bowled, he's covering all of his stumps, because he takes a step across from outside leg stump to standing in front of off stump. And I think sometimes that's why bowlers bowl so straight to him, because they think he's an LBW candidate because of the way that he's walking across his stumps. But, that would take a lot of skill to achieve that, because he's very good at working it off his pads. It's an interesting balance, for sure. As Helen Dolby is about to bowl. Eve Jones is restored, and I think have you done the coat up now as well?
Yeah, the zip's getting higher and higher.
I'm going to have to lend you some more layers for later.
Might try and find a blanket somewhere.
Oh, crikey.
I'll go on the hunt for one at lunch.
You'll have to have a warm lunch.
Yeah, it's normally pretty good here.
It's not
Last
too
couple of
bad, is
days
it?
we've had a hot lunch.
I only asked exam interview about whatever the bilge is that you're drinking. But anyway, because James Vince has been approaching the bowler since Helen Dolby began his second spell of the morning, Alex Davis is going to stand up to the stumps here. There's 3 slips as well, and the first ball of a new over is too short, and it's cut into the offside, and there's a long and actually unnecessary chase for Jake Lintop, because that's always going to beat him to the fence. It just stood up nicely, that, for Vince to strike for another boundary. He's to 35, 108 for 5. So I don't mean to describe your drink as bilge, but it's in a reusable water bottle, so very environmentally friendly and conscious as you might expect. It's got a Birmingham Phoenix logo on it, but the liquid contained within is a slightly putrid shade of pink.
It's not dodgy blackcurrant. It's just water with a hydro tab in to
Okay.
keep the hydration levels up.
And Dolby back of a length, angled in this time, and Vince has to stay in his ground and defends out into the offside. So you need hydrating to get through a commentary stint.
Something like that. And the amount of coffee I drank yesterday
Oh,
dehydrated me, so just trying
yeah,
to...
that's the problem with rain delays. Oh, it's right. I'll go get a coffee then. I'll go get a coffee now.
We had a few yesterday, didn't we? Up and down the stairs to...
We haven't been
another
up at all
coffee.
today. We haven't been up at all.
Give it time.
Yeah.
I'm sure we'll be getting another coffee in soon to warm up.
Alan Dolby back at a length, past the outside edge of the bat. Vince, I think, dragging the bat inside the line of it, as we welcome listeners to Sports Extra back to Edgbaston for that little extra 10 minutes that we've got before the lunch interval. Eve Jones alongside me from Warwickshire Central Sparks and Birmingham Phoenix. I'm Richard Wilford. Kevin James, I don't know whether we'll hear his tones before lunch or not. He can come and take over from me at the end of this over if he wants. 108 for 5 at Hampshire, 164 behind Warwickshire. Warwickshire have got to force a positive result for themselves this week. Hannon Dolby bowling to Vince. Oh, and he's beaten the edge. He's beaten the wicketkeeper standing up to the stumps, and it goes through for four byes. Well, it's a beauty from Hannon Dolby, who's had no fortune at all with the ball today. And that has gone through the gate and over the top of middle and leg. Unbelievable.
Just shows how much bounce this pitch is getting, and that's just jugged back and done everybody. Obviously a bit more difficult for Davis now he's stood up to the stumps.
But that is an absolute peach of a delivery. Wow. Misses everything. But doesn't even catch the sand or sawdust or whatever it is 30 yards behind the wicketkeeper. 112 for 5. Deficit 160. From Hampshire's perspective, Warwickshire having taken 5 wickets in the session. And Vince gets an outside edge on this one. It goes out through point. He's running hard looking for 2. Lintott is in quickly, throws, and he's judged it well, Vince. So quick between the wickets. It's been a bright innings from him so far. He's on 37. 114 for 5.
Yeah, that's excellent running there by Vince. Not quite gone exactly where he wanted, but quick off the mark to realise that deep backward point sort of towards third man is a bit off that, so he managed to skip back for that second.
And Dolby driven square for a single. Final ball of the over, 115 for 5. Other 1 or 2 overs now before lunch. Kevin James will join Eve Jones.
Yeah, Warwickshire just running around here, try and get in position. They'd love to take that 6th wicket before lunch. Norwell continuing, he's got figures of 3 for 26 off his 11 overs. 5 maidens included in that. He's bowled really well today. Three slips in play, deep backward point, a deep fine and a deep mid wicket that's 3/4 of the way back, and you're in your standard mid on, mid off, extra cover. In comes Norwell. Drivable length, and that's absolutely slashed through the covers for 4. Just a little bit too full, that one from Norwell, as that point fielder just jogs around to retrieve the ball. I think that's Danny Briggs out there at deep backward point.
Former Hampshire man.
Former Hampshire man, yeah.
Via Sussex.
He's seen the light.
He's at the right place now, is he?
He's at the right place now. In comes Norwell, as that one's defended into the offside. No run. Vince has moved swiftly to 42 here. He's played quite nicely.
He's been positive, hasn't he?
He has been positive. I think that's what we were talking about before. Sometimes when you are playing for that draw, you can sort of get sucked into just trying to survive, whereas he's looked a lot more comfortable that he's actually playing off instinct, playing his natural game.
Yeah, very much so.
So he's going really well. In comes Norwell again then. Good line, good length. Left alone by Vince. That one goes through to Davis. That ball's just coming back in, just checking that replay.
Didn't it?
Davis takes that quite far down the leg side in the end. Just keeps going after it's gone past the batter.
There was a game here, last game of the season, where there was a complete contrast in innings from James Vince. I'll come back to that in a moment.
It's Norwell bowls. This one wraps around the pads and there's a big shot for LBW. Oh, and then go for the run out as well. It's given not out, but Vince is halfway down the wicket, a bit unaware of where the ball went there, and I think there was a shot at stumps, but I think he just made it back.
I'll tell you what, that is close. That is very close indeed. That's a super ball. I don't know if you missed the replay there, Eve, but you might see it again. Here we go. If you're watching the live picture feed, have a look at this.
Oh, that does look close.
Wow. And actually, as Vince took off, he had to get around with normal. That was a worry. That was a bit of a worry.
It's nearly been one there with going halfway down and back as Norwell's in again to bowl. This time a bit shorter, clipped into the leg side for a single. Yeah, just got away with that one, I think.
Yeah.
Vince, that looked pretty
Marginal,
close.
wasn't it? Yeah, definitely. There was an innings back here in 2017. Hampshire had to draw the game to stay in Division 1. So, almost a similar situation Warwickshire had to be in. He hit 70 off 124 balls, which is so unlike him. What is he, 43 off 39? He is more than a runner ball to help his side get the draw and Hampshire stay in Division 1. So something about last games of the season at Edgbaston here. One of the two sides has something to play for.
I think it's good, something to play for. It just makes it a bit more exciting, doesn't it?
Yeah, it
Last
does.
game of the season.
You and Richard Wilford are painful.
As Noel's into bowl, this time a little bit wide outside off stump, left alone by Donald. And that completes the over. Score now on to 120 for 5. Vince going well on 43. Donald at the other end, he's on 8.
Just gets good kick off the surface, doesn't he, Liam Norwell? Such a good bowler. Gosh, can you imagine his career if he'd have been able to stay, I don't know, 50% more fit than he has been over the years. I'm just trying to work it out actually, Norwell. I'll work it out in a minute. But I know he was at Gloucester, because he signed, didn't he, from Gloucester here a while ago. And he had a horrible injury record there as well.
Yeah, he seems an unlucky player, doesn't he? Seems to picking up injuries here, there and everywhere.
Well, you think he's 30 years of age now, and this is only his 91st first-class match. So, gives you an idea. Here's Hannah Dolby then from the city end, bowling to Vince, who turns it away down to fine leg. A little too straight there from Hannah Dolby into his 13th over. None for 28. This could very well be the last over before lunch. An extended morning session because of the amount of play that we've lost over the first 2 days. And actually, as I look to the left, which is where all the weather's come from, it's been predominantly blue sky throughout the morning. There's heavy clouds, but it's not that much of a worry.
They don't look too threatening, but
no, they're all right.
It's a bit cloudier than it has been all morning.
Hasn't it? Yeah, the clouds are a little bigger. In fact, they're not a little bigger, they're much bigger. Here comes Hannah Dolby, the keeper standing back for Donald, who pushes that out towards extra cover. Donald's on 8, on 21 for 5. Hampshire currently trail by 151. So the follow-on nearly saved. It's 272 for 4 declared, and he used half your wickets trying to save the follow-on. It's been a great performance, hasn't it, from Warwickshire? We've enjoyed this morning, haven't we, just watching the cricket on show?
Yeah, it has. I think it was an important declaration actually last night, giving themselves a chance to bowl at Hampshire.
Certainly have. There's a nice full delivery. Donald works it wide of mid-on, but doesn't really time that one. That's a good stop from Will Rhodes. Total moves on to 122 for 5. But yeah, terrific declaration. Took us all by surprise, but one that was timely and has given Warwickshire a great chance. Because there is still, actually, having hardly played for the first 2 days, there is still an awful lot of cricket in this game. We've got over 75 overs today, and then of course a full 96 tomorrow. And the weather forecast is for these 2 days by far and away the best of the game so far, and he's trying to cut that one away. Vince misses it, and Alex Davis standing up doesn't take it cleanly, but a bit of extra bounce just outside off stump.
Yeah, one of the slip fielders has now just moved out into mid-wicket a couple of balls ago.
Just got a tweet here from Matt Tozer who says there's a lot of people now saying Tom Prest got to play for Hampshire, saying that Tom Prest should have played this game. Well, I have to say Ben Brown playing as a batter hasn't worked out so far. 1-0 in the game against Kent last week, and only made 9 today. Sun's just disappeared behind one of those large clouds for a moment as Vince leaves that one alone outside the off stump. Wasn't that far wide. So we have, I think, Eve, probably the last ball before lunch. I know you're dying to update everybody with what's happening with Yorkshire.
Just refresh my screen. Don't think there's too much different happening over there.
No.
36 for 1 off 11 overs. Still need 205 runs to win there against Gloucestershire.
That could be a good game, couldn't it?
Absolutely, game on.
Could be exciting. Gloucestershire bowled out for 233 in their second innings as Hannah Dolby comes in, and Vince gets one that just nips back at him a fraction. He's playing forward, he doesn't quite get that out in the middle of the bat. Alex Davis comes round, picks it up, and that will be lunch here. A session which has very much belonged to Warwickshire. There's a few more people in the ground, and even when there was a few less, there was very little noise coming from them. But today, they've begun to get involved in the game, and they've clapped every wicket, and they clapped the end of the session there as well. They're invested in what's happening to their team here at Edgbaston. 122 for 5. Hampshire trail by 150. Warwickshire picked up another bonus point, and Eve, at the moment, you have to say, with Warwickshire, have got the ascendancy here, haven't they? They've got the momentum here.
Yeah, I think they've deserved it. They've bowled really well this morning. I think they'll be really happy with that session. Obviously, extended session this morning. So to take 5 wickets, they'll be really chuffed with that, as I can see in front of us. As they're walking off, they're high-fiving each other. They're really pleased with that. So yeah, they'll be getting their lunch and then coming back out to try and get a couple more early on and bowl Hampshire out.
Yeah, keep that pressure on. 3 wickets for Liam Norwell, then 1 for Will Rhodes and 1 for Henry Brooks. So Hampshire here at Edgbaston, 122 for 5, trail by 150. Listeners on 5 Sports Extra, I'll hand you to Kevin Howells. If you're listening to us on the BBC Sport website and app, and also on the live picture feed, we'll all be back, myself, Eve Jones and Richard Wilford, in less than 40 minutes' time.
Yorkshire and Gloucestershire. Gloucestershire is the first in the dismissed to 190, then Yorkshire dismissed to 183. In their second innings, Gloucestershire scored 233. Yorkshire in their second innings had won by 36 to 1. Yorkshire required a further 205 runs to 9 wickets. Off County Northampton, Northamptonshire, Essex. Essex in their first innings dismissed to 263. In reply, Northamptonshire were currently 117 for 5. At the first end of between Sussex and Morgan. Morgan declared their first innings closed on 533 to 9. Sussex was alive a country 218 for 6.
It's lunch at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire have done all they can in the morning session to try and help themselves force a result. They must win this game to have any chance of staying in Division 1, and they've taken 5 Hampshire wickets, 122 for 5, and the visitors trailing by 150, 3 for Liam Norwell, including the last one before lunch. Brown caught by Bethel low down at third slip for 9. James Vince has become an obstacle though. He's 44 not out, the Hampshire skipper, and the other issue is that Yorkshire, if they beat Gloucestershire, will send the Bears down. 241 the Yorkshire target. They're taking lunch on 36 for 1.
Currently 155 for 6. At the end of the match between Lancashire and Surrey, Lancashire in their first innings dismissed 512. Surrey in their first innings dismissed for 209. In their second innings, being asked to follow on, Surrey are currently 2 without loss. Surrey trail by 301 runs. And finally, the Spitfire ground came Kent and Sunset. Sunset was dismissed in their first innings for 202, and in reply, Kent scored 492. Sunset in their second innings at lunch had moved on to 19 for 2. Sunset trailed by 271 runs with 8 wickets. Following the end of the day, tomorrow, day 4, players and coaching staff will join members in the Tom Dolby Lounge to thank them for their support during the 2022 season. This will take place shortly after the close of the day, and all members are welcome. As about times to go through the start, please take care of your increased times for the trade country at church. Thank you.
Welcome back to Edgbaston, afternoon session of day 3 of this County Championship Division 1 game between Warwickshire and Hampshire. Hampshire looking to secure either the 4 batting points or a draw, which will guarantee them second place in the Championship. Warwickshire needing to win this match and have Yorkshire lose to Gloucestershire for them to secure their place in Division 1 for next year, otherwise they'll be relegated. The match at Headingley is into its afternoon session, we'll update that in a moment, but Yorkshire we know have been set 241 to beat Gloucestershire, which will be the highest score of the match, and indeed currently they're 46 for 1, so they're starting to go quite well there. If they win that, then this match becomes irrelevant from Warwickshire's point of view. Here, in reply to Warwickshire's 272 for 4 declared, a positive declaration after 2 rain-affected days, we've seen Hampshire reach 122 for 5 at lunch. They would be in more of a predicament if it hadn't been for an attractive, unbeaten 44 from skipper James Vince, better than a runner ball. He's joined by Anira Donald. 3 wickets in the morning session for Liam Norwell, 1 apiece for Will Rhodes and Henry Brooks. It's going to be Rhodes who leads the attack this afternoon. I'm Richard Wilford. In about 10 minutes' time, Kevin James from BBC Solent, the former Hampshire all-rounder, will take over from me. Or I'm old enough to also consider former Middlesex all-rounder. But the other voice right now is the captain of Warwickshire, plays Central Park Sparks, plays for Birmingham Phoenix. It's Eve Jones. Good afternoon, Eve.
Afternoon.
You've lunched well?
I've lunched very well, yeah.
It's given you a bit of warmth to cope with the coldness of the...
Warm me up for 10 minutes. I'll probably, now I've come back in here, done the coat up.
It comes to something when during the cricket season you're sat in an indoor commentary box wearing a warm coat, but you know, it is quite bitter with the wind blowing in from the window. Henry Brooks is warming up as well, so it looks like Rhodes and Brooks for the first spell after lunch, and if Warwickshire took 5 wickets in this session, it will set the game up quite nicely. They repeat the dose, if you like. Liam Norwell's whirling his arms, but I don't think we'll see him for a while as Rhodes begins the session bowling into towards the pads of Donald, who clips him round the corner. Now there is a chase there for Jake Lintott. He's going to leave it to Ollie Hannon Dolby, and I'll come back for 3, 125 for 5. That presumably means, and I'm just looking round now, that Sam Hain is still off the field after injuring himself diving to keep the ball from going over the boundary earlier. So that will be a concern moving forward potentially in this game, because Haynes' attacking style of play, his white ball game, would have been quite useful in the second innings potentially.
That probably would have come in quite handy if Warwickshire looking for quick runs, similar to how they were yesterday afternoon when they come back out after the delay. Batted really nicely with some real intent as well. So
Rhodes, elbows pumping wide, pitches this up outside off stump, and Vince is happy to watch that through. Just the 2 slips in place now. There's a man on the point boundary. There's also an extra cover. Mid off, mid on. A short straight mid wicket. I think you probably describe where Jacob Bethel is. Square leg 4/5 of the way to the boundary is in front of square, and then it's quite a wide long leg, Ollie Hannon Dolby, and he's also standing 10 yards in from the rope as the bowler approaches, because that is quite a long boundary on the Hollies side. As this ball back of the length from Rhodes is defended out into the offside as the sun disappears behind what is increasing cloud cover this afternoon.
yeah, it was bright and breezy this morning, wasn't it? It was blue skies, sun was out, but yeah, as you say, the clouds just starting to form to our left over the city, over Edgbaston.
Shouldn't be much by way of a rain-bearing cloud this afternoon, looking at the forecast, but it will potentially cause us issues with the light if there's a lot of cloud cover. Rhodes approaches once more, wraps Vince on the pads. There's an appeal. The fact that Vince was looking to work it away on the leg side would suggest that it might have angled in a little bit too much. The umpire doesn't show a great deal of interest in the merits of it, and Vince remains on 44. Probably would have just pushed down the leg side, I think, that delivery.
Yeah, don't think there was too much conviction in that appeal, but nonetheless. Yeah, the floodlights remain switched off. They've been on the last couple of days, haven't they? Although play has finished early.
The big lowercase e's are unnecessary. Vince forward, stabs the ball into the leg side. Bethel in from that short mid-wicket to do the fielding.
Yeah, that's been the issue, hasn't it, last couple of days? Obviously we've had a little bit of weather around with the rain, but later on in the day the light does tend to go, even though we have had the floodlights on. Don't think they bowled their allotted overs late last night. They come off early because of that bad light.
Yeah, they lost about 3 overs to that last night. There's another whippy, wristy clip round the pads from Vince. In comes the fielder down at long leg. Ollie Allen Dolby to do the fielding. End of the over. A single to Vince. He's 45. 126 for 5. The concern of this sort of two-pronged nature of things, where this game and the game at Headingley are providing all the drama in Division 1. Yorkshire 54 for 1 in the 15th. They're moving along quite nicely just at the moment, needing 241 in total for victory. I note that Surrey are following on against Lancashire, 303 behind. Surrey 2 without loss in the second innings, and Somerset 23 for 2 in their second innings, still trail Kent by 267. So a couple of matches there that you would say are candidates for innings victories.
Yeah, you're right. Henry Brooks is to continue from the City end. He has bowled 4 overs this morning. A little bit expensive, but he has picked up that wicket. He's got 1 for 29 off his 4 as he comes into bowl at Vince, as he defends off the back foot into the offside.
It's not going to be dull when Henry Brooks is bowling. I mean, the first over he bowled in this match went for 11 runs at a wicket, and it was a good ball that got Weatherly, that nicked behind to Alex Davis with a bit of pace and a bit of bounce, and that's what he gets. I mean, he's about 6'4", Henry Brooks.
Yeah, and I think if he does bang it in, there is enough carry in this pitch to get it through there to the keeper. So yeah, I think he's a really exciting bowler to watch and keep the batsmen on their toes. Vince obviously going pretty well on 45 of just the 49 deliveries.
Well, now he's into the 50s because he's just whipped that over the top of square leg and over the short boundary on the Priory side of the ground. He brings up his 50 with a 6 off just 50 deliveries. A 6 and 9 fours, and Vince is the man who is threatening to carry Warwickshire's hopes away with him and batting beautifully on the other. I mean, that was pure timing.
Yeah, he's just picked the length up really well there, hasn't he? And just got hold of that, gone to the back of the hover cover, short side that side, as he comes in again to bowl. This time just flicked off the legs down to that long leg fielder. 1 run. He now moves on to 52.
I don't think they've bowled with particularly good discipline to Vince at times, in that you see that wristiness, you see his ability to work it away, and in the international game you see him struggling with the line sort of 2-3 stumps wide of off stump, and surely that's where they've got to be putting the ball, because they're feeding his best shots.
Yeah, and I think that just shows in Brooks' figures. He's obviously gone for 36 now off just 4.5 overs as he's into bowl again. This time, he just finds the outside edge, just squares Donald up a little bit, and it's running away to that third man boundary. Not much of a chase on by the fielders, they're just off to retrieve the ball. As Donald now moves to 16, the score moves on to 137 for 5.
The atmosphere lifted sort of half an hour before lunch when a couple of wickets fell, and it's all gone very quiet again, and it's not entirely about runs on the board here, in that if Hampshire got 250, it's not the end of the world. It's about getting them all out in 2 sessions and then being able to set a target, where even if the target's only 220, 230. So they mustn't get too concerned. And spectators here don't want to get too down at runs on the board.
Yeah, you don't mind, like Vince is playing his shots obviously, and you don't mind that because that might then generate a few chances here and there. Obviously I think we had a few early on off roads that were hit uppishly over the covers, and weren't too far away from fielders, but he hit them well enough. So you don't mind them playing a few shots here and there. As Brooks is into ball, final ball of the over. Donald across his stumps. He does have a little flash at that one, but it goes straight through to the keeper. It looked like he was standing on leg stump and walks across his stumps there quite a lot. Not too much footwork in the end, but hangs his bat outside that off stump. So the score now 137 for 5. Vince on 52. Donald on 16.
That extravagant step across that Donald has, where the bowler's running up and you can see another stump's width on the leg side. Just before the delivery, he steps up to cover all of his stumps with his pads. And on that occasion, I don't think he was on balanced at the time that the ball came down to him. He was sort of unbalanced and reaching, wasn't he? As Rhodes begins a new over, and Vince defends out into the offside. You want to be at least still when the ball's bowled to you, don't you?
Yeah, I don't think you mind having a trigger, and everyone's obviously different, but you've still got to be in a position where you can still move once you've had that trigger, and I don't think he was in a position to do that on that final ball of the over.
All he could do was fish.
Yeah, in which he did, and he got away with it, but yeah, it's just wonder if that was really necessary, really, because he just didn't get anywhere near the ball.
Rhodes to Vince, drives off a thick inside edge, it goes wide of the right hand of mid-wicket. Boundary fielder Jake Lintott comes in, and it was a no ball as well, so 3 more onto the total. Will Rhodes overstepping, and very quick signal actually of no ball when you see the replay of it. 140 for 5, 132 runs behind. Warwickshire pushing for wickets. Hampshire wanted to make sure they don't lose this game and don't lose their grip on second spot. That's a lovely on drive from Donald. Didn't put too much on it, just timed it, and it was one of those horrible ones that teases Dominic Sibley all the way to the rope. He pulls out the dive, goes side on rather than Sam Haynes' forward tumble that has inconvenienced him. But that was a lovely shot for 4 from Donald. He's 20, 144 for 5, and the runs are coming quickly since the lunch interval.
Yeah, I think Warwickshire just got to tighten up here a little bit. They've probably bowled a few too many loose balls, a few too many half volleys. So they just want to try and get that composure, try and get the ball in the right area, keep it nice and simple.
And again, Donald advancing down the wicket as Rhodes was approaching. But just defends it back down the track. The thing with Warwickshire is Norwell has looked dangerous. Hannon Dolby has bowled very well for no reward. But it's up to the next 2 seamers to back them up. They might be, given how rarely Will Rhodes has bowled significantly this year, they may well be a seamer light for this match.
Yeah, and obviously with Norwell's injuries, you've obviously got to be careful. I know it is the last game of the season, but on how much he does bowl, you've got to make sure you...
Yeah, he's already got through quite a workload, hasn't he, today?
Yeah.
His, advancing again was Donald, and once he got there again, he defends it, this time into the leg side. Fielded by Bethel. It may be that Rhodes' hand is forced a little bit here, and that he has to bring Danny Briggs on. This partnership now is worth 50, actually, with that last boundary. And Donald awaits Rhodes once more, and he goes to drive and swings and misses, and it's taken by Davis. For a moment you're wondering whether it's going to be an edge and an appeal, but no, got nothing on it. Injudicious shot, that one from Donald, playing down the wrong line.
Yeah, just a little bit loose there from Donald. I think he's had a couple in the last few overs where he's not quite got to the pitch of the ball and just sort of thrown his hands at it outside the off stump, and fortunately for him he's not found the edge, but just needs to be a bit careful here.
Driving rather more tidally up towards mid-on this time. Dom Sibley does the fielding. There was it must have been pre-COVID. There was a championship match between these two down at Southampton. I would say it was 2019, when Donald came in on the first day on a Saturday afternoon, and with Hampshire a few wickets down, and he pummeled 170 off 100 in the context of what turned out to be a really tight match, really tense match. Was extraordinary. Warwickshire 3 down, chasing an impossible target going into the final day, batted it all. With Jeetan Patel making, I think it was his last big half century for the county.
Brooks in again for his 6th over, as that one's driven through the covers, and there is a chase on. I think that's Dom Sibley there running round from a deep backward point, sort of 3rd man area. Does the fielding.
Remains such an enigma, James Vince, doesn't he? Because when you see him bat like this in what were not easy circumstances, bit of pressure on his side, and he comes in and he's fluent and he's elegant, and the fact that it's never entirely translated to the international stage will always be a puzzle.
In comes Brooks again, this time defended by Vince. Yeah, he's batted really well, hasn't he? He hasn't really changed too much, he's just gone about his business. Put away anything that's just a bit off line, off length.
I shall make way for Kevin James during this over, Eve.
Yeah, Vince now on 55 of just 54 balls. He's going along at a good rate. As Brooks comes in. A bit wider that time, and it's driven nicely by Vince and through the covers. Beats the fielder, the diving fielder there, and it goes all the way to the boundary for 4. So Vince now moves on to 59, and that's the 150 up for Hampshire. 5 wickets down. Yeah, I think there's been a couple of 4 balls going down the last couple of overs since we've come back out at lunch. I think they've just got to try and tighten things up slightly. Brooks has now gone for 46 off 5.3 overs, so he has got that 1 wicket though, but has been a little bit expensive for Warwickshire.
It all seems to have calmed down a little bit out there, isn't it? Really, ball. What are we now into the 37th over? Perhaps not doing quite as much. Let's see. It's going to plug me in. Not me personally, but my computer. Probably do need plugging in again sometimes. But the sunshine is out. The weather has been as promised so far, and we should get 2 full days in, which is exactly what Warwickshire need. It's all quite exciting from a Warwickshire point of view.
It is, yeah. We've got a field change. I think Jacob Bethel's come across to that gully region, and Sibley's gone round to deep cover. So that one's played nicely off the legs to deep mid-wicket for the single.
Yeah, he's looked good, hasn't he, James Vince,
He has
today?
indeed.
I hate to put the mockers on him, I hope I don't. I suppose he's had a reasonably quiet season for him, 770 runs at the start of today. It's probably one of those batters that probably would have hoped for a few more, might have just helped Hampshire's cause.
Brooks approaches again. This time defended back to him with a bit of a push there from Donald as Brooks does the fielding and looks to throw it back down to the batsman's end.
It's one of those peculiarities, really, isn't it? Because James Vince this season has averaged 38 in the Championship. He averages first class 38. So I guess you could say that actually he's done nothing wrong, but you always feel with him that 700 odd runs is could be better.
This time that one's carved away through the backward point down to third man for 4. Yeah, a little bit expensive here. I think they just got it's a little bit too wide there from Brooks.
It was, wasn't it?
Timed quite nicely by Donald.
It doesn't seem as though he's really settled into a groove, does
He seemed to have taken over or two to get settled in, and then he had a quiet couple of overs where he bowled quite consistently, but since then, and since lunch, he's just a little bit too loose.
Yeah,
Sorry. The score now 155 for 5. That completes the over.
We said earlier, didn't we, that his wickets were coming at 50 apiece this season, which is far too high, especially for somebody like him. He's a better bowler than that, but
yeah,
his economy rate hasn't been too bad over the season, 3.5. But I mean, today it's off the scale.
Just over 8s, isn't it?
Yeah, it's too many, isn't it? So we've got Will Rhodes then with his right arm medium paces, runs away from us and bowls to Vince. Vince drives, but off the bottom of the bat as the ball goes out into the covers. That's fielded by Henry Brooks with a cap on now, although the sun is behind him, so we've got the cap on round the wrong way. Probably should have it one of those where there are things at the back. 155 for 5. Hampshire, they haven't lost a wicket since lunch. They were in trouble at 92 for 5. Still in trouble, really. They're still behind. Warwickshire will be happy with the way things have gone so far as Brooks comes in again and bowls outside the off stump, and Vince leaves alone, but Hampshire still trail on the first innings by 117, and I know because you haven't said anything about Yorkshire, they're obviously still only one down, Eve.
I haven't actually checked, to be
Oh, you
honest. No. I'll keep a close eye on it though, as we go through.
And from a Hampshire point of view, who are desperate to be second in the championship table this year, which would truly reflect, I think, their performances overall. Probably not so much in this game, but overall. Outside the off stump again, and that's left alone. Ball goes through to Alex Davis. Lancashire are in pole position to collect all 24 points there against Surrey. Surrey are following on 9 without loss, still 294 runs behind Lancashire in that game. And if Lancashire get full points, which they're on course for, then Hampshire need at least 4 points from here on in, however they do that, to confirm second place. If they don't, Lancashire might just pip them. So it's a length ball, and Vince pushes that out quietly into the covers. So it's all to play for both sides. More for Warwickshire, but I know somebody asked me earlier what's the difference in prize money, and I must admit I don't have a clue. I did try and look it up over the lunch break, and I couldn't really see it, but I did notice about 6 or 7 years ago it was about 500,000 or 600,000 for the winners, and about 100 and something thousand for the team that finished about third or fourth or something like that. So obviously things will be updated since then. So there still is, it's a significant amount, isn't it, the players are playing for. It's pushed back to the bowler, there's no run, although I guess 1 or 2 of these players or more that are playing in the 100. I suppose the prize money now is
loose change,
it is loose
in the men's game.
Yes. What's your view on what's your view on the men significantly earning more in the 100 than the women?
I can understand why they do earn more. I'm not too convinced on the amount. That's different, to be honest.
It's a length ball. Vince is looking for a single, goes out square, no run.
Obviously understand the reasons with crowds, sponsorship, all that. But I think the women's game has shown the last couple of years that we do get bums on seats. I think there's maximum crowds here. We broke records here at Edgbaston every single game. We had 15,000, I think up to 17,000 one game. So I think it is improving, and I would like to see that close between the men's and the women's wages. Obviously the prize money is the same, but I think that it's still got quite a fair way to go to make it, I don't know, closing that gap. I just think some of the wage packets in the men's is, well, quite ridiculous in some sense. I think it's obviously a very short competition. It's not too many games, and there's a lot of money floating around. Oh, as that one's nudged down to the third man boundary again, so Brooks starting quite expensively again. I think there's a few that have just gone down that region in the last few overs. I don't know whether it'd be worth just a little field change potentially.
Yeah, I'm just wondering that's always the dilemma for a skipper, isn't it? Is where you take that fielder from, because wickets are very much the order of the day, but of course if the closer Hampshire get, then it takes a lot of time out of the game, doesn't it? I don't know, where would you, if you were skipper, Eve, where would you take one out from?
Well, I might just do what they've just done now, so I think especially to Donald, you'd have that extra protection behind the wicket, so they've got the 2 slips, as that one's driven by Donald into the area where Dom Sibley's just come from, and that's gone through the covers for 4 as Donald now races on to 32, scores 163. So yeah, Dom Sibley's just moved from that cover area that the last ball's gone for 4 in, down to that third man area. I don't think Warwickshire will mind this though, that they're getting Donald to drive, and I think if you can try and get one through, get one just to do a little bit off the pitch, then they won't mind that too much. But another field change now. They've got that deep cover in play as well. Well, that was a bit uppish, driven by Donald. Just goes past that extra cover fielder, as that's another boundary. So quite expensive here, but not too far away from the hands, I don't think, that one. They won't mind that one.
No, it was
Was it a bump ball?
That was it. No, I think it was in the air. He just pushed it that a fraction, didn't he?
Yeah. So I don't think Warwickshire will mind them driving. You just got to try and hope that one goes to hand, or whether they brush the outside edge and get a caught behind the wicket.
You're right, but then maybe Sibley coming out of the covers. There is gaps there now.
In comes Brooks again. And there it is, that's the wicket. Driven uppishly off the back foot, and I think that's Dan Mosley at that point takes the catch. Exactly what we just said, we didn't mind him playing the shots. I don't think Warwickshire would have minded that. A couple of boundaries to his name, and that's Donald gone for 36.
And that is an Owen Donald for you. Very positive. And while he's out there, especially in conjunction with James Vince, the game does move along very quickly. And if you're a Warwickshire side that are looking to take wickets, then you know, the runs will come, and you get a little bit anxious because they want to get this Hampshire first innings done and dusted as quickly as possible. But when you're scoring runs, of course, then that brings the disparity down between the two sides. But I'm afraid an Owen Donald, whilst he does play positively and play shots that perhaps quite a few other batters are either not looking for or can't play, then you do get a situation there where that felt a bit of a soft dismissal off Brooks. He just bounced a bit, didn't he?
Yeah, he probably got carried away there because he was going quite nicely and hitting Brooks a bit all over the place, and probably just got lured into that one. He's played that uppishly in the air, as he did the ball a couple of balls ago as well.
Yeah.
But that one goes straight to the hands of the fielder, and he has to depart. So the score is 167 for 6 now.
Well, I mean, you know, for Warwickshire, it's just about keep taking wickets, isn't it, really, which they're doing. That's the first one since lunch. For Hampshire, who, you know, are looking really just to save the game, just to get a draw out of it and be safe, it's, you know, do they need to be playing this positively? But I guess, you know, guys just play the same. Well, everybody just plays the same now, no matter what, don't they? And whatever the situation is, play your natural game, play what you know. And an Owen Donald, there is only one way.
He had hit 3 fours the first 3 balls, and then he sort of just kept going and found the fielder on that 4th ball. As Barker is the new man, left-hander. A couple of slips in.
So the deficit is 105 currently between these two sides. Yorkshire are 2 down now. I hope that's what they are, because Kevin Howes has just walked in to signify 2 wickets. If they are only 1 down, then it was something else.
Bounce the first ball from Brooks. That's gone comfortably over Barker's head, and that is a no ball.
I don't know where Kevin and Richard Wilford are getting their information from, but my
Not showing yet, is it? Let's have a look. Yeah, I think I'm behind as well. Mine's not showing yet.
hotline or something. It's certainly not here. Not with us mere mortals. Still showing 1 down. So assuming then Yorkshire should be 67 for 2, because I'm showing 67 for 1. In fact, 69 for 2, I guess. Need another 172 to beat Gloucestershire.
I think there's just a little bit of a wait here, trying to signal to the scorers that that was a no ball.
Nodded off.
Still eating their lunch. In comes Brooks again then. Over the wicket. So that's defended by Barker. Good line there from Brooks. Struggled a little bit today, hasn't he? It's been quite expensive, but he has picked up the 2 wickets.
Interesting figures, aren't they, so far?
Yeah, absolutely.
2 for 65, 1 ball left of his 7th. I suppose if you leave him on, the game will be all over by sort of early morning tomorrow, but I don't know how many runs have been scored.
Brooks again for the final delivery, as that's just prodded into the offside. Oh, there was a little bit of a collision there. Oh, a couple of fielders, they're both alright, they're both up and... Oh, and I think that's Dan Mosley there, and... Just trying to see who that is it Bethel? So they both sort of went to that for that ball then, but all okay. Scores 169 for 6. Vince is on 60. Barker's just joined him. He's yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, that second Yorkshire wicket is confirmed. George Hill. LBW to Ajit Singh Dale, formerly of Hampshire. Gone for 36, so 69 for 2 Yorkshire. Need another 172 over Gloucestershire.
It's game on, isn't it?
Yeah. How would you feel if Yorkshire won and Warwickshire won?
Well, Warwickshire would stay up, so
Not if Yorkshire win.
Oh, sorry, no, if Yorkshire win,
Yeah.
well, no, obviously I'd be disappointed. 'cause
Rhodes.
there wouldn't be much in it now.
It's hit off the back foot by Vince up towards wideish mid-off, but no run. That would be a sad way to go down, wouldn't it? Actually play well enough here to win it, but Yorkshire actually sneak over by 1 wicket. That would be...
Yeah, it would be disappointing, obviously, but one of them. It's a long season, isn't it?
It is. It's about the other 13 games.
Exactly.
Isn't it?
It's not just about today.
It isn't. I have to say, Warwickshire have looked a good side in this. Vince gets a slight leading edge there as it goes out square on the offside. He was trying to tuck that through mid-wicket. Matt Tozer on the tweets at Solent Sports says, at least Hampshire back down to number 10. They're going to need that. He says, thanks for another season of excellent commentary as well from everybody. But, I mean, I think, well, it'd be nice to think that there'll be a few of those messages coming in over the next couple of days. If there isn't, then I think we've done a poor job. So we'll look at. I'm going to eagerly look at those messages. Peter Allen on the subject of prize money, actually, sonatcricket@gmail.com, as Rhodes bowls. He's wrapped on the pad there. That looks as though it's going down the leg side. Vince wants a single, but Parker says no. Is there any more prize money for second? Yeah, there is. There is a scale, isn't it? I don't know what it is, but there is a scale. But as Eve says, compared to what they're picking up in the 100, then they probably carry that bonus home in their pocket.
Yeah, no idea what it would be.
No, as I say, a few years ago it was sort of 500,000 or 600,000 for the winners, and I think it was down to about fourth. I think was 100 and something thousand. So obviously increments in between. That's pulled away by Vince. Gone quickly down towards fine leg at the far end of the ground, the city end. Vince moves on to 62, 171. 4-6. You were just going back to the 100 and about, you were saying about obviously the salaries and that sort of thing. I don't know about the men, but the women's salaries did increase a little bit this year, didn't they, from the first year?
Yeah, they actually doubled on what they were.
Oh, they
first
doubled?
Year. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
But I feel like the highest paid female is still on the similar to the lowest paid male, which when you've got some world class players coming over and the likes of Elise Perry and Dana, there's some amazing players that come over and they're on the same amount as the lowest paid male player that's probably not going to have too much of an impact and play too many games. So
sure. Rhodes bowls, driven by Barker, slightly uppish, fielded by Rhodes, half fielded on his follow through. But it's I guess I'm trying to find middle ground here. Obviously progress, but would you expect that to increase again next year?
I'm not sure what's going to happen, but yeah, I presume it possibly would go up again. Not sure what amount it would be. But yeah, I think it deserves to. I think the standards has improved this year. We've got more people come in and watch us.
Barker's wrapped in the pad again. That's way down the leg side for me. But a shout nevertheless. Maybe Warwickshire in the situation they're in, you can quite expect it. Getting excited, maybe getting a bit nervous about the whole situation. Is that going down the leg side for you?
Yeah, just going down, I think. But Rhodes is clearly attacking the stumps here, trying to hit that front pad.
1 wicket for him. He picked up Ian Holland. It was a great catch by Alex Davis, wasn't it? It was off the inside edge, and Davis flinging himself to his left. Taking a great catch. Holland out for 17. Second wicket that fell this morning. Hampshire trail by 102, 170 for 6.
Brooks is continuing again from the city end. He's coming into bowl. It's driven nicely back past the bowler. The chase is on, but Vince has timed that pretty well. It's going to go all the way for 4. Straight across the ground. Lovely timing there by Vince as he moves to 65. Score moves on to 174 for 6.
It's one thing or the other with Henry Brooks, isn't it?
Yeah, I just don't think he's quite got his lengths right. I think some are just a bit short, some are a bit over pitched. He's got to try and find that middle ground.
Yeah, agreed.
Try and bowl that hard length.
He's tall enough, and he's got all the attributes.
Yeah, just the one slip in place at the minute. As he bowls, that's a better line and length. That one's left alone by Vince. He's just going to try and put a few of those together now, see if he can just build a bit of pressure.
It's nice shape as
Yeah,
well,
there's a
isn't
lovely
it?
bit of shape there.
He's got to bowl 6 balls there, son. Easy. Game's easy. Put 6 there.
Easy game, isn't it?
Easy. No problem.
He comes again. That's it. Similar, just a little bit wide at that time, but left alone by Vince. Yeah, he's just got to try and string a few balls together, a few dots together. Keep hitting that same length. Don't give him too many freebies to hit.
No, I agree. And it literally has, when he's just slightly overpitched, always been slightly short, although the one that was slightly short bounced a bit and accounted for Donald in the last over, but generally there is still a bit of bounce there.
Yeah, that bounce he bowled last over was a no ball in the end because it was that height as he bowls, and good line and length that time, just knocked into the offside, defended nicely by Vince.
Yeah, because he's got a nice action, hasn't he? I mean, there's nothing wrong there. Nice shape on the ball. It's just literally just be a fraction more consistent. That's all he needs to do.
Yep. Which I feel he had in this spell. He has had an over here and there where he has been consistent, and he's just sort of lets the foot off the gas in the others and bowls a few too looseners, which the batsman can get a hold of, as that one's just defended to mid-on, no run. 1 ball remaining in Brooks' 8th over.
It's got, I mean, the shape on the ball, virtually every ball he's bowling just threatens to go away. One goes a little bit more than the other. So it's just how you like it as a bowler, isn't it? Just get it threatening to catch the edge.
Yep. And he comes. This time does find that thick edge, but it goes straight to gully along the floor. Dan Mosley doing the fielding, and that completes the over. 41 gone. Score is 174 for 6.
I think sometimes, I mean, what Hampshire have done very well this year with their bowlers is that they've squeezed sides. You know, even most players now want to play a bit positively, of course they do. And you can see them getting frustrated when they can't get the ball away. And we saw Donald there, probably falling in a way because he's always a positive player and will always give you a chance. But with Vince, you always feel Vince is the same. That especially when he started. Well, it's not quite a run of ball 65 now, it's a little bit more 72 balls now, but he's in a nice little groove, scoring the runs as he sees fit, and as in a comfortable way. You just think if somebody can string 3 or 4 overs against him now, as Barker drives slight inside edge there as it goes out towards mid wicket, then you just feel then that Vince might just push at one outside the off stump and that sort of thing. And I think that's all Brooks needs to do. But his figures of 2 for 69 off 8 it's quite incredible, really. I mean, but it is that pitch. I think again that emphasises this pitch, that if the ball isn't in the right areas, there's pace on it and it comes on, and the batters can play their shot. If you get it in the right areas, it nibbles a bit, shapes a bit. Just got to be consistent. Round the wicket roads, driving his Barker back to the bowler, and there is it's a good cricket wicket, don't you think?
It is a good cricket wicket. I think Vince has shown how he's played. He's batted really nicely. He's just put away the bad ball. And I think Warwickshire should probably just bowl a few too many looseners to allow him to do that. He hasn't played too many false shots. He hasn't really given away a chance that I can remember. So, yeah, he's just played each ball as he's seen it. So that's all you've got to do, haven't you? Hit the bad ones, defend the good ones.
Yeah, and the ball's coming on nicely to be able to do that as well. Barker drives pleasantly up to mid-off. That ball bounced wickedly. That's Sibley, just bounced in some of the rough areas at the end of the wickets, of which there are considerable rough areas here. It's funny, isn't it, that we were saying yesterday that the wicket next to the one we're playing on to the left looks actually as though you could play on that and it hasn't been played on. But every other wicket on the square looks as though it's had at least about 10 days of cricket.
Yeah, they look very bare, don't they? Obviously the one to the left of the one now.
Has that been saved especially? Is there a grounds people versus the staff game or something at the end of the season? That's driven up to mid-on and there's no run, and they've preserved the one pitch that hasn't been played on for that game. It just looks it, doesn't it? It doesn't look as though it's been touched.
I hope they're bowlers on that. It's very green.
Well, I think you'd hope for some you'd hope for some grass cutting before a game was called.
Well, season's finished now. They might have put the mower away for the winter.
174 for 6. Rhodes is round the wicket to the left-hander Barker. Bowls. Barker's on the back foot, just flicks that away behind square. Doesn't quite find the angle. As round from backward of square comes the fielder. as the sunshine comes back out here. There's still quite a bit of blue sky, a bit more white fluffy clouds around than there was earlier this morning, but it's still a decent day. It's a good day. It's a cold day. It's still chilly because Eve's still got a coat on.
I'm not sure it's coming off today. I think I'm setting for the day.
Here comes, although it's almost a Yorker there as Barker digs that one out. The ball trickles up towards mid-on, and that's an over completed. We have effectively 66 overs left in the day. Now, we've been nowhere near completing the overs, although we got fairly close last night, but that was a mixture of being off and on. But the weather tends to suggest at this time of year that the light doesn't get any good. Whether we get all that many in, I don't know. 174 for 6, which means that at the moment Hampshire trail on the first innings by 98 runs.
Just having a look at the Yorkshire score, and they need 159 runs. Oh, breaking news, I think there might be 3 down now, but they are just 159 runs away. We'll wait to see what happens. This is a bowling change from the City end. Ollie Hannon-Dalby's back into the attack. Bowled pretty tidily this morning. He's got figures of 13 overs, 9 for 29, with the 5 maidens in there. But unlucky last night, had a catch dropped slip by off him. As he comes into bowl, Alex Davis standing up. That one's left alone outside the off stump.
Afternoon, Eve. I shall just pick up now because I'm about to do an update for the local stations around the West Midlands at 3 minutes past. So Warwickshire sells in the hunt whilst keeping a close eye on what's going on with Yorkshire. It's dramatic, that's for sure. As Hannon Dolby pulls up in his run up and goes back into position now. Into the afternoon session, Hampshire 174 for 6. They've closed to within 100 of Warwickshire. James Vince remains the sticking point. He's on 65. The former Bear, Keith Barker, has joined him. He's yet to score. 1 wicket since lunch, an important one. And Myron Donald tried to hit it airborne over gully. He didn't get it high enough. Dan Mosley took a good catch. A 2nd wicket in the day for Henry Brooks. He's been expensive, but he's taken a couple of wickets. Meanwhile, Yorkshire a couple of wickets down their game against Gloucestershire at Headingley. They need 241 to win. They're 82 for 2. If Yorkshire win, Warwickshire will be down. An update for listeners of BBC WM and BBC CWR, and confirmation has now come through that Yorkshire have lost a 3rd wicket, so 82 for 3. And it's Tom Kohler-Cadmore who's gone, caught by Tom Price off the bowling of Zafar for 7. So they need a further 159 to win with Lyth and Tattersall at the crease. It's still set up.
Hannon Dalby then to continue. Driven firmishly through the covers, but there is a man out there. And that's Jake Lintop still on the field.
I'll tell you what, if Gloucestershire did beat Yorkshire, or were on the brink by close of play today, and Warwickshire was still in with a chance of pushing it, you're not going to be happy that you're unavailable tomorrow, are you?
I know, yeah, I'm going to be checking the scorecard all day tomorrow, if that's the case.
It's like you've gone to a 3-act play and you're going to leave the final bit.
The best bit.
You'll never know who did it, or who's going to get married at the end, or... It's usually a wedding, isn't it, the end of anything that's 3 acts? I don't know. Or if it's Shakespeare or Death, I've never really watched any Shakespeare. I'm a Philistine.
Hannon Dalby in again, 2 slips ready. This time left alone by Barker.
Keith Barker, who scores the most extraordinary percentage of his runs behind square of the wicket. Through 3rd man. And there is, I think they've got a man down at 3rd as well, haven't they?
They have got a man down at 3rd.
Or through long leg. Yes, Norwell and...
Sibley, I think it is
Sibley,
down
I
there.
think, yeah. It's just the number didn't look like a 45, but it is now as he turns a little bit. Wasn't him who sneezed, was it? His hand went to his face at the same time as we could hear a sneeze down below.
And Delby this time left alone again by Barker outside the off stump. Yeah, they just lost a little bit of control the last few overs, Warwickshire, so I think Rhodes has brought Hannon Delby in just to try and get a bit more composure. Good start by him.
Well, they've got to go for the jugular. I mean, Rhodes is keeping going himself for now, but it won't be long before they give Liam Norwell another go, I would have thought. If they could get Vince out. It's not... The size of the lead, whether it's 50 or whether it's 75, whatever, is almost less important than getting Hampshire out by tee. If they could do that, and tee's due at, 3:30 today, that would keep them in the hunt for trying to force a result. That's where the balance lies at the moment for me.
Yeah.
As Rhodes' first ball of a new over is clipped towards short mid-wicket. Bethel does the fielding. Just a one slip in now for Vince, who at least has been slowed down in this afternoon session.
Yeah, it seemed when Donald was in, he sort of took on the role of the scoring. He got 36 before hitting one to Dan Mosley at point. So yeah, just slow this run rate down a little bit now, Warwickshire.
Rhodes off a run-up of about 20 yards onto the pads of Vince, and that I think will just be pad as they come through for a run. Should be signalled a leg by. Is it? Yes. I mean, the umpire had his hand cocked for quite a while, and it was I don't know what he was quite waiting for before he signalled it. It was a little bit like these days in football when you see an offside and then you have to wait ages for the flag to go up. But it was a leg by, 176 for 6. You get scolded by some listeners for even mentioning that other sport, you know. You can. Aye, aye. Round the wicket to the left-handed Barker, looks to guide it down towards third man, but doesn't get any timing on the ball, so it's easily fielded in the gully area. Got Jake Lintott in that position. Don't think we're likely to see Sam Hain return to the field anytime soon. So suggestion leg injury. Some saying might have been the hammy.
Yeah,
the chase.
From what we could see, we can't quite see the angle, but I did notice when he got up he was limping round, so
yeah,
to suggest it's something leg injury wise.
Hopefully not too bad, as big inside edge as Barker almost overbalanced on the drive there, but he squirts it through square leg to get off the mark. One for Barker. Will always be a legend of this parish for his service here. Outstanding cricketer.
Yeah, I suppose with Hain, it's obviously a cold day out there, and he was running full sprint to save that, and then pulled out a full dive, Superman dive. So that would suggest that it was maybe a muscular injury on a cold day when you've probably gone cold after your warm up.
Yeah, he'd been standing still in the slips for quite a while, hasn't he? So this again is driven off a thick inside edge, this time by Vince, and there's a groan that you can hear audibly on the effects microphone. It's picked up by Bethel at mid-wicket. He was aiming through the offside, Vince. Rhodes has just got a tiny bit of nibble. Tiny bit of nibble. Tailing off those deliveries. It's one of his busiest bowling days of the summer. This is about to complete a couple of balls away from the end of his 10th over. In fact, just one. I'm just looking at the scoreboard. And that one, again, is a thick inside edge. Rhodes, gas, puts his hands on his head, and then just his shoulders are going from side to side as he goes to claim his sweater. He's not happy with what he's just seen. But at end of the over, 178 for 6.
Yeah, he's had a few off the inside edge, hasn't he, the last couple of overs?
I think Phil Britt is looking to sidle into position at the moment, Eve.
We're coming in for a substitute.
I think yeah, he's gonna pop in for you for a bit, because done sterling service again since the interval.
Right,
So I'll continue with Ollie Hannon Dolby from the Birmingham end. Decent crowd in at the far end, either side of the sight screen, mainly to the left of it. I think they've got a bit of a snack bar over there where they can pick up something as well. Phil Brett is back from the museum. He's been tea staining things to make him look older. As Vince looks to drive through the offside, And they should get a couple there. Sliding stop by Lintop. Played on the up that by Vince, but he's well in, isn't he? He's comfortable. He's up to 69. 180 for 6.
He's looked pretty good, hasn't he? All the way through from the moment he came to the wicket.
Right, he and then Rob Yates in the Warwickshire innings have made it look easier than anybody else. And look, this is a nice true surface. I heard mention from Kevin James earlier that James Fuller was saying there might be a bit of grass on the pitch. That's what they do like to do. Leave a little bit of grass on so the ball will carry through. Just one slip in for Vince with the wicketkeeper standing up, and he turns it off his pads for another comfortable single. 181 for 6. The gap is just 91. But you know, the Bears just absolutely have to concentrate on wickets right now.
Yep.
And even if Hampshire get up to parity,
Yep.
it's about putting yourselves in a position to bat again and hope that Gloucestershire continue bit by bit to prize out Yorkshire wickets. With them at 90 for 3 at the moment. Yorkshire 91 for 3.
It's amazing how Kent and Gloucestershire really spurted into life at the end of the season, isn't it?
Ball just outside off stump, back of a length from Alan Dolby, left alone. Well, Kent's revival started here when they arrived with 2 overseas bowlers suddenly available in Matt Henry and Saidi, the Indian who is sharp. I mean, he was erratic and he had a real no-ball issue when he was here. On one occasion, though, and you know these things happen, he bowled 3 successive no-balls, and the next ball's an absolute rip snorter, and he kept his foot behind the line and took a wicket.
Yeah.
And it was Murphy's Law in full action on that occasion. Alan Dolby, same delivery really, back of a length, angling outside Keith Barker's off stump, through to the wicket-keeper. For Hampshire, what is at stake here is second place. They do want second place, and they either need to get 4 batting points, and 350 looks a little bit of a way away, although if James Vince was there till the 110th over, they'd probably get there, or they need the draw. The draw would guarantee them second place, and I think they're quite determined and resolute to fight for it, and that's important. You want the places in the Championship to be decided for the right reasons, and with the teams playing hard. Bouncer from Alan Dolby, ducked under by Barker.
I think Kevin was just trying to find out what the Championship prize money was. I've had a look online. I couldn't find it easily. Usually that's the sort of thing which is available, but I wasn't sure. I was just having a look to see how much they get for second.
There will be a significant
be.
difference between second and third, and sometimes, not necessarily at all counties, but most counties, that will reflect in the players' prize pot as well. Those who've got contracts with incentives in, are usually a good idea, I would have thought. As Barker is driving, that's very neatly picked up by Alan Dolby in his follow-through, and he then, as he rolls on his side, tries to throw the ball at the stumps in case Barker is out of his ground, but it's wayward. He looks frustrated that it's wayward, but it was a very good stop for a man who's 6'7".
I was one of the things I've been doing over the last 12 months, well, not over the last 12 months, but particularly over the last 12 months, is recording for the archives a lot of paperwork which we've got, and we have got masses and masses. It'll take me about 10 years to get through it all. But one of the files I've been looking at recently was the Brian Lara file, and when you look and see all the different aspects of his contract for what he got for doing different things, it's absolutely fascinating. Here's Will Rhodes from the pavilion end. He's in and bowls, and this one is where's that gone? Oh, it's gone through to the keeper. I was looking out to the cover boundary because the way he played that one, Vince, I thought he'd got it, but it went through and through to Davis, who never moved. That's why I was a bit confused, because having taken the ball, he stood there as if he was looking to see where it had gone, but beaten outside the off stump. It went for the drive and it went straight through him. So apologies there. That didn't pick up that one up. Here comes Rhodes again. He's in and bowls, and this one Vince gets to and turns away through mid-wicket. It's half stopped, but that's all, and they managed to get scrambled through for the single. That was Jacob Bethel who did the fielding there. Half stopped it, and diving down, comes and retrieves his sunglasses, puts them back on again. And although I shouldn't think with the clouds covering the sun so much that you need sunglasses. Rhodes comes round the wicket to the left-handed Barker. He's in and bowls, and Barker drives that lovely straight drive he plays, and it goes whistling down between the stumps and mid-on down to the boundary for 4, and it never looks as though he's quite timed it, but it goes off that bat like a rocket, and a shot we got very used to seeing when in his days at Edgbaston.
Normally he gets his first 25 runs through third man and long leg, but he's pulled out the straight drive immaculately very early in the piece there.
Again comes Rhodes. Barker waits till the sun comes back out, and Barker this time runs it away down into the gully. He doesn't get a run.
Because there was a time when Keith Barker, early in his career here, played a lot of T20. His ability as a death bowler to keep on hitting a Yorker length was very useful, but they did try him for a while as a number 3, as a pinch hitter.
Yep.
Particularly if they've got right-handers in, to send in Barker as a left-hander who, even when it was less trendy to do so, would hit the ball in unusual areas.
This next one, he flicks away and he waits, and it's that little late, well, it's not so much a cut as a late flick, but it very effectively steers it away through 4th slip down to the unprotected third man boundary, pick up his second boundary of the over. Total goes on to 190 for 6. That was a lovely shot. It was a little bit short from Rhodes, and also not quite have the pace, and Barker watched it and knew exactly what he was doing with that, flicked it away, so he's moving on.
At Headingley, Johnny Tattersall's just been wiped for 7, so Yorkshire are 4 down, 95 for 4. 241 the target. David Payne with the wicket.
Rhodes bowls. Barker turns this to mid-wicket. Perhaps somebody should tell Will Rhodes now that things are going. See if he can find an extra gear here out. Or perhaps what they should be doing is having a word with James Vince and saying, what's the difference between first and second and third prize money? Cut a deal.
I think it'll be Liam Norwell time soon. Looks like Will Rhodes is going to temporarily be leaving the field here. So the 13th man's going to have to come on. In fact, the 13th man is coming on from having been wandering around the boundary, delivering, I'm going to call it some stuff, to somebody. And he's going to come on and take a place up, put down on the third boundary. George Garrett is down there. So George Garrett and Jake Lintott are both now fielding for Hayne and Rhodes. And Olihan Dolby bowling to Vince. Keeper standing up again. One slip in place, and Vince dabs it out in the offside. And there's no run.
So then, Richard, who's calling the tunes now the captain's off?
Well, I suppose it's not in the ideal frame of mind, whoever it is, because Sam Hayne would have been it.
Might be Alex Davis behind the stumps.
It could be Alex. It could well be Dominic Sibley. I suspect it's Dom Sibley, probably. He is kind of the one of the better ears and thinkers, as that one's just back of a length, left alone by Vince. He's been slowed down a little bit since lunch. 71 attractively made runs, but yes, I mean, Warwickshire have got to be buoyed by the fact that things are still lively up at Headingley, and to be fair to Gloucestershire, already going down, beat Warwickshire last week, putting a real fist of things up here against Yorkshire. Meanwhile, Hannon Dolby looking to find a way of wheedling James Vince out, and Vince is forward steadfastly, covers up, and Hannon Dolby allows it to roll past him this time up towards mid-on. It's picked up by Henry Brooks, who's been going for 8 and over, but has also taken 2 fine wickets today.
Yeah, Warwickshire really desperate, whatever, to get these last 4 wickets. I think the lead is almost to a degree at this stage immaterial. Get back in, have a second innings, and then be able to set something for Hampshire to go for, or hopefully, from Warwickshire's point of view, bowl them out.
And Dolby again, driven beautifully through extra cover by Vince. That's immaculate. And Dominic Sibley is chasing merely to retrieve. 4 more to Vince. He goes to 75, 194 for 6. The gap is just 78 runs.
If you want to see a cover drive played, that is a really outstanding example of it. It was a ball from Hannah Dolby, which was just shaping away, but Vince was onto it and smashed it away along the floor. It was 4 from the moment it left the bat.
It's the ease with which he just moves into perfect position to dispatch that. And Dolby just outside off stump, left alone, through to Alex Davis. Talking of stats that are fairly relevant, I've got pictures from the Yorkshire game on the phone at the moment. 145 more runs required, 6 wickets remaining. Run rate required 0.99, so they've got it under 1 and over. There's a lot of time in that game, but they've been pushing along quite briskly in the second innings. Lythe and Duke are the pair at the crease in that game.
Lythe could be the key there, couldn't he, for Yorkshire?
Yeah.
No.
Well, Vince has been the key here for Hampshire, and he awaits the next delivery from Hannah Dolby. Covers up outside off stump and ahead into the offside. In this slightly faded light compared to where we've been for much of the day, because there's slightly heavier clouds. It's very noticeable just how much whiter the Hampshire whites are than the Warwickshire whites. They're a whiter shade of white.
They've obviously got a different soap powder, haven't they? They're using, it's like the old advert. If you use X, then this is how white Yorkshire will be, and it's the Warwickshire lads look like they've been using Z soap powder.
I think they started that colour actually. It's just Hampshire's manufacturer is producing a. Well, it's supposed to be creams anyway, isn't it?
It's supposed to be, yeah. It's more traditional cream, and I don't think they're flannels anymore. I think
I very much doubt it.
Yes, that's
it's the same way that they're not button-up shirts anymore.
Yeah,
those were the days.
Absolutely.
I was right.
They lasted a long time.
It does look to me like Sibley is leading the side currently, by the way, Phil.
Right. It's Norwell in and bowls. It's, having replaced Will Rhodes, who's off the field, and his first ball is turned away by Barker in front of square for a single. 100 takes him into double figures, 195 for 6. And, Liam Norwell, who's got the 3 wickets. He's 3 of the 6 to 4. 195 for 6. The sun goes in, and when it goes in, it does really goes a little bit sort of dull and gloomy. It's not great light without that sunshine bright on it. This one is turned away by Vince. A rising ball onto the hips, flicked away. He thinks about a second. The ball's on its way back to Alex Davis, and they settle for 1. So taking Vince onto 76 and the total onto 196 for 6.
It's a constant positive intent with Vince, isn't there? You look there where when he struck the ball there was probably never much more than 1.5 in that, but he's set off for the second in case. He hasn't overcommitted, he hasn't sold Keith Parker down the river, but he's always looking for that. It's a classic, you should run the first one hard when he does that.
Norwell bowls. Barker, without any foot movement at all, stands and pushes the bat at the ball, slightly angled and running it away into the gully. He was looking, I think, to run it down to third man. There is a man down there now for Barker's shot, but he really pushed it. It was the way he was actually just pushing away from the body, and in the end it was he sort of got over, he used his height, got over and just dropped the bat and angled it, and it ran away to the gully. For no run. Norwell's continuing around the wicket to Barker. He's full. Barker drives, beats the outstretched hand of Norwell on the follow through, but Garrett tidies up from mid on, running across behind Norwell and prevents the single.
That previous shot You know, there's too many people who've played too many years with Keith Barker to think that the lack of footwork means that he's about to get out, and that his natural eye and coordination are exceptional. Also, it was such a familiar scene where he's overbalancing having played that shot, and he always props himself up with his bat. Classic Barker.
Norwell into him again, and Barker looking to turn it away on the onside, gets little bit to it a little bit early and runs it out to Danny Briggs at mid-wicket, and straight to him. There's no run. 196 for 6 it remains. Remember, Warwickshire in their first innings made 272, so the deficit is just 76.
Usually quite a phlegmatic character, Keith Barker, but I do recall the red mist descending once when he got turfed out of the attack by the umpire for running on the wicket at Tunbridge Wells, and when the mist came down it descended quickly.
This is full and flicked away, but straight to Garrett, and Barker will feel he missed out on that one. The final ball of the 48th over, and it's 196 for 6. Barker is 10, Vince is 76, and Hampshire trail Warwickshire by 76 on first innings.
On that occasion at Tunbridge Wells, Barker then, I actually think, did something that was hugely sensible. He'd had a warning about in the previous session, in the afternoon session, at the time that Warwickshire really needed him in the attack, he got the second warning, and effectively the second warning means you can't bowl anymore in the innings. And he was absolutely fuming. I mean, it was steam out of the ears, his eyes were gone, everything. And he asked for the 12th man to come on. I thought it was such a sensible thing to do. Just to get out of the way of being somewhere where you could say something that you were going to regret. Sometimes that is the best thing to do, is to retreat, as Hannon Dolby bowls, beautifully driven by Vince in terms of technique but no real timing. And as a result, mid-off is able to come across to field. 196 for 6 Hampshire. Warwickshire have done absolutely everything they can with the ball today to try and keep the wickets going.
I had when England when Joe Root finished, I did think at one stage that James Vince might be considered as being the captain, because he's a really good thinking captain, isn't he?
And again, Hannon Dolby just back of a length. Vince leaves it alone. I tell you, whilst I'm not convinced that Vince will necessarily get another chance as a Test match batsman, there are others with games that are more flawed who had more chances. Is the way I would phrase it.
But I wasn't, or didn't think at that stage that they would go for the structure which they have, which is a much more attacking, which at this stage seems to be working. But I did think Vince was in with a real chance.
Back of a length, and he plays and misses. It's through to Davis. It's eyes looking up at the sky from the Warwickshire fielders. That's a beautiful delivery from Hannon Dolby, who's bowled utterly without reward so far in this innings. None for 37 in his 17th. But trying to force it off the back foot there, Vince plays and misses. There haven't been many moments like that since James Vince came to the crease.
Yeah, it was through Vince. It was not that far away from a little nick through to Alex Davis.
And Dolby, and again outside edge down to third, where Sibley does the fielding.
Don't think we mentioned, but I think Rhodes is back on the field again now. Will Rhodes?
Yes, he's at mid-off, isn't he? Yeah. So George Garrett has made his way off. He's regathered what again I can describe as the stuff that he was carrying round the boundary, and put the bib back on. Or is it a bib or a tabard? I'm never entirely sure. It's probably a bib they wear, isn't it, when they're on third man duty? I
don't think they call it. Yes, I think it's easier for them to say, isn't it? Certainly a bib.
Oh, but tabard is a far more rewarding word.
Yes, but
nice.
I think
back of a length from Hannon Dolby, and trying to guide it down to third man, and Barker plays and misses, and it's through to Davis. Hannon Dolby's mood will not be encouraged by 2 plays and misses in this over. He's thinking, no, I need rewards. He's put one finger up in the air, celebrates the moral victory.
I think most of the crowd today has moved down to the Birmingham end to sit in the sunshine, because anybody who can sit on the shade here at the pavilion, Arctic animal.
Need layers. This one's angled across the left hander, and Barker leaves it alone. So, in terms of the relegation battle, Warwickshire have got to beat Hampshire and hope that Yorkshire are defeated by Gloucestershire. It's the only way that Warwickshire can stay up. Yorkshire needing 241 to beat Gloucestershire and 98 for 4. Whilst at Edgbaston, after the 2 rain-affected days, Warwickshire declared yesterday evening on 272 for 4. Hampshire 197 for 6, with Vince on 77 and Barker on 10. This partnership now worth 30.
Some stage you think that Will Rhodes is going to have to give Danny Briggs a spell and see what he gets out of it. We've seen no spin at all so far in this game, have we? It's been Warwickshire stuck with the 4 bowlers.
It's going to be quite last resorty, I think.
Yeah,
spin. And Danny Briggs has not this season bowled with anything like the control that he did last year.
no, he would be disappointed, I think, with his season.
Made good runs last week at Bristol. Sadly, in the end, it turned out to be in a losing cause, but batted well in the first innings. Partnership with Giant Yadav, who, unfortunately for the Bears, then got called up to the rest of India side to play this week.
Then Norwell starts a new over to James Vince. He's in and bowls, and Vince is trying to pull this one away down to square leg, but in the end, it's doesn't really get hold of it, and a quick pick up and shy at the non-striker's end almost catches Keith Barker out of position, but
if that had hit,
it might be very
I think he'd gone halfway down the wicket. Henry Brooks it was with the throw,
yes.
but he'd have struggled to get back.
Yeah, he would have been out had it hit. Definitely would have been out.
Danny Briggs is warming up, by the way. You are prescient.
In comes the Norwell and bowls into the offside, and again there's no run. He may just be keeping warm, of course. It may just be that.
Yeah, but that would imply he only needs to keep his left side warm.
Because he can't turn his arm, the other arm over.
He's
going through rigorous warm-up exercises.
It's like Birmingham Royal Ballets in the covers.
Norwell in and bowls, and this one run up to Dom Sibley at mid-on, and Briggs continues this vigorous exercise.
Well, I think that was his grand jeté. No, he's continuing with the ballet, and after the next ball he'll do a demi-plie.
Look, he's doing that. Let's all have a hands clap here. Arms behind the... I'm sure that he's ready now to bowl, having stood in the cold for 3 or 4 hours. He's in the shadow of the floodlights. Here's Norwell, comes in and bowls, and this is run out to Briggs. Just now he's warmed up, he's got the ball in his hand, so all set. So he'll be into the attack. That's do is Grace. She's not here, so as soon as she comes back, I'll let her come back on, and she can describe the as Briggs will join the attack to try and get these last 4 wickets.
Yeah, I think she's on her break at the moment. Mr. James will be replacing me very shortly, after he's informed Solent what's going on.
Norwell in bowls, and this is just turned to mid-wicket. And there is a no run. Brooks does the fielding. One slip. There's no third man for James Vince. So they need 3 more runs to get their first batting point, as Norwell flicks ball from hand to hand, turns, looking to add to his 3 wickets as Vince waits. In comes Norwell, bowls, but it's going to be runs turned away, flicked away nicely down to deep square leg for a single off the final ball of the over, and Hampshire move on to 198 for 6. That single takes Vince onto 78 off 102 deliveries, batted beautifully. really. Just when Hampshire were in danger of being swept away, Warwickshire were taking wickets quite regularly, but Vince has steadied the ship, and in partnership with Aaron Donald and now with Keith Barker, have restored and got Hampshire back on and just trailing by 74. Kevin James, good afternoon, sir.
Phil, we haven't worked much together so far, have we?
No, we had a little bit yesterday, between showers and...
I think they'll try and keep us apart.
Yeah, absolutely.
Before we came to blows. Not at all. No, you're right. They were in danger of being blown away. Sorry, yes.
I was going to say, there's one thing I don't get too sort of worked up either way on these, so I don't think there's much chance of this. Of it.
Well, we have got Danny Briggs.
Yes,
I think a lot of Hampshire people will say that that's bizarre that Danny Briggs hasn't exerted any or much control this season, because I think that's one thing he's always had.
He's been very disappointing.
Should it be me? Driving is Vince. It's in the air, just over extra cover. He's gone for that one straight away. About a foot, I would say, over the fielder. It went very, very quick down to the extra cover boundary. That's Jacob Bethel at extra cover.
It was last season in the championship winning season. He played a really major part, both with bat and ball. And right the way through the season, he's just looked as though he's struggling with almost with a little bit in himself.
Which is unusual for him, isn't it, really? Bowls with his left arm spin. That's driven, half stopped by Bethel, diving to his left, taking the pace out of that shot. But Vince will pick up one, moves on to 84, 204 for 6.
So Warwickshire have not had that, be able to turn to him as they were last year and get the sort of response out of him.
Oh, brilliantly here last year, didn't he?
Oh, it was absolutely fantastic, because he came along, he'd got a pretty hard act to follow, following Jeetan Patel, and he sort of dropped into the spot, both with bat and ball, and very good in the, sort of around the place. I think he's still doing all that, but it's just not quite worked for him this year, I don't think.
Yeah, if I remember right, he had that far end sewn up all game, didn't he? As it's turned away by Barker on the leg side for a single. Barker moves on to 12, 205 for 6. Yeah, I mean, I don't think he got too many wickets, but there was just no runs coming from his end.
No, and he sort of, it was blocking that one end up, and but this year he's struggled really. He's bowled he will sort of bowl 4 good balls, but a couple of hit balls.
Round the wicket to Vince, length ball. Vince pushes forward. He's taken 30 wickets this year as Danny Briggs in the championship. He's only missed one game because this is his 13th.
But that's
42 apiece.
Yeah, it's okay, but it's not going to set the world alight, is it?
Vince pushes that into the gap in the covers. We'll move on to 84, 205 for 6. It's interesting, isn't it? Because he actually is the second highest wicket taker in the Warwickshire side, and I guess hereby why Warwickshire are in the situation they're in.
Yeah, and that's been one of the big problems Warwickshire have had. They haven't scored enough runs, but they've conceded far, far too many.
Yeah.
But, at the end of the day, everyone make way and let... You've come back in.
That's pushed out on the offside by Barker. End of Briggs's first over. It's gone for 7. 205 for 6.
Short and sweet, Kevin.
Well, I'm getting a complex, Phil. So 205 for 6 means that Hampshire tried by 67 runs on the first innings. Just the one wicket that has fallen since lunch, and Aaron Donald was playing positively. I was going to say starting to play positively. It was pretty much the way he plays anyway. 36 off 30 balls before he just drove a bit uppishly off the back foot to one that bounced, was caught at backward point by Mosley off the bowling of Henry Brooks. That was 167 for 6. That ended a partnership of 75 between Donald and James Vince. Eve Jones, the Central Sparks and Birmingham Phoenix left-handed batter. I just emphasise the left-handed. It's pulled away by Vince, start of a new era from Norwood down to final leg, because there are, even though you named a few more than I could name, still relatively few of you. Oh, got to switch you on.
I haven't turned myself on. A bit of a minority in England. Elsewhere, though, if you go to Australia, there's thousands of them. So
is there?
Yeah, I'm not too sure. We did have this discussion yesterday, didn't we, whether it be down to hockey early on. in the school days, but yeah, I've always been a left-hander.
Have you always
left-handed
grown
everything?
up?
Yeah, bowler. Well, bowler, I say.
I was going
say
to
that term
ask you.
loosely.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that as Barker drives up to mid-off, and there is no run. Yeah, you're listed as a left-arm medium-pace bowler. Do you get to bowl much? I mean, obviously, I looked at your stats batting. I must admit, I didn't bowling-wise.
Yeah, it's probably for the best. Yeah, I don't bowl very often. I bowl the odd over here and there for Central Sparks if I actually bowl myself, but it doesn't happen too often.
Is it not?
No.
Are you a reluctant bowler when you're captain?
Yeah, I don't like to bowl myself, to be honest.
Is that right?
Yeah, I feel guilty.
It's no. Barker's pushing that one up to mid-off once more. What, guilty because you're taking somebody else's over, or?
Yeah, I feel like we've got bowlers in there that should do all the bowling. I'd feel a bit guilty if I brought myself on.
Do you know how many actually overs you bowled for Sparks this year?
I have no idea. Probably count them on 2 hands.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I don't bowl that much.
Wickets?
Yeah, I think I've got a couple. Got one at Lancashire. Sorry, Thunder, I should say. So many different names.
There's Norwell again. That's driven a little harder, but Norwell stops it on his follow-through. So, that was at Old Trafford?
It was, yeah. Day-night game. We don't play many day-night games, so that was good fun to play under lights. Doesn't happen very often.
Was that after the men? Was that one of those double-header days?
No, it was in the Rachel Howe Flint Trophy, so 50-over game. Rain affected, of course, at
Wow. It's a gimme.
Old Trafford. I don't think I've ever played there where it's not rained. I actually played up there a few seasons ago, and
Yeah.
I remember we back in the KSL, the Kia Super League, before the 100. Like you take this ball.
Yeah. That's pulled away. Barker gets a top edge, running down towards third man. It'll bounce a couple of times before it reaches the fielder. But Barker had absolutely no idea where that was going. Got a little bit underneath that one, trying to fetch that from slightly outside off stump as well. Just watching that on the live picture feed. In fact, it wasn't that short. It was well outside off stump. 207 for 6. So you were saying?
Yeah, so a few seasons ago, played up in Manchester. I remember we had one summer where I'm not actually sure we got to train outside because it just rained relentlessly. It was just
Really?
constant rain all summer. Yeah. So yeah, I've moved down south to Birmingham. Warmer climates down here, a bit drier, although not so much the last couple of days.
Here comes Norwell over the wicket. Always cutting at that one and misses, does James Vince. You always worry there a little bit when he's playing shots like that. But fortunately on that occasion, it's gone harmlessly through to keeper Alex Davis. 207 for 6. Vince is 85. Barker is 12. Oh, so I didn't realise, before Central Sparks, you played in the Kia Super League up at Old Trafford?
Yeah, so played up in Manchester for about 4 years for Lancs.
Yeah.
Played both county cricket and in the Kia Super League back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
And then, yeah, sort of when the Kia Super League sort of finished and there was talk about the 100 and the regional setup, decided to come down here and been here ever since. So that's 3 years with the Sparks and Warwickshire and Briggs Bowls. This one a little bit shorter, worked into the leg side by Barker for the single. Bit of juggling out there. Who's that out there? Is that Lintott still out there at the square leg boundary? Does the fielding?
So what was the reason you came down?
Probably more opportunities, really. Yeah, I think there was so much up in the air with Lancashire and the contracts and everything as Briggs bowls round the wicket to Vince as he just defends it into the leg side. Yeah, I think I was ready for a new challenge. So yeah, I've absolutely loved it down here. We have a great team around us as Briggs bowls. Once again defended back this time. Danny Briggs does the fielding. Yeah, so we sort of a brand new team that had never been together before. So as that one's whipped into the leg side, they think about the single. It's a great piece of fielding there. I think that's is that Yates there? I think that's Yates in mid wicket. Diving stop, saved the runs there. At least saved at least 2 there, if not 4.
I'm told Yorkshire are 5 down, Eve.
Oh, big bowl. Bit more flat in this one. Just knocked into the offside towards that deep cover fielder. And top throws it in.
They are 105 for 5, I guess. It's still showing 4 on me. I don't see Kevin Howes for hours on end, but today, whenever there's a Yorkshire wicket that's falling, he's just given me that little sign to say another wicket is falling. So we'll wait for the details, because obviously whatever Wi-Fi network we're on.
This one leg side-ish, left alone. Alex Davis does the tidying up, completes the over, 209 for 6. Vince on 86, and Barker's there on 13.
I'll wait for you to call it when it eventually comes through, but yeah, we're clearly on the wrong Wi-Fi network.
Yeah, it normally takes us about 5 minutes extra to filter through to us.
So 209 for 6 here. Hampshire in their first innings, replying to that bold declaration from Warwickshire late last night of 272 for 4. Very much the decision with a view to winning this game, and with the way Yorkshire are going here, they are giving themselves every chance here, Warwickshire, of trying to keep themselves in Division 1. Looks like the ball has been looked at by both umpires, but they are happy that the ball is okay to carry on. And with 209 for 6 on the board, Hampshire trail by 63 in the first innings, and James Vince again, I guess, standing between a Warwickshire well, good bowling performance so far. That's nipped back on Vince, and that's gone through and through to keeper Alex Davis. We saw that a lot this morning, but whereas 5 of the Hampshire batters perished before lunch and 1 since, Vince has so far ridden the storm.
Yeah, 5 down now. Yorkshire 105 for 5. I think that's Duke out, bowled by Payne for 1.
Harry Duke. Yeah, David Payne, the
And
left arm
Lyde's
seam.
still there on 45, holding it together for Yorkshire for the time being. They still need 136 runs to win.
Wow. Adam Lythe is there. Now he's right on the pad. That looks a little closer, but again, Norwell. Have you given that out, Eve?
No, I'm hoping he is.
Again, because Norwell is predominantly angling the ball into Vince, it's got to straighten a bit more than that. Now it's going well down, actually. In fact, real time, that looked closer than actually the replay. I think the replay, which of course the camera is dead in line, Eve pointed out earlier that we're about 5 or 6 pitches to the right. The picture feed is showing that, for me, to be less close than it looked on this end.
Yeah, it doesn't look too close on the replay, does it?
But Norwell's still getting some movement here and still causing problems as Vince is in behind that one. Not surprisingly, very watchfully, as he pushes that out on the offside. Remains on 86 not out, the Hampshire captain. Remember, as much, well, not as much as this game is all about Warwickshire trying to keep Division 1, there is a little plot going on, because Hampshire would dearly love to finish second. I know it's not the same as finishing first, and maybe in 6 months nobody will remember who finishes second, but just to repeat, the season that Hampshire have had this season, I think most people would agree that it wouldn't be right if they finished lower than second, as Norwell bowls. A bit of bounce there, but Vince is on top of it, pushes it out to backward a point, and there is no run. You wouldn't begrudge Hampshire finishing second, would you, Eve?
No,
That's very nice.
Don't mind that, as long as we stay up. That's all I'm focused on at the moment.
So if you went down but Hampshire finished second, you wouldn't like that. Well,
That wouldn't bother me too much. You can finish second, and we can stay up.
Well, that's the ideal scenario.
That would be a great end to
Yeah.
the last few days, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Unfortunately, for that to happen, way outside the off stump, and Vince leaves that one alone. For Hampshire to finish second and for Warwickshire to stay up, then obviously Yorkshire need to lose, we know that. But Lancashire actually probably need to take the foot off the gas a little bit, because they are in a position where they could easily take all 24 points, and if Hampshire don't get another 4 points here, in whatever shape or form, then Lancashire will finish second. In that game, Surrey at 84 without loss, following on in their second innings, as Norwell comes in and bowls. Vince forward, plays it out on the offside, end of the over, 209 for 6. Surrey still trailing Lancashire by 219 runs there, so there is an awful lot for Surrey to do to stop Lancashire picking up all 24. So that's the situation regarding both these sides and where they're at the moment, and those really are the only 2 scenarios that we need to worry about.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Dom Sibley just coming back onto the field there. Just been off for a quick break.
Obviously a break that was needed. I mean, he can just sort of waltz off and just
Put his-
us off.
Put his feet up for 5 minutes, have a cup of tea. Well, you never know. We can't see what goes on in there, so. Briggs is into bowl. Oh, shout for an LBW. Not too much interest there as it just drops into the offside.
Played across that.
Barker looked to play that into the leg side, yeah. On slip in position as Briggs bowls. This time just knocked into the leg side. There's 2 mid wickets there. As Henry Brooks does the fielding, no run scored. Yeah, they've got a shortish, straighter mid wicket and then one a little bit deeper, a bit squarer. As the reverse sweep comes out this time, misses. Not sure if there's a chance of a stump in there. Barker slams his batting quite quickly.
Looks like he's playing a few shots here, Barker, isn't he? Might as well outside off stump that.
Briggs bowls, beats that short mid wicket fielder as they take the single to a wideish mid on.
I think that's a good position there for Barker, you know. He's been caught in that sort of area once or twice this season. Just sort of flicking at it and just getting a little too early on it.
Yeah, I suppose if Briggs can just change his pace up a little bit to Barker, he's got his hard hands as he's come round the wicket this time to Vince, who drives it back to Briggs. Bit shorter this time, punched off the back foot but straight to extra cover. He was in quite tight as well there on those worn out wickets. It completes the over. 210 for 6.
None for 10 from 3 overs, Danny Briggs. No real turn for him there, is there? There's nothing there in the pitch for him. Just use, as Eve says, probably just a bit of change of pace and change of an angle from time to time. Have we got a bowling change at the pavilion end? We have. Liam Norwell is taking a break. 16 overs, 3 wickets for him in that time. Bowled really well this morning, didn't he? He looked every bit the bowler we know he is when he's fit enough to bowl. Picked up Felix Organ.
He really troubled the batsman, didn't he, early on?
He did,
some really good areas.
He certainly did. Gets a bit of bounce, gets a bit of nip off the pitch. Yeah, Organ, Gubbins and Brown all snaffled before lunch from Norwell. And Hannah Dalby, I think, is going to bowl this pavilion in for the first time in this innings. And rather surprisingly, a man who's also been used to picking up wickets quite regularly in the season. He's bowled 17 overs and yet to pick up his first. He's ran the wicket to Barker, bowls. Barker drives. That's hit hard up towards Sibley. And there is no run. Barker, I wouldn't say he looks in a hurry, but he looks like a man that doesn't really want to be tied down.
Yeah, and I don't think you mind that too much. You'd rather, as we talked about before, if you just sort of go into blocking mode, then you sort of get yourself in a bit of a tangle and end up just giving your wicket away because you're just going nowhere with your feet and going nowhere. But I think I don't mind him playing naturally, playing a few shots here and there.
Oh, that's a slower ball, a little bit short there from Hannon Dolby. It's easily tucked away down to fine leg by Barker. 211 for 6. Hampshire currently trail on the first innings by 61. It's all about taking time out of the game for Hampshire, but as Eve says, obviously still trying to play a bit positively, don't get bogged down, but they really just want to use up the time. They'll be happy coming away from this with a draw. Warwickshire, it's all about for them getting the game moving forward as much as possible, but always be in a position to win the game. 211 for 6, deep square leg for Vince, deep point. There's Hannah Dalby over the wicket, bowls, and a deep square leg in play straight away as Vince jogs through for a single and moves on to 87, 212 for 6. There's still a mammoth 52 and a half overs left in the day's play. Will we get that all in? I don't know, but there is still, considering we've lost a fraction over a day's play to this point, an awful lot of cricket left to be played.
There is, yeah. I think weather looks pretty okay for tomorrow from what we've seen. So yeah, you're right, there's a lot A lot of time left in this game for Warwickshire to try and snaffle a few more wickets.
Yeah, but it's finally getting a little harder at the moment as the ball's getting softer. As that's a length ball, which Barker's in behind that one, pushes that back to the bowler. We're into the 56th over with this ball. I know a couple of times they've looked to change it. I don't think it's actually been changed. Umpire's happy with the ball so far. And Dorby has been looking at it a couple of times as he makes his way back to his mark. Just looks around the pavilion, almost like he was looking at us for a minute as he turns. Comes in again and bowls. Barker just touches that one down to third man quite deliberately. We'll move on to 16, 213 for 6. This is where, isn't it? It's in these overs now, isn't it, where you've got to find something from somewhere, because these get hard work for the bowlers. Sort of usually 20, 30 overs before the second new ball. It's pretty hard to find an extra bit of bounce, pretty hard to find an extra little bit of nip off the seam and a little bit of shape.
Yeah, I think that's probably why he's gone back to Ollie Hannon-Dalby, just to try and he's obviously got a bit of extra bounce with his height.
Yeah. Keeper standing up though, which is interesting. That's angled in and Vince whips that away, but there is that fielder at deep square leg, so it'll just be a single. Warwickshire keen to plug those gaps where Vince has been particularly strong square on both sides. Vince moves on to 88, 214 for 6. You always feel, as long as James Vince is out there, that everything is all right from a Hampshire point of view.
Yeah, it seems quite calm from a Hampshire point of view at the moment. Obviously Barker's been there for a while now. He's faced 46 deliveries for his 16, so they've got a bit of a partnership going here.
Do you know what, I didn't realise he'd faced that many. When you said 46, I thought, wow, that's it doesn't feel as though he's been out there that long, although actually, to be fair, I found the last hour's gone very quickly. And Donald was up 1:45. We're what, 10-3, 5-3. So that was quite a while ago. Yeah.
Briggs continuing then from the city end. Deep square's just going in front of square now by that hover cover. A bit short this time, but it's smashed straight back to Briggs by Vince.
He's got away with that, hasn't he?
Yeah, I think he was probably got on that a little bit early, and it just hitting it straight back to Briggs. As he bowls this time, left alone by Vince.
Now that should have been hammered through the offside. That's very unusual for James Vince not to take advantage of a ball like that.
His bowl's a bit straighter this time, defended by Vince straight back to the bowler. Yeah, he's got a deep cover for a bit of protection. Then he's got a fairly deep mid-off that's probably 3/4 of the way back. It's quite a fair way out there as Vince hits it to that fielder out there. Ooh, picks that up quickly and fires that into the bowler's end. Can't see who I can't see who it is out there, but they're quite a fair way from us up here in the box.
That was a bullet throw, wasn't it? Especially when the conditions are fairly cold. I'm not surprised that Danny Briggs didn't want to field.
Yeah, they weren't even looking for the second, so Briggs hit a ball into bowl. Barker just tucks this one off his legs into the leg side, no run taken.
Could have been one, couldn't there?
Sibley runs round from a short 45 area. Yeah, probably just missed out on one there, but
Yeah. Don't think they were sure either.
in comes Briggs, defended by Barker this time. And that completes the over. Quick over. 215 for 6. Vince on 89 and Barker there on 16.
Well, a different complexion this session from the morning session, and in that very quick session last night, where you felt like the two Hampshire openers last night were going to get out any ball. In fact, it was Holland who was dropped in the slips. In fact, it was Organ that was dropped in the slips. Holland was dropped in the slips early on this morning, but they still lost 5 wickets. Warwickshire, with the new ball, were rampant last night and again this morning, but it's just calmed down a little bit, and that's exactly what Hampshire want here at the moment. Calm things down. As I think somebody in the crowd just actually tried to ramp things up, as that's outside the off stump and that's left alone. Looks like one or two below us are trying to get a bit of atmosphere going. I've just got to disappear.
Yeah, I was just trying to work out whether that was one of the Warwickshire players or if it was in the crowd, but I think you're right. I think it was somebody in the crowd. Richard's back with us. As Han Dalby's running in again from the pavilion end. Bit fuller this time, driven nicely by Vince. Good bit of field in there, and no one's taken. I think that's the captain, Will Rhodes, doing the fielding there at mid-off.
One of the great things about working with former athletes is how lithe and nimble they are when they get in and out of their seats. They don't cause any chaos whatsoever. You don't hear anything rattling around or, oh blimey.
And they'll be in again. This time just looked like it's just gone away from Vince as he's just tried to force that through the offside, but straight to extra cover for no run. Yeah, still a bit of movement out there. That one's just gone away a bit more than probably what Vince thought.
You've got to admire the effort and willing of Hannon Dolby. He knows he's got to keep on coming, and they've got to find a way of ending this innings as quickly as they can. It doesn't look like they're going to end it before tea now, though.
Yeah, it looks quite slow out there now, doesn't it? Not too much happening as Hannon Dolby's balls. This time punched off the back foot by Vince. Finds that deep cover fielder as they come through for one run. Vince now on to 90. Scores 216 for 6. As there's a field change for the left-hander, Barker. Deep backward square, 2 slips, third man, and then a standard point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, and a mid-wicket. A few shouts from the crowd as Hannon Dalby's in over the wicket. Barker thinks about trying to play that late down to third man, but goes past the edge of the bat, goes through to Alex Davis.
Right, I better take up the final ball because we're about to get to that update. It comes at 3 minutes past bang on for BBC Radio WM and BBC CWR. Kevin does BBC Solent on the half hour, keeping our local radio stations up to date throughout the course of the day and what's a dramatic final week of the county championship season. More plaintive cries coming from the crowd at the moment as they hope for something positive to happen. Left alone outside off stump, the final ball of the over. Here at Edgbaston, the story is that Warwickshire must win to have any chance of staying up, and they need Yorkshire to lose to Gloucestershire now. Yorkshire needing 241 are 113 for 5 up at Gloucestershire. That opens up a window for Warwickshire, but at the moment they're being held up by an excellent innings by James Vince. He's unbeaten on 90. The former Warwickshire Keith Barker with him is on 16. They've carried Hampshire to 216 for 6. They trail the Bears by 56 with about 4 sessions of cricket left in this match. It's going to be tough to try and force a result from here, but it's not over the fight just yet. Hampshire 216 for 6. So it'll be Danny Briggs to continue from the Birmingham end. It draws Vince forward in defence and he dabs it out into the offside. And I understand it's 6 wickets down. Adam Lythe has gone for Yorkshire. So Yorkshire are 6 down against Gloucestershire, as Vince again just dabs the ball into the leg side. And it'll be so frustrating for Warwickshire if they can't force the hand today, if Yorkshire lose. Wow. As, again forward in defence is Vince, treating Briggs with some caution. It's funny, he came down the track and hit his first ball over extra cover for 4, and since then they've not taken any liberties with Briggs. Wells in again, the back foot forced up to a very deep mid-off, so there'll be a comfortable single there. Vince the 91, 217 for 6. It's tantalising with that score elsewhere, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. Can't keep checking the score here. Mine's still not updated.
we get messages through the window from Kevin Howells to keep us up to date. Briggs will go back over the wicket. The left-handed Barker, who uses his feet, comes down the wicket and beautifully He places the ball in between extra cover and mid-off for 4 runs. That's a lovely shot from Barker. 20 for him, 221 for 6.
Yeah, I think that's the 50 partnership as well between these two. I think it's come up on the scoreboard. I think it's off about 120 balls.
Yeah, I think the previous single got the lead, didn't it? I think to the 50 partnership. It's back-to-back half-century partnerships, and those are the ones that have delayed Warwickshire significantly. Padding up outside off stump is Barker. It wasn't going to turn back far enough to trouble him. End of the over. We're 25 minutes or so away from tea. It's not over by any stretch of the imagination. You know, even if Hampshire get level, if Warwickshire have a dash for 30 overs and try and get themselves 200 in front and take a big gamble on it, that's all they can really hope to do.
Yeah, and I think they probably will go down that road. Obviously, similar to their declaration last night, had to declare, give themselves a chance to bowl as much at Hampshire last night and then obviously into this morning as well. But yeah, it's probably quite a frustrating period for Warwickshire. Not a lot happening out there for the bowlers. Obviously the ball's getting a bit older now as Hannon Dolby's in again to bowl to Vince this time as he flicks that nicely off his legs. There is a man out there. They do think about the second. I think it's Jacob Bethel out there doing the fielding. So that's one more on to Vince's score. He moves on to 92 now. 222 for 6, Hampshire.
Just interested seeing some of the pictures coming from Headingley at the moment. Zafar, the spinner, is bowling at the moment. Zafar Gohar with a slip, a leg slip and a short leg. It's a crowded scene round the bat at the moment up there.
And Delby in again. This time defended by Barker into the leg side. Play that quite comfortably.
Barker would be forgiven for having slightly mixed emotions if Hampshire ultimately deny Warwickshire victory here, because he will have a great deal of affection for this county and those players still within the group that he played a lot of cricket with, the likes of Sam Hayne and Will Rhodes, Ollie Hannon Dolby of course. There's a young core to this Warwickshire team these days.
Hannon Dolby in again. This time just played late by Barker, looking to try and get it down to that third man area for a single, but cut off by Bethel at point. No run taken. Yeah, I'm not sure, was it yourself or was it Kevin before saying about Barker scores a lot of his runs behind, behind the wicket? You can see why he looks to play that sort of dab down to third quite often, doesn't he?
Yeah, not a lot of footwork, but good hands.
Good hands,
takes the ball late.
Hannon Dolby in again. There it is, what we just talked about. Just played it late down to third man for the single.
Well, as a left-handed bat yourself, that shot when you got a right arm over the wicket bowler, it's on, isn't it?
It's always on, yeah. I think we play a lot of short format cricket, so I think naturally you'll be looking to try and hit through covers, but then it is there as an option to try and sort of rotate that strike.
Can if third man's up in the circle, or third, as we should call it these days, then actually 5 yards either side, and if you use the pace of the ball.
Yeah, that is true. Most bowlers we come across, they do normally have as Hannon Dolby bowls, but shorter this time, as it's hit down to fine leg by Vince. Pulled quite well there, but straight to the man as they come through for the one. Yeah, they'll normally in the women's game, especially early on in the power play, they'd probably go for that third man in a deep square, a deep fine. If you have got a bit of a simmer on, especially going across the left-hander. So it's normally not that option on for a boundary, but obviously see it a lot in the men's game. A bit more pace on the ball.
Hannon Dolby asking second slip to move wider. So they're standing at first slip and sort of 3.5 slips.
As Hannon Dolby bowls. This time tried to pull. I'm not quite sure it was short enough to pull, but it's gone nowhere. It's just dropped into the leg side by Barker. That completes the over. 224 for 6. Vince is on 93. Barker there on 21.
That was somewhat inelegant, wasn't it? He tries to play the short arm pull and just hits it with the underside of the bat down at his feet, and it dribbles out to Danny Briggs, who takes a while now to remove his jumper before preparing to bowl. Rob Yates practices a delivery as if he might have a bowl, but Rob Yates one of 4 spinners in the team. And Dan Mosley, of course, bowls spin, and Jacob Bethel, who was the frontline spinner away to Northants earlier in the season when Briggs had an injury.
Yeah, they've got a couple of options, haven't they, if needs be.
Off the back foot, Vince trying to force it through the covers, neatly picked up by Bethel low down. Just leant back and allowed that ball to bounce up at him. He's 7 runs away from a century. Vince gets a little edge on this one. It goes wide of Rhodes at slip. He applauds the delivery. The chase is on down towards the boundary at third, and Henry Brooks slides. There was probably 3 there, but Vince looks like he's sent Keith Barker back. Wants to take the next delivery. 95 to him, 226.
He played that with soft hands, didn't he? I don't think slip was ever in play, but just went to the right of Will Rhodes there at first slip.
May have been a touch finer than he would have ideally have liked, I think. Alex Davis was making a suggestion of some sort to Will Rhodes. Don't know that he's acted on it though, as this is floated up straight from Briggs, looking for a bit of drift into the right-hander. Just dabbed out on the leg side by Vince. One sturdy strike away from 100. Will he be tempted this over? Forward to a ball that wasn't quite well pitched up, but still gets above the bounce. Across from point comes Brooks to pick up. Briggs to complete the over, driven wide of the right hand of Bethel for a single up to long off. So Vince will retain the strike. He's 96, and Hampshire 227 for 6, trail by 45. Less than 20 minutes to go now until the tea interval. Need for a wicket for Warwickshire. Have got to keep this game moving forward. Is getting increasingly urgent, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, Yorkshire now just needing 119 runs for victory. They are 6 down against Gloucestershire. I think we have got a bowling change at the pavilion end. I think it is Rob Yates.
Oh wow, so it really was a genuine warm-up. The one thing that he has going for him, Rob Yates, is he is capable of being a partnership breaker.
Well, that's exactly what Warwickshire need right now. Obviously this partnership extending well past 50 now. They can try and get one before tea.
And Vince might think, well, this is a gilt-edged opportunity now to complete my 100. Get through to 3 figures. Still 45 overs left in the day. I mean, if Warwickshire give themselves 25 to bat before the end of the day, that would be something. Get 150 runs on the board, bat a little bit tomorrow.
We've got a deep backward square, deep mid-wicket, a long on, a deep cover. That deep backward square is just going around a lot finer, and we've got the extra fielder in at square leg and one in at mid-wicket, saving the single. As Yates is into bowl, on the money. Good start as Vince defends that one. Back to Yates.
Not a bad spot to hit with your first delivery, that. As when you're a relatively part-time bowler.
Yates into bowl, over the wicket to Vince, as that one's defended off the front foot by Vince.
He's getting the teeniest bit of turn, just a bit of grip, really, as much as anything.
Yates bowls, a bit shorter this time, worked into the leg side, but finds Jacob Bethel there at mid-wicket. Tidy start so far from Yates.
Had to try something, didn't they, at this point?
Yeah, as Yates bowls, shorter this time, and that's swept to that very fine deep backward square, but just the single, as Vince now moves to 97, just 3 away from his 100, scores 228 for 6, brings Barker back on strike as the field moves for the left-hander.
I think I would say, I'll go as far as to say, if they don't take another wicket before tea here, Warwickshire are going to find it almost impossible, I think, to force a result. I think that it's that urgent now.
Yeah, and I think that's probably why Will Rhodes is trying things out now, sort of see if they can break this partnership as Yates bowls round the wicket. Left alone outside off stump. Just seeing if there's a hint of turn or not. There's just the one man out on the leg side. Deep cover as well. Slip in play. A couple of footmarks outside Barker's off stump as that last ball's just defended into the leg side. Good start there by Rob Yates. Tidy over. Just the one off it.
It's a really decent over, that is, but I mean, it also reflects the fact that Warwickshire have bowled the two main seamers as much as they can. Liam Norwell is short of bowling. You've got to keep an eye on that. Alan Dolby's bowled 20 overs already in the innings. Will Rhodes has had a good go himself. Henry Brooks has been going at 8.5 and over, but has taken a couple of wickets. So there's a bit of give and take about that. Briggs is going to continue. Vince 3 away from his 100, and he's cutting off the back foot. Oh, that didn't go where we expected it to. Instead of going square, it's gone to the right of Jacob Bethel. Extra cover, he wasn't expecting it either, and that's gone out for a single to mid-off. 98 to Vince, 229 for 6. You can look at the fact they were 92 for 5 before lunch and say, oh, again, Warwickshire haven't managed to turn a team over when they've got themselves in trouble. But you could say that James Vince is the obstacle. James Vince has batted exceptionally.
Yeah, he's really held this innings together, hasn't he? And had a couple of players just bat with him for a little bit, generate a few partnerships.
Barker dinks the ball out square. Again, nothing that Keith Barker does with the bat, and my word, we've seen him do a lot of it for Warwickshire. Nothing that he does is terribly elegant. It's just really effective. He's got 22, 230 for 6. As I mentioned to Kevin earlier, that his natural hand-eye coordination is off the chart, Keith Barker. He's a sportsman, basically. Forward comes Vince, defends out into the offside. It dribbles behind point to Brooks.
Yeah, he's doing a job for his team, isn't he, Barker? He's just, all he's got to do is bat with Vince. Keep building the partnership, just keep batting out for as long as he can.
Brooks driven back to himself by the next ball. It's a bit too full to drive that. Can they get to the end of the over without him reaching 3 figures here? We will see. Now there's an appeal. Oh, and he's been caught behind. He's got a little nick here, Vince, and he's gone for 98. Well, that is the breakthrough that the Bears have so desperately needed. He won't believe that he's gone just shy of his 100, but trying to cut, he gets a thin edge, and he was not surprised to see the finger go up. He knew that he was in trouble. Crucial wicket, 230 for 7. Vince caught Davis, bowled Briggs for 98.
Yeah, I think we just spoke about Warwickshire need that wicket ASAP, and they finally managed to break the partnership. These two batting for quite some time now, and obviously got the big wicket of Vince. He's batted beautifully for his 98, just too short of his century as he has to make his way off the pitch. But yeah, just what Warwickshire need just before tea. Briggs the man getting the breakthrough. His first wicket of the game.
James Fuller coming in now, who is by his very nature an extremely positive player. So, is this another little twist in the relegation battle? Remember, up at Headingley, Yorkshire need 241 to beat Gloucestershire. If they get there, then they're absolutely safe in terms of the table and will be in Division 1 next season. They're 136 for 6. Don Bess on 19, Jordan Thompson on 8 at the moment. Warwickshire, if Yorkshire lose, can survive, but they must win. Anything less than a win from this game, and they get relegated. They have Hampshire 230 for 7, trailing currently by 42 on first innings. And in comes Fuller, who's a positive man, joining Keith Barker. Well, anything else now in this next 10 minutes for Warwickshire? They'll start to believe there's a chance again.
Yeah, I think another turn in the game. Big wicket there for Warwickshire. That's the man they wanted. Obviously Yorkshire still need 106 runs to win, but as you just mentioned, Warwickshire have got to win. They've got to take these wickets.
So Briggs, after his first success, bowls to James Fuller, comes forward, pushes it out onto the leg side, end of the over. With a new batsman in, be interesting to see whether Rob Yates continues there. Looks like he's going to. Round of applause for Danny Briggs. And things stay alive. I mean, look, for the county championship, it'd be great if this match remains very much in doubt going into its final day tomorrow. And you know, if Gloucestershire did beat Yorkshire, just makes for a grandstand finish at that end of the table.
Yeah, I think we've got a couple of exciting days. Obviously, the rest of today and then tomorrow. Just a shame we lost so much play the last couple of days due to the weather. But so far so good here at Edgbaston. Rain stayed away as Yates comes round the wicket. Barker defends.
And if they can keep the scoring rate down, then that would not be a bad thing either. You know, you don't want Hampshire to suddenly find themselves with a 50-run lead, because that would put them behind the 8 ball then Warwickshire.
Yates bowls a bit fuller this time. Defended again by Barker. Nice soft hands. Yeah, Hampshire still trailing Warwickshire by 42 runs, so yeah, if Warwickshire can try and wrap up this innings as quickly as they can and keep that lead and have a blast later on today, as this one's a bit more down the leg side. Barker tries the sweep but misses, goes through to Alex Davis, who does the tidying up.
Quite sure what the yelp was for behind the stumps there. I don't know, he got a little under edge on that. Would have been a miracle catch if he did.
Not sure that would have been in the plan to get him caught down leg side as Yates bowls, driven out to mid-on. No run, I think that's Ollie Hennendale doing the fielding there.
Would have been the sharpest catch I'd seen for a long time if he did get anything on that bat down the leg side.
Yates bowls left alone outside off stump this time. Probably would have been sharper than this one he took earlier on in the game.
That was a good catch,
that
wasn't
it? That was a great catch. Flying down the leg side. That inside edge. Yates bowls. A bit short this time. It's worked a backward point, but straight to the fielder. That completes the over. Another good over there by Yates.
I rather fancy they may be at tea now. I think they've just gone to tea at Headingley. I'll double check that in a moment. Pakistan against England, of course, starting very shortly in Lahore. Chris Wokes making his England comeback today, so we wish him well in that game. Great all round. I haven't seen him at all with the Bears this season, unfortunately, because he comes back from injury. It's going to be Danny Briggs to continue. Bowling to Fuller, clips him into the leg side, no prospect of a run there. Looking to keep the pressure on here, Warwickshire. A little bit of stretching being done by Hen Brooks, and they might go for one over of pace before the interval, as Fuller is driving up towards mid-on. Yates is across, so there's no run.
Yeah, a few clouds forming now. The sun's gone in for the time being. Just gone a little bit more gloomy than what it has been.
Off the back foot, Fuller should get off the mark here with a cut shot that's going to beat the infield. And once Lintott sees it's gone past him, he knows there's nothing he's able to do to catch that up. He's just dropped that short, Briggs. And Fuller grateful for the opportunity to open his account. He's got 4, 234 for 7.
Yeah, I feel Briggs' last couple of overs, he just has dropped a few short, hasn't he? I think he got away with a couple against Vince, who just sort of clubbed them to mid-off extra cover, but I think that one got what it deserved. A bit short and a bit wide.
He hasn't found rhythm often this season, Briggs, but of course he's taken such a crucial wicket in the last 10 minutes. So he draws Fuller forward in defence. 1 for 25, Briggs in his 8th. Brooks is still going through some exercises, so it looks like he's going to come again as Fuller pushes this to the right of extra cover across his Bethel to prevent any single. One ball left in the 65th over, driven back to Briggs, who fields in his follow through. End of the over, so 38 runs behind Hampshire, 3 wickets remaining. 2 wickets taken in this session by the Bears, and they are going to bring Henry Brooks in with a view to try to find another one.
Yeah, Henry Brooks has been expensive, but he has picked up wickets, so I think Will Rhodes is turning to him, see if he can get something now before that tea break. If he can get another one now, get a 8 down.
They are still playing actually heading ahead of tea. The stream had just had a bit of a moment. It's 140 for 6, needing 241 at Yorkshire. And it's hard to ignore that that's going on when we're sat up here. I mean, it's good that the players down there ignore it. There have been the odd message saying, look, that game, Gloucestershire are keeping us alive.
It's good entertainment, isn't it? Either way. Deep square, deep fine, deep third and a deep cover as Henry Brooks is round the wicket. And that's over pitch, and it's driven straight through a vacant extra cover area for 4 runs. Barker now moves on to 26.
He's done quite well to reach that. It is pretty much a half volley length, but it's very wide of off stump. And Barker, as it is well, doesn't really put a foot across there, just reaches and middles it. Again, that gift he's got of hand-eye coordination.
Yeah, there wasn't too much footwork there, but as you said, he's got great hands. He played that nicely. So that one's a little bit more into the hip, tucked into leg side. No run taken, and I think that one of the fields from the leg side has actually now moved over to extra cover to fill the gap. Will Rhodes, the captain, in there. Yeah, Brooks has just struggled to get that consistent line and length today, hasn't he? His lengths have been a bit mixed as he comes into bowl. A bit shorter this time, and it's in the air. Oh no, it's not, and it's just dropped into the leg side. They were interested for a second.
I mean, for it to flop that short of the short boundary, that's how badly mistimed it was. There was a little spring in his follow through for Brooks when he thought that he might have lured the false shot that would lead to the breakthrough. And then Danny Briggs hobbled as he started coming in. He's actually hobbling as he walks back towards the square, well, point umpire at the moment, because he's on the he stayed on that side of the wicket for the right-hander.
Brooks in this time over the wicket, and it's just knocked off the hip to that leg side. Fine leg coming in to do the fielding as Fuller moves on to 5. Barker there on 27. Yeah, I think there's a couple of times where Barker's looked to play the pull shot and not quite got hold of it. So that could be something that Warwickshire could consider. Could they do that a little bit more? They've obviously got the field set for that. Obviously it's a bit shorter that side. That's one thing they must consider as Brooks into bowl, and he finds the edge, but there's nobody there. There's just one slip. The third man runs round to do the fielding. Genuine edge there.
Yeah, that was one where Keith Barker's anxiously looking around and then relieved that there's only one slip in place. It would have been a good third slip, that, and it would have been very low to third slip. Probably one of those where you've got to move forward to try and get your hands onto the ball. But it was distinctly a moral victory, that one, for Henry Brooks.
Yeah. Brooks into bowl to Fuller. A bit Fuller this time, and it's nudged into the offside. And that's straight to Will Rhodes, sorry. No run, and that completes the over. 241 for 7. Barker still there on 28, and Fuller's at the other end on 5.
Ollie Hannon Dolby's leaving the field slightly early for tea, and he's being replaced out there by George Garrett, the 13th man, because Jake Lintot's already out there fielding. But I'm presuming that tea is imminent, and that it should be 3:30, so this ought to be the final over before tea, to be bowled by Danny Briggs. None for 46, Hannon Dolby from 20, Liam Norwell 3 for 36, Brooks 2 for 76, wickets for Will Rhodes and Danny Briggs. His first ball of his new over is defended by Barker. 5-4 leg side field for the left-hander. A wicket in this over would be priceless. Driven by Barker, this time not with the timing that has seen him push the ball through extra cover for 4. Tumbling stop by Yates. So there'll just be a single to Barker. His 29th run collected. I think that was met on the full toss, actually.
I think it was.
242 for 7. The deficit is down to 30. Forward in defence is Fuller. Rolls it back down the wicket. Stooping to scoop is Briggs. It's quite calm, quite quiet inside Edgbaston at the moment. As Fuller drives it towards mid-on, the quick single was thought about by both, but neither go more than 3 yards down the track before they realise that they need to retreat. Briggs in again round the wicket, drops that one slightly shorter, gives it a bit of time to turn. There's oohs and ahs, but played well with late hands really from Fuller. Pats it out into the offside. Briggs turns and approaches once more. That one does turn, but it's left alone by Fuller. And that is the end of the over, and that will be the tea interval, which rather fools Henry Brooks, who was taking his cap and jumper off, but it means at tea, Hampshire are 242 for 7. They trail Warwickshire by 30 runs. Keith Barker is keeping his former county at bay. He's unbeaten on 29. James Fuller unbeaten on 5. That key wicket just before the interval. James Vince caught behind off Briggs for 98. Really, the situation is as simple as this. 3 wickets have got to go as quickly as possible for Warwickshire to get themselves batting. There are still 41 overs left today and 96 tomorrow. When they bat a second time, they're going to have to score runs at the fastest pace that they can possibly accumulate them at. Eve Jones, just your thoughts in this. Is there still a chance for Warwickshire here?
Yeah, I think they've obviously just got the big wicket of Vince there, who fell for 98, so I think they'll be feeling more positive after getting that. I think they probably would have liked to get one more before tea, but unfortunately the ball's a little bit older now and not doing as much. But I think if they can try and come back out after tea and get these wickets as quickly as possible, and as you say, come out and try and put some quick runs on the board, gives themselves a chance to have as much time as possible to bowl at Hampshire for a second time and get them out.
Plenty more to come from around 10 to 4 from Eve, from Kevin James, Phil Britt and myself. 242 for 7, Hampshire at tea. Warwickshire have their lead cut now to 30 runs.
Ladies and gentlemen, starting first of all, County Northampton, where Northamptonshire take Essex. Essex in the first inning dismissed 263. In reply, Northamptonshire dismissed 163. In their second innings, Essex are currently 23 for the loss of substitutes. At the first centre stand ground code, the Morgan and Sussex. The Morgan declared their first innings close at 533 to 9. Sussex were then dismissed at 258, and every mark in their second innings are currently 88 without loss. That's one of those Warwickshire supporters the match of Edgbaston in Yorkshire and Gloucestershire. Gloucestershire in their first innings dismissed to 190. Yorkshire were dismissed to 183. In their second innings, Gloucestershire dismissed to 233. And in their second innings, Yorkshire actually are 151 for 6. Yorkshire required a further 90 runs with 4 wickets. At New Road, Worcester, the match between Worcestershire and Middlesex. Worcestershire in their first innings dismissed 225. Middlesex in reply are currently 392 for 6. At the Warwickshire and Hampshire, the match between Warwickshire and Leicestershire. Leicestershire dismissed in their first innings 249. Derbyshire in reply then scored 368 for 9 players. Leicestershire in their second innings are currently 49 without loss. At Cambridge, the match between Nottinghamshire and Warwick. Nottinghamshire in their first innings declared at 662 for 5. They then dismissed Durham for 207, and Nottinghamshire in their second innings are currently 81 for the loss of 2 wickets. And finally, at Old Trafford, the match between Lancashire and Surrey. Lancashire dismissed in their first innings 512. They then dismissed Surrey for 209. In their second innings, Surrey are 127 to 2, some 176 runs from the wickets. May I remind you at the end of play tomorrow, players and coaching staff and join members in the Tom Dollery Lounge to thank them for their support during the 2022 season. This will take place shortly after the close of play, and all members are notified. Fixture and Russell.
Welcome back to Edgbaston, final session of day 3 of this County Championship Division 1 game. Hampshire resume on 242 for 7. They trail Warwickshire by 30 runs. Warwickshire have got to try and force a win between now and close of play tomorrow. So as and when they do get Hampshire out, then we can expect something fairly entertaining with the bat. I think it's fair to say. I think it's going to be lively this session if Warwickshire come into bat. Meanwhile, they will be hoping that Gloucestershire can defeat Yorkshire, because without that happening, the Bears can't survive anyway. And that game has been going very interestingly as well. 241, the target for Yorkshire to secure their survival. And they took tea on 151 for 6, needing 90, but with 4 wickets remaining. Chris Wokes has bowled his first balls in anger for England for best part of a year. He's playing in the T20 International against Pakistan, who were 19 for 1 in the 4th over. An early wicket there for Mark Wood. Very shortly after 4, Kevin James will be here. Eve Jones from Warwickshire, the Central Sparks, and Birmingham Phoenix will be here. Phil Britt is alongside me. He's from Warwickshire County Cricket Club, amongst other things, the museum curator. I don't know what the other things are anymore. I'm Richard Wilford from BBC Radio WM, and in theory there are 41 overs left in the session. I would suggest that that's an optimistic number, in that I don't think the light will hold for 41 overs, but we will see. It's a little dark now, and we may not be too long before we're in floodlight territory, Phil.
It's been around 5:30 that we've managed to squeeze through on and off the last 2 nights, but yeah, I don't think we'll get these 40 on.
Oliver Hannon-Dolby is going to bowl. Keith Barker has kept his former teammates at bay for 71 deliveries. He's made 29, including an exquisite straight drive. He's got James Fuller with him. James Vince fell just before the tea interval for an excellent 98, very attractive innings. He and Rob Yates have played the 2 knocks of this match. And Iron Donald, the other man out during that afternoon session, for 36. Ian Holland 17, Joe Weatherly 14, the only others in double figures. And the first ball of the new session is guided towards mid-wicket by Keith Barker for a single, 243 for 7.
The last couple of wickets are really done, to a degree, for Warwickshire, haven't they? They had Hampshire 5 down for less than 100, and then 2 really good stands, figuring mostly with James Vince, with and Aaron Donald, and then with Keith Barker, have really sort of taken them up within touching distance of the Warwickshire first innings total, and still 3 wickets in hand.
We saw in the final days of last season how they can manufacture a result. Next ball just leaves Fuller outside off stump. The other part of today's equation here is for Hampshire, who are hell-bent on finishing no lower than 2nd in the County Championship table. To do so, well, 4 batting bonus points would do it, but at the moment they're just closing in on their 2nd. But a draw would secure 2nd spot ahead of Lancashire, who look odds-on to beat Surrey by the close of business tomorrow, although Surrey are showing a bit more resilience in their 2nd innings. But Hampshire are batting like a team who really do want to make sure that they finish 2nd. They've shown real intent. Hannon-Dolby once more to bowl to Fuller, pushes forward, jabs it out towards the covers, and there'll be no run. Liam Norwell has been warming up as if he's going to bowl from the Birmingham end. Having done all his bowling previously in this innings from the Pavilion end, he and Hannon-Dolby have switched. The new ball is 12.5 overs away. Warwickshire, I think, for their ambitions, need not to use it.
Just a little bit of news from Division 2, where Middlesex have secured their 3rd batting point, which they needed, and if they get the draw, I think that secures them promotion.
Well, yeah, they're looking good order to do that. Pushing forward is Fuller out into the offside, so yeah, because They're what, a couple of pretty much 200 ahead of Worcestershire now, aren't they?
No, not quite so. Sorry, they haven't. I'm reading the wrong figure. They're looking for their 5th batting point. They still need 8 runs. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Nearly there.
Ignore that. But they're well on the way. They've got plenty of overs to do it. They've got about 3.5 overs to get 8 runs and 4 wickets. So they're nearly there.
To err is human.
And they are nearly 200 ahead.
Yeah, closing in on. Alan Dolby, wicketless, but has bowled well in this innings. Not so well this time, though. He's pushed that onto the pads of Fuller, who just helps it on its way in front of square. Jake Lintott, the 12th man, does the fielding. He's on for Sam Hain. The suggestion from the tumble he had on the boundary, the suggestion is that it may well be a hamstring problem that he has.
Oh,
so
that's not going to help him when he's batting, is it?
Well, also, with it being a soft tissue issue, I don't think he can bat till 7, can he? 'Cause he'll have been off the field for quite a prolonged period of time. The exact regulation I'd have to look up, but could well that he can't take his normal position in the order as Barker dabs a ball back of a length from Alan Dolby down to 3rd man for another single. 245 for 7. Hampshire will be content with that being a fairly uneventful over. I'm sure Yorkshire will be content with that as well, because their supporters will be watching this with a little bit of anxiety. But Hampshire at the moment are trying to bat Warwickshire out of this game.
Batting to make sure that they're secure of at least the draw. Nottinghamshire, who had a first innings lead against Durham of 450, have chosen to bat again. And they now lead Durham by 545 runs. And I can just imagine the comments going on in that commentary box between Dave Bracegirdle and Martin Emerson, the 2 commentators for their respective counties.
I think it's interesting, isn't it? Because that game, it's a bit like some of the matches, the first-class matches you see in India, where you get bonus for first innings lead, and often that's enough to win a title for you, whatever. But
Henry Brooks in to bowl the first over after tea from the Birmingham end down the leg side. Barker always looks to be a bit cramped up when he plays his shots, and getting in to turn that one away down the leg side, he was a bit late getting round to it, and it went through to Davis. Just the one slip in place, and the rest of the field is spread as Brooks in again, short, and Barker just lets it go harmlessly over his back and through to the keeper. Brooks has been a tad expensive. His 9 overs have cost 76 runs. He's got a couple of wickets, but James Vince took a bit of a liking to him, didn't he, just after lunch?
It's been what he's tried to do is be really aggressive, and they've given him licence to do that. He's the man with a bit of extra pace.
He's in. Barker works this one into the onside, going across his stumps and jabbing it out to mid-wicket. There's no run.
But that does mean when he's bowling from the Birmingham end with the short boundary on the Priory side, every now and then he's going to get fetched, and James Vince did that. The 1-6 that he hit was effortless, just a flick from a short ball, and it went 6 rows back. It is a short boundary on that side, though.
Is Brooks in, bowls. Barker is getting this one off the outside edge, running it down to 3rd man, and they walk a single. He wasn't quite where he was aiming to play that. He was looking to play it into the onside, but got a sort of leading edge away down onto the 3rd man area. So one more to the total, 246 for 7. Barker moves on to 32, 6 for Fuller as right-handed batsman. Just checking his guard and getting ready to face his first delivery after tea from Henry Brooks, who's in and bowls, and back he goes and cuts this one away into the offside for a single, comfortably out to the sweeper out on the cover boundary.
The sound of bat on ball there gets the feeling that was a hand ringer to me.
Right off the bottom of the bat from the sound of it. You could almost feel for it, couldn't you, as it came off.
It's made my wrists feel fuzzy myself.
Brooks comes in again. This is short. Barker just bends the knees and almost flexes and then just offers no shot as it whips through to Davis. The end of Brooks' first over after tea. And Hampshire progressed on 247 for 7. Somewhat academic to a degree, but another bonus point is on the horizon for them. You do think the floodlights can't be too far away from coming on?
Yeah. The issue we have now is that it's not just about wickets now, it's about time. Warwickshire time-wise need these wickets to fall as Fuller stretches up to forces off the back foot towards mid-off, picked up by Will Rhodes, and there's no run. There will be an update for 2 of the BBC local radio stations during this over, by the way, just to let you know, or towards the end of this over, depending how quickly Hannah Dolby gets through it. 7 to Fuller, 32 to Barker, 8 to Fuller rather, 32 to Barker. Seven in the wicket column rather caught my mind, as it were. 24 the deficit, so almost up to parity. And Dolby is driven, and it's hit him on the right shoulder on the way through. A powerful drive from Keith Barker, whose concern is immediately for Hannon Dolby, who's just wringing his hand out as well. Whether he got his hand up there, but that was hit very powerfully back at him, and it looked to hit him up around the side of the shoulder.
Yeah, looking at it, Richard, it looks like it maybe his hand. I thought it was his shoulder. It's not.
Yeah, he maybe touched his fingertips on his way through, and I think he's a little rattled by it as well. He's walking back to his mark and still wringing his hand out. Floodlights have come on, almost as if Phil pressed the button. But yeah, that will rattle you. I mean, we saw that awful incident a few years ago when Sam Hain was batting against Luke Fletcher in the T20 and hit him on the head with a straight drive, which Sam was particularly spooked by. And Helen Dolby is okay to continue. Bowls again to Barker, who dabs into the deck and it rolls through to where second slip would be. First slip moves across to field, and there's no run.
Still bringing that hand, Hannah Dolby, as he comes back.
That was a powerful shot. Do an update in the next few seconds or so, as Alan Dolby takes his time actually walking back to his mark here. I think he's collecting himself a little bit. There's a false start to his run-up because Keith Barker wasn't quite ready. And he approaches once more outside off stump, and he's lashed that through the offside for 4. Great timing from Barker, and that's the 250, another bonus point for Hampshire. 252 for 7. And Barker to 36, he's hit 3 shots through that area now, reaching one outside off stump again, trusting his hand-eye coordination to drill the ball. Yeah, here at Edgbaston, Hampshire 252 for 7. They trail Warwickshire by just 20 runs. The Bears' need for wickets increasingly desperate. They've got to force a win to have any chance of avoiding relegation. Took a key wicket just before tea. James Vince got a thin nick to Danny Briggs. He was caught behind for 98, but the former Bear Keith Barker is keeping them at bay. He's on 36. James Fuller on 8. Hampshire 252 for 7. They trail by 20. And as that report ends, the next delivery is angled across Barker, who plays and misses and looks anxiously back at Alex Davis, then goes to have a look at the track. Umpire is checking Ollie Hallandolby's follow-through, which is rarely an issue, to be fair. I shall depart after this next delivery. Kevin James, you see he's limbering up at the moment. You can just see that. He'll be gargling in a moment.
Well, I thought he was. I thought...
No, that was the central heating.
Sound like it.
Helen Dolby in to complete the over, bowls to Barker, left alone outside off stump. 252 for 7 Hampshire. They trail by 20.
Thank you, Richard. So Warwickshire really do need these wickets. They need to get into bat, but Hampshire quite happy to keep ensure that if the draw will give them secure them second place. They've now picked up 5 bonus points in the game, so go with 8 for a draw. That would give them 13 and would be enough to keep them in second place, and quite rightly and well deserved getting that, just having been pipped for the title by Surrey last week. Disappointing performance last week, and rather unexpectedly going down in the match against Kent last week. But Kent, he did a little bit of a purple patch of form with a victory again today against Somerset, as his first ball from Brooks, his second over after tea, which Fuller punches away into the offside, the first ball, and gets a single. And good afternoon, Kevin.
Hello, Phil. I'm the bearer of some good Warwickshire news.
Go on then.
Yorkshire are now 7 down. Jordan Thompson is out.
Right.
Right now.
So they're still approximately 80 behind, 86, 87 behind. It does look as though Gloucestershire are going to also finish the season as Barker whips this one away. It's a short delivery. Barker spins and helps it on its way down to fine leg for 4. So he goes into the 40s, and Hampshire move on to 257 for 7. It's a terrific recovery, this, actually, for the by Hampshire, insofar as the these last 3 wickets have now added 160 runs.
92 for 5, weren't they, at one stage?
Yeah, 165 runs.
Well, actually, there were 54 for 3.
This one is pulled away by Barker down to deep backward square leg, almost like a tennis racket style as he pulled that through, but he gets a single. Brooks continues to be expensive, but as Richard said, he's been given licence really to go flat out, but he will be bowling some looser stuff amongst it.
Yeah, he has been quite expensive, hasn't he? Produced an absolute beauty. Well, not so much Donald, but Joe Weatherly.
He's in bowls. Fuller goes back and just jabs it away into the offside for another single. So the runs coming quite comfortably since tea. 259 for 7.
Yeah, we're into the last 10 overs before the second new ball, aren't we, really? So you would think that batting would be reasonably easy out there. Yeah, the one Weatherly shaped away, he just followed it, caught behind. I mean, Donald bounced on him, sort of trying to force it away on the back foot, got caught at point. Those were his 2 wickets. But in amongst that, there's been a few 4 balls that he's bowled.
Yeah. Yes, and he's only in his 11th over, but he's gone for 85 runs. Here he comes in again, and Barker just opens the face and runs it down to third man as the comfortably picks up another single. He's batted well, Keith Barker. Didn't get many wickets, but now he's doing it with the bat instead.
It's funny, isn't it, really? We've got the 3rd highest wicket taker in Division 1, who hasn't taken any, Hannon Dolby. Equal 2nd in Division 1, Barker, and taken any.
Yeah.
It's weird, isn't it?
260 for 7. Here comes Brooks in bowls. That one goes right through Fuller, who ends up almost tumbling over as he went for the push. It evades bat and wickets and goes through to Alex Davis. End of another over, 260 for 7. Just 12 the deficit now, with 3 wickets in hand, and it's been from Warwickshire's point of view, this afternoon and early evening resistance has really killed, I think, pretty much any hopes really of Warwickshire getting, unless something dramatic happens, being able to get enough time to get a result. I don't know what you think.
Yeah, well, I know, we all worry about our sides, don't we, and probably look at the dark side, really, don't we, of what might be. I mean, wickets have certainly become harder to get. 2 in the afternoon session between lunch and tea. And, we've still got another 37 overs to do with this evening session. Whether we get all those in will be interesting. Just to put the meat on the bone, Jordan Thompson caught Jack Taylor, bowled Zafar Gohar, the left-arm spinner, for 11. So Yorkshire 156 for 7 in their second innings. Still needing another 86. You're going to tell me that's doable, aren't you? See, I would say that Gloucestershire favourites there. You would say, sorry, I would say Yorkshire. Yeah, whichever way around. You know what I mean. Started with you over from Yates'.
I'm not sure I do, really.
I don't know what I was trying to say there. Well, you'd probably say Yorkshire would get home there, wouldn't you?
No, I don't think they will.
You don't think? Well, that's good. We both agree. Barker's down the wicket, drives, but doesn't time it as it goes up to mid-on.
I think it's going to be one of those, from, again, just looking at it from Warwickshire, one of those very frustrating games where it's tantalisingly close, but not quite close enough.
No, you're probably right. Good game, though. Probably a good game to watch, that one. That's Paul. He doesn't time that either, does Barker, as it makes its way out to mid-wicket when it's fielded by Danny Briggs, who's promptly being replaced at mid-wicket. I don't know why, he didn't do anything wrong.
Thought he fielded that okay.
He was alright with that. What's wrong with that? Picked it up cleanly enough. Yates again bowls, and that's a length ball which Barker quietly plays to mid-wicket. I think Danny Briggs would have picked the ball up better at mid-wicket than the man who's replaced him, but anyway. That's a poor bloke. The man that's at mid-wicket is actually
Dan Mosley, isn't it? Mosley from.
Yeah. Oh, they go slog down the wicket. He's gone slugged for 6. He wasn't quite at the pitch of the ball, was Keith Barker. He went through with the shot anyway. He's lifted it high into the row of seats below us. And he's not hanging around here, Keith Barker. He moves on to 48, to 66 for 7. Hampshire trail by 6 on the first innings.
When he came last season, I think, without checking the scorecard, but I seem to think he had a pretty good game here last year when on his return back to Edgbaston.
I think he did. He bowled well, didn't he?
Yeah, he
I need
did,
to check that out, actually.
But he's adding...
he got 5 wickets, actually. You're right.
Yeah.
Him and Abbas. Correct. Well remembered. Full toss, which he actually hit straight to mid-on along the ground. So I think he's looking for his 50. He's not quite there yet. 266 for 7. Barker 48. 10 to Fuller. Hampshire, as I say, trail by 6.
I had a long talk with Keith on finals day.
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't playing, but he came to the match with his family, and he came in the museum, and he's not the sort of guy you can't notice really. But he's came over and we had a long chat, probably about 20 minutes.
Wow.
And I said to him, we were so disappointed that you went, and he told me the story on it, and you just felt, why did they let him go?
Incredible.
Henry Brooks, again, from the Birmingham end, in bowls, and Fuller punches this up to mid-on, and there's no run.
Well, he's been the missing piece in Hampshire's jigsaw. They desperately wanted another bowler to get pretty close to 50 wickets. I mean, he surpassed it this year. He's on 52 currently, but, they had Abbott, they had Fidel Edwards for a little while, now Abbas last year as well, and Abbas is not far behind on 49. So they wanted a third bowler to back them up. He's been perfect.
Could not have had a better play.
Is it me? I can't remember.
Sorry, it's me. I'm reflecting on him not coming. Isn't it ridiculous? 5 years on and I'm still not happy. 267 for 7. That one was pushed into the onside, and Fuller gets another run. He goes on to 11. Brings Barker on 48 back onto strike. He's just beginning to put some power into his shots. Really, but that last over, he really got hold of that one. This one in, he pulls, but doesn't quite time that, and it goes straight to mid-wicket. Again, it was a rising ball, just back of a length, and Bethel in the end has to do the fielding, but Barker didn't get hold of it. Probably Bethel's just thinking to himself, that may have ended up a bit fortunate there, because had he have hit that out of the middle, it would have been one to have fallen behind rather than actually get your hands to, as Oliver Hannon Dolby will testify. This next one, Barker swings at and goes down the leg side. He's not going to hang about, Keith Barker. He's come out after tea with a real intent.
Yeah, he has. 29 not out of tea he was.
Didn't get bat on to that one.
Mind you, he's been offered the opportunity, isn't he?
Yes. It's a bit licorice all sorts at the moment, isn't it?
Well, he's got the man out there on the hook.
As Brooks in bowls, this one is tucked away to mid-wicket, but again Bethel's quickly onto it, and there's no run. 267 for 7, the lead just 5.
Yup. You're right, though. It has been a good comeback, hasn't it? 54 for 3, 62 for 4, 92 for 5.
Yeah, terrific. That innings, though, James Vince, was the key. Really top innings. Brooks in, bowls, Barker opens the face, runs it down to third man. He'll just get a single because George Garrett, who's on, substituting for Oliver Hannah-Dolby. I think that Hannah-Dolby went off after he got hit on the hand by that fierce drive of Keith Barker's, and I think George has come on as a substitute fielder for him. Either that or he's fielding for Sam Hain, who's still off the field.
Yeah, that looked painful, didn't it, Hannah-Dolby?
Yes, it did.
Not get out of the way. And a fierce Barker drive. 268 for 7. Then still 35 overs left in the day. That's more than a session. And it's been a while since we had the tea break. Yates round the wicket with his off-spin. Bowls to Barker. Barker quietly prods forward. And there is no run. Still keeping an eye on that Yorkshire game on behalf of Warwickshire supporters. 157 for 7, needing another 84 Yorkshire. Keeping an eye on the Lancashire-Surrey game on behalf of Hampshire. For the reasons we've said many times. Barker works that away on the onside, and that's his half-century.
Well done to Keith Barker. Not by a long way his first half-century at Edgbaston. He got many of them for Warwickshire. And well received by the crowd.
4th time he's passed 50 this season, but with a top score of just 57, which would suggest that he's vulnerable.
You're going to say he's got a problem, hasn't he?
Yes. This might be a good time for Warwickshire to pick up his wicket, but he's at the non-striker's end now. Fuller's facing, who's on 11, over the wicket. Fuller comes down the wicket, airs aerial, just one bounced a bit on it, went low and flat. Tried to go up the top, and he hasn't taken the single there. I guess it's gone so quickly to Sibley.
Yeah.
Although you would think there was still a single there, but Fuller decides against it. Sibley's 3/4 of the way back at mid-on.
He's sort of almost in no man's ground there, isn't he?
Isn't he? Fuller on the back foot. Has he found the gap between bowler and mid-wicket? He has. That goes a little bit more gently to Sibley this time. And Fuller moves on to 12. 270 for 7. Hampshire trail by 2 now on the first innings. Warwickshire very keen to wrap up this Hampshire innings, keep the game moving forward, get themselves into a chance where they can win, because if Yorkshire lose, then there's a reverse sweep. Lovely shot, Keith Barker. That's raced away on the 45 on the offside, outside of off stump. Right shot to play,
and into the lead with that shot. So Hampshire are now 2 runs ahead, but that was beautifully picked up by Barker.
It was, wasn't it, really? Moves on to 54 here, getting close to his top score of the season.
I suppose what Will Rhodes is doing is getting these overs through so he can get the second new ball as quickly as possible.
Yeah, that'll make a difference, won't it? Really,
he's got to use that and strike with that, and Orwell presumably will take that and just get these overs run through.
Yeah, we know the new ball will move, and we know it'll bounce. Hannah-Dolby, will he take the new ball? We'll have to wait and see. There's a drive by Barker. Fuller didn't get in the way of the diving Yates, so they'll take a single as the ball trickles up towards mid-on, and Barker will keep the strike. 275 for 7. Hampshire lead by 3. That'll start taking a bit more time out of the game as well, which is exactly what Hampshire want. They have 2 bonus points. They need 2 more to make sure of second place, with Lancashire doing so well against Surrey. Surrey are 141 for 3s though, so there's a little bit of a fight back there in their second innings following on.
So if Hampshire get 2 more bonus points, and the draw, or with it just 2 more bonus points, does it?
Yeah, okay. But you can't see them getting 2 more. I mean, 300 and 350 will do it. Will they get 350? And then it doesn't matter if if they lose the game, they're safe.
They could then let Warwickshire win, really, couldn't they? A decent team of chaps would do that.
Yeah, a nice team would do that, wouldn't they? Just stand aside.
Here's Brooks continuing at the Birmingham end. He's in. Barker opens the face. He does that shot. He waits. It's like a little, it's not a cut, but it's a late push, isn't it? He waits and at the last minute opens the face and just runs it away and uses the pace down to third man.
Yeah, I'm sure if Hampshire did that, I'm sure there would be a very stern letter arriving on the doorstep at the Ageas Bowl from a certain Yorkshire County Cricket Club.
You think?
Well, I know they've got a few other things to deal with, but I'm sure
it might be
the amount of letters they've had to write over
might
the
be at
last
the
few
bottom of the pile. Is Brooks in bowls and Fuller punches this up to mid-on and there's no run.
Yes. Probably not high on their list of priorities, but we'll send one out.
Which one should
anyway.
we deal with first?
Yeah. I missed this a little earlier. This is interesting. Dave Allen, who's listening, and I know Phil knows Dave very well.
Yeah, hi Dave.
Yep, Hampshire's historian. He came out with a strange stat here. Hampshire's batters scored 7 centuries in the first 5 matches and just 1 in the next 8.
This next one is driven by Fuller away through extra cover. He'll get settled already for the single, seeing the field coming in off the cover boundary. So 1 more to Fuller. Hampshire moved to 277 for 7.
Yeah, it's always interesting, isn't it, when you start looking at stats and to why maybe a team hasn't quite been able to get over the line. Hampshire's, of course, in terms of pushing Surrey a little bit closer for the title, anyway. Last year Hampshire scored 7 in the first 3 matches and just 2 more. So clearly the second half of the season a bit of a problem for high run scoring for Hampshire.
Brooks bowls. Barker again gets himself swings it round down to deep backward square leg and a single to Barker. 57, but it's highest, equal to his highest score of the season.
Yes.
With that single.
And if you're really wondering who that 57 was against, it was second game of the season, first innings against Surrey at the Oval. In a game actually that Hampshire played so poorly, I'm surprised that it actually was game in that game.
It's not bad though, not bad runs from a number 8.
Oh no, he's more than useful. Hampshire 7, 8 and 9, Donald, Barker, Fuller.
Yeah.
Is another reason why Hampshire have done so well this season.
Yeah.
Old ball,
very capable.
Old ball, those players batting, definitely.
Yeah. The sun comes out again. It's beautiful out there at the moment, as this one is hit by Fuller up a little bit in the air for a while, but up to mid-off, and there's no run. Who's that warming up? Is that Will Rhodes warming up at mid-on?
It is Will Rhodes.
Yeah,
is he going to take the new ball?
He might have to, because Helen Dolby's off the field.
Yeah.
There's Norwell's around somewhere, isn't he? He hasn't... presumably he'll take it with him. This next one is driven away out to the cover boundary for a single by Fuller, taking score onto 279. Our scoreboard moves so fast. You want to add the single onto what you see because it moves almost instantaneously. 279 for 7. Fuller is on 14. Barker's on 57. And we are going to see Rob Yates, I think, out of the attack. And looks like Will Rhodes is coming back in. I shall make way for Eve. I think she's due back on, and maybe I was just thinking actually, but we've got tomorrow. But this might be the last time I get a chance in the county championship game to commentate with you for some years to come. If Warwickshire do go down.
Well, let's hope that that doesn't happen then, and we get to work many more times, Phil. So Will Rhodes it is, even with 5 overs to go until the second new ball. The partnerships are starting to form here, which gives you an idea that with that old ball it gets a little easier to bat on. Fuller nudges that one out square on the offside where there's a gap. He moves on to 16, 281 for 7. The partnership for the 6th wicket was worth 75 between Donald and Vince. For the 7th wicket it was worth 63 between Vince and Barker, and now we've just got another 50 partnership that has been put on for the 8th wicket. 280 for 7 Hampshire. They lead by 8. Welcome back, Eve Jones.
Hello. Turn the button, press the button, that'd be a good start, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I don't think a wicket's fallen since you disappeared.
Yeah, hopefully being back in the hot seat might change things up. try and get that next wicket.
Yeah, these two are batting very nicely in the sunshine here at Edgbaston as the medium pace of Yates bowls, and it's hammered away on the leg side. Not quite tight, was a misfield. And that has gone for 4. Misfield from Liam Norwell. Didn't quite get down there quickly enough, really. I suppose from a Warwickshire point of view, you don't want to see him diving and lying on the floor. You want to see him upright, ready to bowl when the second new ball's due. He's got up okay, that's the main thing. I suppose if you see him lying on the floor, you think he's going to get up,
he's got up, so that's the main thing.
Yes.
Obviously, there's Sam Hain is he still off the field?
We think Hannah Dolby might be as well. I don't know if you saw, as I know you had to go for a meeting. Now, that's hammered away by Barker through mid-off this time. Bit of bottom hand in that one. The bat didn't come through straight. It was a little bit of a 45-degree angle. It was slapped away. And that is 4 more. And again, that will promote a bit of a defensive field with a slip coming out going into mid-wicket. Barker moves on to 65, 288 for 7 here. Barker hit one fiercely back at Hannah Dolby. Couldn't get out of the way. Sort of hit him somewhere around the sort of lower arm, shot, sort of elbow area.
Not what Warwickshire need.
No.
Especially the new ball.
Yeah, I can't see him on there. I don't know about you, Eve, but I'm looking very quickly around. I can't see him. Here's Yates all around. Barker's gone high, and it could be caught at back with a point. It's a steepling catch. He's dropped it. I thought he had it, and that was difficult because the fielder is going round in a circle trying to work out where that ball is dropping. It came down from a huge height, and Barker's got lucky.
It looked like he did really well there, and he looked like he held on to it, but just in the as he dived, he just sort of popped out of his hands as he fell back.
Is that Bethel? I'm not sure. No, it is Bethel, yeah. You're right, almost like he got too far under it and actually had to then bend back when it came down, but that was a horrible one. And I tell you what, I have to say, if he caught that, then we'd all be on the feet applauding. But he's still okay, Barker. Fuller was looking for a quick single there as it went out on the offside, sent back by Barker. But Barker was trying to heave that away on the leg side from a length ball, and I think it was only because he tries to hit the ball so hard that off a top edge it goes so high.
Yeah, I think it had definitely nearly reached them clouds that were above us. That would have been an absolutely spectacular
Wouldn't it
catch there if he held on to it.
That's horrible when you start sort of turning in circles and then start sort of moving back and then you have to lean back to take it. That's horrible.
Yeah, they're very tough to judge them ones when they go so high up in the air.
Aren't they? Fuller's playing a missing outside the off stump. Bit of extra bounce for Rhodes as it went through to Alex Davis. He's trying to force that away square on the offside, Fuller, but misses the outside edge. 289 for 7. And Hampshire's lead here is 17 with still 32 overs left. We've basically got a session starting from here. 32 overs in the day.
Yeah, I think good thing for Warwickshire. Hannon Dalby's back on the field now, so he looks like he's alright. Henry Brooks just walking to his mark down the city end of the ground. Field spread for Barker. Deep square, deep fine, deep cover, deep third. As Brooks bowls. And he's just guided that. I think it's gone to the right of slip. And it's gone for 4. That looked like it was a half decent chance. But it absolutely flew off the bat as he just sort of helped it on its way. And he picks up 4 runs. Walking moves on to 70. I think that's a chance there. But it would have been a great catch.
It's, Keith Barker has taken a huge stride towards sending his former team down here, I'm afraid, hasn't he, with this performance?
As Brooks is into bowl, this time driven into mid-on, and they scamper through for a quick single. I was thinking about a throw at the bowler's end. I think it's normal. Did the fielding, but changed his mind.
I'm just back for a brief flurry because BBC CWR are going to report in a moment, and Kevin will do BBC Soul, and then he'll come back in to watch this continuing innings. Hampshire was just 56 runs away from guaranteeing second place now. It's 350
Brooks
with
into
that
bowl,
target.
down the leg side. Alex Davis moves across, take that ball down the leg side there.
Sorry, I didn't mean to run into your commentary then, that was very poor of me.
Oh, you're fine.
But this partnership now, which is worth 64, I think has really drastically reduced the possibility of anything exciting happening tomorrow for Warwickshire, I'm afraid. They've just been too good.
As Brooks is into bowl, this time defended back down the ground. No run. Yeah, it looks tough going now, doesn't it? Not too much happening.
So when you're doing a 10k tomorrow to make sure that you're in good nick, you won't be missing the dramatic finish that we were hoping. It just feels that way at the moment. You're not doing a 10k.
Absolutely not.
No. A 1k.
Probably not. No, I might go to the gym, but that's about it. It's Brooks bowls shorter this time. Bouncer. Fuller gets underneath that one. Lets it go through to Alex Davis. Good carry there by Brooks.
He's bowled with fire. Look, he's taken some stick. He's going for 7.5 runs and over, but he has tried to bowl as many wicket-taking deliveries as he can, and the situation he's found himself in, he's kind of had to go down those lines. He is the one man with a bit of extra pace in this Bears attack.
Brooks bowls. This time worked off his hip, runs towards the fine leg boundary, but Dalby does the fielding down there, moving round to his left. Score is now 295 for 7. Fuller's on 16, Barker's on 71. Completes the over.
Been a game effort from the Bears today. This bowling attack has been a bit short all season. I think that's been shown up today. Alan Dolby's bowled for no reward today. Liam Norwell has bowled well, but they're limited how many overs they can bowl him because he's been injured for much of the season. And Henry Brooks has proven expensive. And they really need to be batting now, whereas they're 23 runs behind. And here's Will Rhodes beginning a new over. Fuller pushes him out into the offside, and there's no run. They've made their runs pretty quickly as well, Hampshire. And if they can get to 350 in this innings, not only will it arguably kill off Warwickshire's hopes of avoiding relegation, but it will secure second spot. That fourth batting point is the one that they want so much.
Yeah, I think things just starting to slip out of Warwickshire's reach here. Could have done with getting these last 3 wickets ASAP.
Rhodes pushed into the offside, and there's no run. Update commentary, Warwickshire. Just a second. Yeah, their chances of survival have taken a real turn for the worse in the last hour and a half or 2 hours of cricket, and the man that's holding them at bay is the former Warwickshire all-rounder Keith Barker. He's batted in typical fashion, quite belligerent at times, quite unconventional, but firmly striking the ball on his way to an unbeaten 71. He's getting support right now from James Fuller on 16. The Bears have put down a couple of difficult chances in the last 10 minutes, but Hampshire have moved themselves into a lead. They're 295 for 7. The other part of the equation is still in play. Warwickshire need Yorkshire to lose to Gloucestershire. At the moment that looks like that might happen, but in terms of taking care of their own business, they need to be batting before close of play tonight to set a target tomorrow, and that looks difficult. Hampshire 295 for 7. They lead by 23. That update for listeners to BBC CWR as Rhodes is in and is drilled through point for at least a single. They could have thought about 2, but Garrett is onto it fairly quickly, and they're not going to take too many risks there. 296 for 7.
Yeah, the lead's now 23.
And the tantalising thing is, if only they were in a better shape. I understand that Yorkshire are 8 down now against Gloucestershire, and still around 70 runs short of victory. It's a tight old battle, that one, in a way. It's not out of order that they might still get over the line, as this is dabbed by Barker behind square, and there'll be no run. The next ball from Will Rhodes. But ultimately, I think something you said earlier today, that really the bad weather, and it's of all the matches around the country, this has been the worst hit by weather. The overs taken out of the game have made Warwickshire's task in the end more difficult. Yeah,
look, it is a difficult task anyway, but with the amount of cricket we've missed over the last 2 days, it makes it even harder for Warwickshire.
Rhodes into Barker, turns it behind square on the leg side. There's a comfortable single for him, which takes him to 72, 297 for 7. And the way that Will Rhodes takes his sweater and his cap, there is a man who knows that his team now are struggling to do what they need to do. I mean, even if these 3 wickets fell quickly now, 30 overs left in the day, you'd lose a couple. You're probably going to lose a few more for bad light at the end. It's going to be quite hard for them to have a lead of more than, say, 50 or 60 today, even if things went remarkably well, which leaves them having to add another 150 tomorrow. It's going to be difficult. I'm going to wait for Kevin, because he might be able to see Keith Barker over the line towards his 100.
Brooks into bowl, a bit short this time, worked off the hip, and it manages to squeeze between the 2 fields at deep backward square and fine. Hit that really nicely, did Barker. 4 runs to his total as Hampshire bring up their 300, 301 for 7 off the 78 overs. Yeah, a little bit too straight, that one. Good shot though by Barker. He's now on to 76.
Another bonus point for Hampshire.
Another bonus point for Hampshire, as that one's banging short, and Barker hits that one straight to mid-wicket. Pretty simple catch in the end, and Warwickshire finally get the breakthrough they've been looking for a good while now. Finally break that partnership, and that's the danger man Barker on 76. He's got to go. He's played pretty well though. He's kept this innings going at a good rate as well.
Yeah, he has. Top scorer of the season by about 19 runs, so he's done his part, that's for sure. And yeah, he's got Hampshire to within 1 bonus point of confirming second place, even though Lancashire are doing particularly well against Surrey and would like to get maximum points. Gets a round of applause when there's a crowd who are in the pavilion, and a couple of times he's not only lifted his bat, he's just pointed his bat to somebody, so there's obviously somebody in the crowd there that he knows particularly well. But I know he'll be disappointed, he would have liked a few more, but maybe just in the back of his mind that the way Hampshire are batting here, maybe consigning Warwickshire to Division 2, was there a little bit of sadness, even though he was playing so well. But even so, 76 is made, and Hampshire at 301 for 8 actually need another 49 runs here for another bonus point. Now, Eve, are they going to do it? Because we are into the 79th over, so we have actually 10 balls until the second new ball is due, with Brad Wheel walking out.
Well, we'll wait and see, won't we? Hopefully, from a Warwickshire perspective, they can get these last 2 wickets as soon as possible, and have a bat. And obviously, the lead now for Hampshire is 29, so they want to try and keep that as low as possible. So for Warwickshire, they've got to try and pick up these last 2 as soon as possible and get themselves out there and have a bit of a go with the bat.
Yeah, this might be 49 runs might be just too many. Hampshire are going to be agonisingly short by 1 point of knowing whether their second or third place position will be confirmed, and in the end it might need a draw to do that, which of course won't suit Warwickshire.
No, it won't. As another man comes into slip. Brooks into bowl, this time defended by Wheel. Nice solid defence there, into the offside.
It's an interesting tweet here, Eve, and this might be a good discussion. Paul Williams, Sun Sport, says, did Warwickshire declare a bit too early? As in hindsight, they have needed Hampshire to get 4 bonus points to allow them to maybe set up a match.
As Brooks bowls short this time, and I think he's got the wicket. I think he's found the edge. Or has he? Warwickshire seem convinced there, both Brooks and Alex Davis, but I just wonder for a second if Will was about to turn and walk off, but I think he was just...
Have a look, here's the replay on the live picture feed. Yeah.
Brooks seemed convinced then, didn't he? But
yeah,
can't really see that clearly on the replay.
In fact, Brad Wheel there just saying to him, just showing him his arm. I must admit, I thought it was about halfway up the arm, maybe slightly lower.
Brooks into bowl. This time defended straight back to Brooks. Well, they seem a bit more sprightly now they've got that
Yes.
the wicket of Barker. So they'll still be hoping.
It's poked them up a little bit, hasn't
It has, hasn't it?
Yeah, they just looked like they were just starting to get a little frustrated.
Final ball of the over as Brooks is into bowl. Short again this time, and Wheel lets that one go through to the keeper. That completes the over. 301 for 8 now, Hampshire.
Yeah, and you can understand why, because each of the last 3 partnerships have been 60 or 70 plus. 75 for the 6th, 63 for the 7th, and now 71 for the 8th. So you can probably see why.
Yeah, they started really well this morning, Warwickshire. They managed to keep picking up wickets, and then been a bit slower this afternoon. Struggled to get too much out of the ball. Some good batting as well.
So you're
They
right.
have just broke the partnership, which is good for Warwickshire. They need to just keep going now.
I would say this is a 1 over spell from Danny Briggs. The 80th over. I don't know, I'm just having a guess. 301 for 8 then. Hampshire leading by 29. They've still got 29 overs left in the day, so still fair chunk as Briggs round the wicket, tossed up. Oh, he's nearly bowled there, Fuller, trying to drive, and it's beaten him. It's beaten the keeper. It's gone past the stumps. I think it's beaten everybody. It won't quite go to the boundary. It's pulled back, but they will pick up 3. What is the umpire going to signal, if anything? He's looking round to his colleague. Oh, he's got an edge on that. So it's just a slight deflection. It wasn't a chance, though.
It wasn't far off his stumps, though, I don't think.
it wasn't.
Just trying to see on the replay.
Maybe just that slight deflection was just
Might have
what it
saved him.
needed. Yeah, it did, yeah. So you can't get much finer than that. 304 for 8. It brings Brad Wheel onto strike. The lead now 32, which of course all the time that goes up is again taking more time out of the game. Briggs into his 10th over, 1 for 29. There is a slip in now for Brad Wheel. Not sure there's too much turn out there, but there's one there anyway. Flighted, Wheel drives out towards extra cover, and there is no run. Rich Lloyd has tweeted as well at Silent Sport. He says, I don't know if Keith Barker takes much notice of his stats. I'm not sure he does he? I'm not sure. I think a lot of players say they don't, but they sometimes do. That's outside the off stump and left alone. But, he says, he's on the verge of both 5,000 first-class runs and 500 wickets. Well, that's right, he's on 497 career first-class wickets. In terms of runs, I can probably work that out exactly, outside the off stump and left alone. Barker came into this game with 4,912, so if you add 76 onto that, Eve, 4,912, 76, 86, 88, 4,988. So he is close on both fronts. Has played it out on the onside and there's no run. Thank you for that, Rich. He might just be short going into next season. Who knows? Depends on what happens in the second innings. He was wicketless in the first, but it's Wheel facing forward. May just have straightened a fraction as the ball goes out on the offside. Now that is 80 overs done. 304 for 8. Just have to wait and see what happens now. Oh, the umpires are having a chat. Oh, they're having a chat about the light. Oh no, they're throwing the ball to each other. The new one. Damn, I thought they were talking about the light.
Just so used to them coming together to chat about the light the last couple of days. It seems the norm now, doesn't it?
So 3 wickets apiece for Liam Norwell and also for Henry Brooks. So who's taking the new ball at that end?
Ollie Hannon-Dalby, I think.
Yeah. So he's back on the pitch. It looks like he's all right. Oh, that painful blow from Barker.
Yeah, I missed that. I was out the room, but sounded quite nasty.
Yeah. Yeah, forearm. I don't know, there's a little bit of flesh there. I suppose you're all right if it hits there. Elbow would be the worst point, wouldn't it? Or the wrist, or maybe even the shoulder.
The bony bits.
Yeah, probably got away with that.
Off we got. We've got 2 slips. Deep square, deep third, and a deep cover is just hovering at the minute. I think he's coming in. Jake Lintott, I think that is.
Somebody's cheering them on. Does that come from the crowd, or is that out in the middle? I couldn't quite work that. Probably the crowd, to be honest.
I don't know, I feel they've perked up a little bit this afternoon, the crowd.
They have. They've most definitely done that.
As deep point now goes back, as Hannah Dalby's in. This time it's smacked off the back foot, and there is a little misfield. They will push for 2. That's Henry Brooks there doing the fielding. And that moves Fuller on to 22, scores 306 for 8.
You're right. I think that often happens, doesn't it? When a game, it could be any point of the season, but certainly at this point of the season, and there's so much at stake for Warwickshire. But that the crowd, they love sort of just sitting there and enjoy the cricket, and then all of a sudden it gets interesting, and then they sort of warm to it as well. And they've done that here. You're right.
And Dalby into ball. Oh, and he's just inside edge that. I think it's just gone past the stumps as it goes down to fine leg, and they run through for 1. I think we've just had a couple of those just off the inside edge last couple of overs that have just could have gone onto the stumps, but they haven't.
Yeah, there's been a few of those, hasn't there? He was not in a great position there, Fuller, was he? Playing that. Hannah Dalby still looking for his first wicket. I bet it's quite a while since he's bowled. He's into his 23rd over and has had to wait for a wicket. 51 wickets this season.
Yeah, he was a bit unlucky last night, wasn't he? He did create that chance early on, as he's into ball this time. I think he has got the wicket, and that's wheel gone. He's found the edge, and it's gone through to Alex Davies, who takes quite a comfortable catch in the end. Wheel doesn't look too happy about that one.
Well, has he been given out OBW? Because I don't know he's actually inside edge there. Have a look. Have a look at the replay. Oh, maybe. Yeah, maybe he has. Maybe he has. But Will didn't look back. Didn't look convinced, did he, Brad Will?
No, he didn't. But he has to go.
So 307 yeah. So it looks a little bit disappointed. I mean, maybe before when there was a big shout against him, that probably doesn't help either. But now there is a tweet here now that's suggesting. This is from a Hampshire point of view. I know it's all about Warwickshire, but there is a little bit here, of course, for Hampshire for reasons we mentioned. Darren Simmons at Sun Sport says, given the first tiebreaker is the most wins, I believe Hampshire only need to reach 300 to ensure second in the championship. I don't think that's. I'll be honest with you, I don't think that's right. I think we've done our calculations over 2 or 3 days, and I still think there's another point, because they've only got 3 points in this game: 200, 250, 300. Didn't get any bowling points, and they needed 4.
Yes, they still need 1 more, don't they?
So you still need 1 more. Oh, they got 1 bowling point. No, they didn't. They were. Oh, they're 4 down. Oh, they said they have. So they actually have got 4 points. But did they now? Because I've done so many calculations now. Now I'm starting to doubt myself. So there were 19 points ahead of Lancashire going into this round of games. They've now got 4 points, 5 points. So they've now done it. We still need 1 more point. There we go. Thank you.
This is testing the maths and the brain, isn't it?
It is.
But
so definitely 1 more point they need. Yep, thank you very much. So, Darren, sorry, mate.
Hannah Dalby in again to the new batter, Abbas, and that does find the outside edge, but it runs down to third man for 1. It went along the floor. Straight along the floor, no chance of a catch there at slip.
Good ball first up, wasn't it? He's gone for the Yorker there. That's not far away, is it? In fact, it was probably not a bad Yorker. I think he's well played. So, yeah, just to repeat, Lancashire go into this game with 201. Hampshire had 220, so there was 19 points difference. So Lancashire look odds on for 24 points, which would then take them to 225. Hampshire, at the moment, in this game, have 4 bonus points. Oh, thank you. Everybody's nodding in the room. That's what we feel a bit better.
In comes Hannah Dalby to Fuller, as it's just knocked into the leg side, and they'll take the single. And I think there's 1 ball remaining, so he's got 1 more ball at Abbas here. But yeah, he'll be happy. He's finally got a wicket to his name.
Yes. 52 wickets, so he's now equal second with Simon Harmer and Keith Barker in the Division 1 wicket takers.
Yeah, and hopefully he can pick up this last one and as he bowls. Well, I'm not sure where that hits him, but it just drops in front of him. Oh, I think it comes off the pad and onto the midriff and just drops in front. Good over by Anand Dalby. Just one away from bowling Hampshire out. Scores 309 for 9. Fuller's on 24 and Abbas is on 1.
I presume you already knew Yorkshire rate down? Yeah, you did, yeah. Sorry, I just...
How many are they requiring now?
53. Another 53 Yorkshire Eve.
Tense times.
It is tense. Tense here as well because Warwickshire need the win. 37 Hampshire lead by, and Liam Norwell into the attack. Already has 3 for 36 from 16. Took 3 of the 5 wickets that fell this morning, but really well. Got the ball to nip back mainly with a bit of extra bounce. And he's going to be bowling to James Fuller, who's on 24 not out. The field's scattered because they want to be bowling at Mohammed Abbas. Fuller pulls that away on the leg side. They won't take the single. Fuller's been in this position a few times this season, where he's in and the field is so far back you need binoculars. And he knows that with Mohammed Abbas at the other end, sometimes it's been Kyle Abbott, that he's played this situation several times already this season. He does possess a powerful shot, so if Norwood doesn't get it in the right areas, he will pierce the field even with it back. But it's about as much as anything. Hampshire just using up a bit of time. Full, he's gone for the huge drive in the air. It's wide a bit on. There he is. He's pierced the field. Has he? Not quite. But just plugged in the outfield there a little bit. And 2 fielders, and one of them, Bethel, combining to get that ball back in. But 2 runs. It's not 4, but it's 2. It's half of the desired wish of that shot was completed. Fuller's back at the striker's end.
I don't think Sibley looked like he picked that up then.
Bad light.
He just seemed to just lose it a little bit, so...
Get the light meter out.
Get the light. No, definitely don't get that out.
Here comes Norwood, right arm over to Fuller on 26. Comes in and bowls. Fuller heaves away on the leg side. Doesn't get hold of it. The ball trickles out on the mid wicket. They're not taking a single. Fuller just flicks the bat up in his hand as if to say, if that was out the middle, that would have been all right, but it wasn't the result I was looking for. 311 for 9. The lead is 39. So we've cleared that up, everybody. We definitely know that Hampshire need another point to confirm, which we've been saying basically. Surrey are 149 for 7 in their second innings following on, still behind by 154, as that's driven out square on the offside, but there's no gap there, so that very much looks as though that's going to be wrapped up today. Lancashire will pick up 24 points and effectively be 1 point ahead of Hampshire.
Yorkshire now 9 down.
Are they?
It's getting interesting.
You guys, you're right on it, aren't you, eh? You Warwickshire people.
I've got my sources.
Oh, right.
It's not me.
Richard Wilford's got it on the live feed.
Fielder's coming in now.
Oh God, now Kevin
It's coming
Howes
from
is
all
coming
angles
in.
now.
Literally, I'm the lone southerner here. Oh my God, is he dancing?
He is dancing.
Noel's in, and Fuller goes high, and is he going to be caught at mid-off? He is, and that is the end of the Hampshire innings. He tried to lift it over mid-off, he didn't quite get enough on it. Will Rhodes takes a good catch running back to his left, and Fuller has gone for 26. Hampshire are all out for 311 with a lead of 39.
Yeah, done the job there. The bowlers picked up them last 2 wickets nice and quickly, giving himself a chance to have a good bat here now. The openers running off to get their pads on.
I think it's not quite the season's best for Norwell. He did actually pick up a 5 for early in the season, but 4 for 38 he finishes on. Yeah, 311 all out. And well, I guess Hampshire would take that. They were 62 for 4 at one stage, 92 for 5.
Yeah, they've built a few partnerships this afternoon, haven't they? And really frustrated the Warwickshire bowlers. Just not let them give them their easy wickets. And they've really had to work for them this afternoon, and thankfully this new ball has worked the trick for them. Both Anand Dalby and Norwell just picking up the final couple of wickets there to finish the innings off. 311 all out, Hampshire.
So the new ball was 11 balls old, and Warwickshire took 8 for 2. There you go. So it worked. It did the trick. So the situation here at Edgbaston, Hampshire lead by 39 runs on the first innings. There are well over 20 overs remaining in the day. Plenty of time for Warwickshire to get a move on and try and push this game even further forward. It needs to be pushed much further forward tonight. They need to get into a situation where they give themselves maximum time tomorrow to try and bowl Hampshire out. That's what they'll need to stay in Division 1. All very exciting. I think myself and Eve Jones will take a quick break between the innings. Let me give you the bowling figures for Warwickshire. 4 for 38 from 16.5 Liam Norwell, 3 for 102 from 15 Henry Brooks, and a wicket apiece for Oliver Hannon-Dolby, Will Rhodes and Danny Briggs. And top run scorer for Hampshire, 98 from James Vince. He has one more chance to score his second century of the season. We thought it was coming today, it wasn't quite to be. And 76 from Keith Barker down the order against his former side. And they were the main contributors for Hampshire. We'll be back in just under 10 minutes.
People on the back now, and lost the ball.
Well, the umpires are on their way back out. If only this game had another day to run, I think it'd be even better poised. But as it is, there's plenty of drama guaranteed, because Warwickshire are about to come out to bat trailing by 39. I'm about to update listeners of BBC Radio WM and BBC CWR about it, but they will want quick runs here. They've got to set up a target for Hampshire as soon as they can tomorrow. So out come the Hampshire team, and we'll see what Warwickshire do about their batting order as well. I would imagine Sibley and Yates will come out as scheduled. Sam Hain may not be available because of a leg injury suffered earlier in the day, but it promises to be intriguing. It is going to be Sibley and Yates. So just wait for 3 minutes past to tick round to do this update. So the players can... Here at Edgbaston, intriguingly poised. Warwickshire are just coming out to bat in their second innings, trailing by 39. Hannon Dolby and Norwell with a wicket each to end the Hampshire innings on 311. With Yorkshire on the brink of defeat against Gloucestershire, which would keep Warwickshire's hopes of survival alive, the Bears have got to score quickly this evening and tomorrow morning and set Hampshire a target. They must win if they're going to stay in Division 1. Rob Yates and Dom Sibley are about to face the first ball. Warwickshire naught without loss. They trail by 39. So that is the tale of the tape as it stands. And Warwickshire just have to take care of their own business now. They have to hope that Yorkshire don't get a last wicket stand of 50, which is what they need if they're going to beat Gloucestershire, but they've got to try and set themselves up. Mohammed Abbas is going to bowl the first over. And what can Warwickshire do? Phil Britt has stepped in alongside me.
I think the issue is going to be, I don't think we're going to get the 24 overs in. It's a question of how many of these we can get. The light at the moment's not bad. The floodlights are on.
But they set the bar a bit low in terms of the light with which they went off the field yesterday, and that's going to be a bit of a concern for Warwickshire as Rob Yates prepares to face the first ball of the innings. Mohammed Abbas is in, and Yates is driving into the offside strongly, but can't beat the field. Scooped up by Ben Brown at mid-off with that telltale strapping on his fingers as he's still recovering from an injury and hence not keeping wicket. But it's about scoring runs as quickly as possible. At Headingley, Yorkshire needing 241 or 197 for 9. Stephen Patterson, deposed as captain this season, playing his final game for County, is not out. Dom Bess has 59. As Abbas bowls round the wicket, and a little flick at that from Yates, it goes past the bat and through to the wicket-keeper. These are not easy conditions to try and score quick runs, to be fair. There's a little bit of cloud cover immediately above us, but it is also, the light is starting to fade because we are almost October.
Warwickshire will want to stay out there really as long as they possibly can tonight. I think Hampshire will want to get off the field.
Abbas in again and trying to carve that through the offside. Yates again plays and misses, and it's through to the wicket keeper. Oh look, the worst case scenario, if they don't get much more cricket today, the worst case scenario is the Bears would have to bat the entirety of the first session tomorrow totally gung-ho, and try and give themselves 2 sessions. Even if the target's only 160, 170, they've got to set something.
They've got to set that, yeah.
So, you know, they've got no choice other than to keep moving the game along here.
They have to play for the win, so the defeat is meaningless because they're going to get relegated whether they win or not. If they lose or draw, the draw is no use to them.
Well, they must win. Mohammed Abbas in again, and it's poked out into the offside. It was hurried a little bit there, Yates. And there's no run. Liam Norwell with figures of 4 for 38 today, by the way. Full credit to him. He's had very little cricket this summer due to a series of unfortunate injuries after such an outstanding season last season. It must be more than a little bit frustrating for him. But he bowled really well today. Will Rhodes just had to not overuse him. That was the difficulty that he faced today. As Abbas gets a leading edge from Yates, but that will avoid extra cover, and they'll come through for at least 2. In fact, they may well be able to get another one on the arm, and Yates is running quickly. So the first runs are on the board, 3 without loss, takes the deficit down to 36. Yorkshire have passed the 200 mark, Bess on 63. They need 40 more with 1 wicket standing. It's going to stay tense for a while, that one.
Well, Don Best doing a terrific job. He's hit 5 boundaries, 5 fours and a 6 in his 63.
Very resourceful cricketer. I think he's still a relatively, especially for a spinner, he's a relatively young player. So you would imagine that he's got a chance of making England teams again in the future. But what I like about him is he's a pugnacious cricketer. He's good at, reasonably good at everything, isn't he? And his commitment and desire to win is always there.
He'll be a hero if he gets Yorkshire through this one.
Just a bit. As first ball that Sibley receives from Mohammed Abbas just follows him, and he almost gets a nick on it. Great delivery from Mohammed Abbas. End of the first over, 3 without loss. I would say that he won't have to buy a drink for months, Don Bess, if he sees his team over the line. But actually, it's Yorkshire.
I'm going to say you got the wrong county, I think.
Perhaps not. Stephen Patterson has just survived a strong LBW appeal from Zafar. Anybody would think I was watching 2 matches at the same time?
I was going to say, Richard, multitasking. We're going to see the Brad Wheel taking the new ball.
Keith Barker is not on the field, I note.
Oh no, well spotted.
I think he's still tallying himself down after his outstanding innings earlier of 76.
So, Brad Wheel, who was wicketless in the first innings, already the 4 wickets, so he didn't get one of those. He's taken the new ball from the Birmingham end on his way in to bowl to Yates, who's going to score off the first ball, cutting it away to deep backward point for a single. So he goes on to 4.
Last time I saw Brad Wheel bowl, he didn't have a number on his shirt.
No, he's
playing for Warwickshire at the Oval.
Ex-Bear, Brad Wheel, bowling.
Don't think he took a wicket in that match, if I remember rightly.
No, I don't think it was a memorable match.
Do you know what? It could have been. It could have been. And Kim Roach's spell on the 4th morning was outstanding. But the 2 umpiring decisions, particularly the one that Sam Hain got in the 90s, were up there, let me tell you, amongst some of the poorer ones that I've seen over the years. The Hain catch down the leg side where he's not got anywhere near the ball. I mean, really, it's not touched anything. It's just a wild ball.
Wheel into Sibley, and Sibley leaves outside the off stump. They must have perhaps been tempted. This is Dom Sibley's final innings, by the way, for Warwickshire. He moves on to, or rejoins Surrey for next season, and he's done a good job for Warwickshire in the time he's been here. He has figured in a terrific number of century opening partnerships. I've got the figures actually. I'm going to have a look at those later on. As Wheel in, and Sibley is off the mark with a little push into the leg side, the mid-wicket, the vacant mid-wicket area, and just jogs the single. Warwickshire went to 5 without loss.
He leaves the county owing Warwickshire nothing, in that he's given his all. He was part of a wonderful opening partnership with Will Rhodes the year they got promotion from Division 2, and that's where he and Rhodes really started to make their names as Warwickshire cricketers. And he's gone on to do really well. He's earned England honours through playing here, and he has his reasons for wanting to leave, and you can't blame him.
Next one is played out firmly into the onside by Yates, but straight to mid-wicket. Don Sibley figured in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 century opening partnerships between 2018 and 2022.
Very good.
Pretty good. Wheel comes racing in, and this is cut away by Yates to deep backward point for another single. He moves on to 5, 6 for no wicket.
The tail end of 2019, and 2019 he made runs for fun, and he finally tipped the selectors over the edge with that brilliant performance at Trent Bridge when Nottinghamshire had scored a huge total And the Bears really needed a good week, and he made a double 100 in the reply. Notts was skittled in their second innings. Bears had quite a hot run chase, and he made a fast 100 in the second innings. And that was the point at which the selectors couldn't ignore his claim anymore.
This next one is left by Sibley. In fact, actually, I've got one more to add to that, because of course he got 100 in the opening innings here of 100 partnership.
Yep.
So add one more to that, so 11 century partnerships.
Well, if they would get another one in this innings briskly, then that would go down extremely well. But
he got 3 with Rob Yates, 1 with Alex Davis, and the rest with Will Rhodes. Yeah, they put on 7 century partnerships.
Yeah, so that second division season, when there were 2 young opening batsmen, did them a world of good. They had the benefit of having 2 very experienced players in the middle order that season, in Ian Bell and Jonathan Trott, with Sam Hain in that top. It was a good top 5. Tim Ambrose coming in at 6 or 7. Anyway, Mohammed Abbas is going to bowl round the wicket, tickled into the offside. There should be a quick single there. Yates is busy about his work. He goes to 6, and the score is 7 without loss. A team that still featured Keith Barker back in 2019 in that promotion year.
Yes, it batted a long way down, that team, didn't it? Jeetan Patel there, Keith Barker, with lower runs. Chris Wright, who could...
Yeah, although he left through the season. Yeah.
But he could add use when he was in that side down there. He added useful runs. Warwickshire several times got dug out by the back 5 wickets.
That's into Sibley. He was advancing a little bit, gets a thick outside edge that goes well wide of the slips. And down for 4. It was a false shot, but it's more runs on the board. Warwickshire 11 without loss. They still trail by 28.
Yeah, bat a long way from the body on that one, and not really in control of it, but gets the desired result.
If you want to add to the drama, by the way, Yorkshire now need 31 to win. Don Bess is 67 not out. He's taking the attack to David Payne at the moment. The drama is not over there yet. Warwickshire are concentrating on their business here, and one down the leg side that Sibley gets nothing on, and it goes through to the sprawling wicketkeeper. The light is not brilliant at the moment.
No, it's fading, isn't it, quite quickly. We're coming up to 5:15. You really don't think we're going to get too much beyond 5:30. I'd be surprised if we do. Just fade down, but we're just going to take advantage of every minute they're out there.
Bass to Sibley, driving straight. They think about a single, but it's going to be cut off too quickly. So Felix Organ moving across, and there's no run. 27 needed by Yorkshire now. Another boundary for Don Bess. He's 71. These odd situations where you kind of have to have an eye on that.
Yeah.
Things could go up either very excitable or very flat all of a sudden around this ground in the next 20 minutes or so. Mohammed Abbas into Sibley, just tucks him up, might have cut back into the pads, lifts his hands out the way as it bounces out towards Gully, and there's no run.
I'm going to let Eve come back on, Richard, because Eve is finishing today, and we may not get a lot more cricket, so she give a chance to...
Whatever you would like to do, Phil, whatever you would like to do. I'm not going to get in your way.
There we go. I'm being really gentlemanly, which is most unusual for me.
It is. Let me count the ways. As Mohammed Abbas takes the edge of Sibley's bat, but it bounces just in front of a tumbling first slip. And he survives the end of another probing over from Mohammed Abbas. 11 without loss. Warwickshire in their second innings. They trail Hampshire by 28. Hampshire, who want to make sure they don't lose this match, because that now looks like it will be the only likely way that they can stay in second at the end of the season, because Lancashire were closing in on victory in their match against Surrey. Eve does a coat up again. As soon as you move to the front of the box, you have to do your coat up here.
Yeah, get closer to the window, so...
Yep, closer to the draft,
fresher.
Basically.
Yep.
There we go.
No, never mind.
Brad Wheel, right arm round the wicket to Rob Yates, looks to clip him off his hip. Be picked up by Fuller at mid-wicket. So Hampshire coming into the second innings with no Keith Barker on the field. They might feel that if it's a relatively short phase of play now that they might be able to rest him up a bit until tomorrow. Stephen Patterson has played out a maiden against the spinner Zaffer at Headingley, so Don Bess will be back on strike with 27 needed. Who says the championship's not enthralling? Because it really is today. Wheel in, cut into the offside by Yates, no real timing, but they can scamper through for one. Across from the gully region moves Ian Holland and picks it up, 12 without loss. Fuller's already doing some warm-ups here. Might be that James Vince mixes and matches a little bit with his bowlers. Holland doesn't look keen to bowl, he's got his hands in his pockets.
Yeah, he probably knows that Warwickshire are going to try and be quite positive against the bowlers, so not letting them settle against a certain bowler.
We're back over the wicket to Sibley, who drives without any power or timing into the cover area. That won't beat the field. Nick Gubbins picks up, and the score remains 12 without loss.
Yeah, just looking around the ground, it seems like there's some big coats out there.
Oh,
There's some brave people out there today. Just
must be. Don't think there will be any bare arms, that's for sure. Wheel in, clipped into the vacant mid-wicket area by Sibley for his 6th run, 13 without loss, 26 behind.
you can really feel the temperature's just dropped a little bit more, even though we're in the box.
You'll have the heating on in the car, won't you?
I probably will, actually.
You can see it coming. You ain't got the posh heated seats.
No, I haven't got those.
I'm just not sure about those. That's a lovely straight drive by Yates, and even though it hits the stumps, it's still going to go for 4. He's hit it with such power. It was straight enough that it hit what would have been Dom Sibley's off stump if he'd been in stance at the other end, and even having clipped it, there was no need for the fielder to even try and chase it. 4 more to Yates. He's 11, 17 without loss.
Yeah, he's carrying on where he left off yesterday. He played some lovely straight drives down the ground, Yates. So he's looking in good touch this evening.
Well, yes, that's a subject that we ought to have to touch on a little bit, as Yates will tickle a single up towards mid-on. Well judged. 18 without loss. Yeah, I'm sure it was discussed at some length over the first 2 days when Clive and Mike were here, but why Rob Yates hasn't been opening the batting for the majority of this season is something that only the coaching staff here at Edgbaston can explain, and if they did explain it I wouldn't quite understand them even then. In that he made 5 championship hundreds last season opening the batting, and now that he's back opening he makes 100 to end the season. It's not rocket science. It isn't.
No, he's proved a point though, hasn't he? He has batted well, got himself 100 first innings, but he's got a big part to play now.
It strikes me what you're doing with a young player's confidence when he bats like he did, got himself onto the England Lions tour, and he said, oh actually I think we'll put you back at number 3.
As Abbas is in to bowl round the wicket. So that's a big shout for LBW. Not out, and then there is a throw actually from the slip, somewhere in the slips to the stumps, and they do hit the stumps as Yates was a few steps down the pitch, but he makes his way back. He's safe, gets away with that one.
Just wondering whether that wasn't, and I haven't got the screen up at the moment, and that's not quite up to date, unfortunately. So I'm sorry I've let you down there, but I've got a feeling there were 2 noises there. I thought that probably hit his bat on the way through. Don Bess has played out a maiden, another maiden over at Headingley.
As Abbas bowls, defended by Yates, thinks about the single, but cut off by mid-on.
Sorry, I'm dealing with technology now.
We've got 2 games on the go here.
Yeah, and the one we're at I can't see the pictures of at the moment. Yeah, I think it might be having a bit of a problem generally, that one.
In comes the Bass again, round the wicket. Gets Yates on the front foot as he just pushes it out to point. No run scored. Yeah, I'm just thinking back to the way that Sam Hain played yesterday when he came out and was facing the Bass. He looked to be quite positive. He didn't let us settle. He had bowled pretty consistently all afternoon really when he bowled. So Sam Hain did use his feet a couple of times just to put him off his length. Just wonder if Yates can do that now as a Bass is into bowl. Bit shorter this time. Yates looks to pull. I think it just hits him in the midriff somewhere.
Yeah, very much in the midriff somewhere. Yeah.
That's a bit painful, that one.
He was hoping to see that disappearing deep into the Priory stand, and it disappeared somewhere altogether less comfortable. And he's down on his haunches at the moment, just waiting to see if he can get any feeling back. Takes his gloves off, stands there, and it takes a while, to be fair.
It's pretty cold out there as well.
Yeah, do you know what? I'm speaking honestly, Eve. Temperature not so much a factor in that area. But the pain will be very similar regardless of the climate.
Yeah, I just don't think that got up as much as Yates thought it would. He did look to pull that one, but didn't quite connect.
He's standing upright again now. Dom Sibley has said all the right things. It's the final match of the season. You'll be okay. You might look a bit awkward, you gate, for a while, but other than that.
As Abbas is in again to bowl, and this time a bit fuller this time, and Yates just prods that back to the bowler off the front foot. 18 for none. Yates is on 12. Sibley's on 6.
Such a deliciously economical run-up and action, isn't it, Mohammed Abbas? It's the ultimate in repeatable actions.
Yeah, it seems very smooth, doesn't it? As square leg now goes back to the boundary, the shorter side, of course. As Abbas is into bowl. This one wraps him in the pad as well. Big shout, but turned down again.
Yeah, I think the fact that he got well forward there, Rob Yates, would have put some doubt in umpire Kettleborough's mind as to whether that was going down the leg side or not. He wouldn't have been able to, without technology, give any decision with any certainty there. But Mohammed Abbas is making himself awkward to score off in a situation when the Bears want to get a wriggle on. 3 overs for 8.
Yeah, Yates comes out of that fairly unscathed, but Warwickshire 18 for none. Yeah, I'm just thinking, could he change his position on the crease? Could he take a step or two down the wicket just to try and put Abbas off his length?
Radwell to begin a new over, nudged into the offside by Sibley, and there's no run up at Headingley. Yorkshire is still 214 for 9. Stephen Patterson has played out another maiden. He's faced 25 balls for his naught not out. The former Yorkshire captain, who, whilst this season has not turned out the way he anticipated with losing the captaincy and knowing that he's leaving the county at the end of the season, he will endeavour to support Dom Bess to try and end the season on a high. So Yorkshire need 27 to win. If they get them, then the Bears will be down regardless of what happens here. But the Bears here 21 runs behind Hampshire, needing to force a win. Sibley clips the ball neatly through mid-wicket, but there is a boundary rider out there. So it's just a single that he collects, 19 without loss. Must be a helplessness. I would imagine in the Bears changing room right now, and the plush surrounds that are, there will be a more than anxious eye being cast on events up in Leeds.
Yeah, and I think it'd be good for Warwickshire if they can go into tomorrow still with something to play for.
To Yates, turned into the offside. There's a gap at points, so they come through for a single. 20 without loss. don't know what he's trying to catch on camera now. Oh, it's a colleague with a sausage roll. Incriminating evidence. My word.
Caught on camera there.
He just reminded me of the quote from the movie Clockwise when John Cleese says, "It's not the despair I can take despair, it's the hope I can't stand." As Sibley defends the next ball from Wheel back down the track. And there's no run. So at the moment Warwickshire are oscillating between hope and despair. Rob Yates, it's fair to say, is, what's the polite way of putting it, still physically inconvenienced by that ball that hit him amidships.
Yeah, he has been crouched down between balls here, hasn't he?
Yeah. He's feeling a little bruised. Sibley pushes the ball into the offside. It's not easy to fire at this point in murky conditions, and yet Warwickshire need, at the very least, to get themselves on level terms, runs-wise, preferably better. I'm not sure they're going to get the time to do it.
Yeah, you just question whether the light's going to come into play in a short while. Obviously the lights are on here.
It's when the scoreboard gets harder to see and have to squint at it. It's a nice looking drive from Sibley. It then hops up at the fielder. Gubbins has to pretty much calm the ball down. And they come through for a single. End of that over, is it, from Brad Wheel? The scoreboard doesn't think it's the end of the over, but the umpire does. Is it catching up? 21 without loss.
Yeah, the scoreboard's a couple of balls behind, I think.
Oh, has it got? There we go. That's nice. 23 now required by Yorkshire. Don Best 75 not out. They've got 1 wicket remaining. They needed 50 for the final wicket, so I mean they're working their way towards it, aren't they?
They certainly are. Tense times. So a bass continuing then from pavilion end. Deep fine, deep square, 3/4 of the way back. He's into bowl to Sibley, who defends it into the offside, and they do come through for the single. A bit of a drop and run there to backward point.
Good call from Rob Yates as well, and he was at the races very quickly there to come through.
Yeah, they both set off straight away for that one. Good communication. They were both on the same page. As the umpire just crosses over to the leg side for the left-hander. In comes a bass again. Off the legs, flicked away. Not sure if that's off the pad or the bat, but it is racing away towards the fine leg boundary. But they come back for 2 as the ball's collected down that far side of the ground. Yeah, it's off the pad. Didn't race away as quickly, did it? Suggests the pad is involved.
Yorkshire now need 19. Another boundary for Don Bess. What a hand he's playing there. 79 not out. So that's continuing to be drama. A stand of 31 in which Patterson hasn't contributed a run.
Bass into ball. Driven not much time into mid-off by Yates. Scores 24 for no wicket. As a bass slowly makes his way back to his mark. Still blue skies over Edgbaston.
It's funny how you can have blue sky and yet it's getting darker.
It is getting darker. As a bass is into ball again. A bit wide this time, and it does have a flash at it, but I think a bit too wide. No foot movement there from Yates, and it goes through to the keeper.
Just about to update BBC Radio WM in a few seconds. Well, all eyes are on Headingley at the moment. I'll explain why in a second, but Warwickshire in their second innings are 24 without loss. They trail Hampshire by 15 runs. They've got to push on and ahead as quickly as they possibly can and set Hampshire a target, because they must win this match to have any chance of staying up. Liam Norwell back to fitness, took 4 for 38 in the Hampshire first innings of 311. James Vince scored 98. Keith Barker against his former county 76. But all of this will be in vain if Yorkshire go on to beat Gloucestershire. Oh, and they just lost. The final wicket has just gone. Gloucestershire have beaten Yorkshire by 18 runs at Headingley as we speak. So it is all on Warwickshire now. The incentive is there. They're 24 without loss, trailing by 15. So, yes, as it was put by our newsreader, that was an exciting report. I mean, what timing? What timing?
Oh,
So,
happy days. Right, back to Edgbaston then.
Well, there we go. Well, look, listen, it means we've got a day's cricket tomorrow now, doesn't it? That's going to be worth watching.
Yeah, the score's 24 for none. Yates is on 13, Sibley's on 9. End of that over.
So the first part of the equation is done. Brad Wheel is about to bowl. Well. Well, I wonder if the messages... I haven't heard a roar from anywhere yet. As Sibley pushes forward and gets a single through mid-wicket, 25 without loss. He's up to 10. Well, it's going to be crash, bang, wallop tomorrow morning, isn't it?
Yeah, I was just wondering if anyone would shout out from the crowd, but can't hear anything yet.
The shout would be, lads, it's on. Lads, it's on.
Yeah. Had a few shouts before this afternoon, but
I mean, it would have been such a flattener if Yorkshire got over the line, in terms of Warwickshire's feeling here. As Wheel bowls to Yates, who cuts that nicely through the offside, but the field is well set again. There'll only be a single down to the deep point fielder. 26 without loss. Umpires haven't looked at each other yet about the light, but you do think it'd be minutes rather than anything else. In theory, 16 more overs after this. He's desperately trying to change the plans for tomorrow.
yeah, it's going to be a good day's cricket, that's for sure, isn't it?
Wheel back over the wicket for Sibley, steers the ball down towards third man. The deep point has a bit of a chase, so they should be able to come through comfortably for 2. 28 without loss, Sibley to 12. So a tantalising prospect. It does mean that our good colleague Kevin Howells from Five Live Sports Extra is probably going to be, I would imagine, staying in Birmingham now with the drama here. That means that tonight he may well go out for a flavoured coffee. Maybe a caramel one. As the ball's left alone outside off stump, he's
Really pushed the boat out there.
well, you know, it's getting towards the end of the season. He's had to keep himself in fine physical fettle over the course of the year, and he's almost achieved it. 28 without loss, Warwickshire. 2 balls left in Brad Wheel's 4th over. Can they at least get themselves a little bit in front by close of play tonight? Sibley awaits, guided down towards the square leg umpire. Comfortable single. 29 without loss, Sibley up to 13. Warwickshire can't fret about the 100 so overs that have been lost in this game, Heath. So.
No, they can't. They can only focus on the job ahead. I think that's 10 behind now. They trail by. So, big job tonight to try and get close to that and overtake that, and then obviously go big in the morning.
Yates awaits Wheel, and again a single through mid-wicket. 30 without loss, steady accumulation. They trail by just 9. So when all the drama is unfolding tomorrow, what are you going to be doing? What, the big shop?
The big shop.
They're going to do the big shop tomorrow.
I don't think I'm going to be doing the big shop tomorrow.
Oh.
I'm doing a bit of coaching, so I'll be
That's
might
important
put my
stuff.
notifications on.
Yeah.
The Warwickshire Twitter handle.
I better make way for Mr. Kevin James to come back in and add a little bit more gravitas and knowledge to the occasion than I offer.
Yeah, it's great that it's actually going down to the final day. I think it would be disappointing for Warwickshire if it was all over tonight and there was nothing on it tomorrow, so at least that provides a bit more entertainment, and it's still on for Warwickshire as a bass is into bowl round the wicket and Yates just plays that into the covers for no run. As Kevin's about to rejoin us, just sorting his technology out. $30 for none then. It's 15, Sibley 13 not out.
Did something happen at Headingley then?
Bass into bowl. Driven straight back to Abbas though. No run.
Did I miss it?
Didn't miss much, no.
No. So, well, I'm pleased for you guys that you've got something to play for. Massively pleased, because it's there, isn't it? It's there if you can find a way.
Yep, it's in Warwickshire's hands now. That's the good thing. So at least they have a chance tomorrow. That's the main thing. That's what they'll be holding on to. As Abbas is in again to bowl. Oh, it just goes past the outside edge of Yates's bat. I don't think that was too far away actually.
It wasn't, it was a good ball, that.
This looked a good ball.
Can't seem to find the edge Hampshire's bowlers at the moment. A little bit like that against Kent in the second half of their first innings last week. A little bit like that in the first innings of Warwickshire's, but... So, am I allowed to sort of indulge now that the other equation is whether Hampshire finish second or third? Lancashire are about to beat Surrey, and if they do, they'll go 1 point ahead of Hampshire.
As Abbas is into bowl. Driven, and it's gone to first slip, and the catch has been taken, and Yates is on his way. That's a good catch there by James Vince. Diving to his left.
That's how to hold catches at first slip.
That is how to hold catches at first slip. There you go. You just mentioned they couldn't find the edge, but there you go. I think that was down to you, that wicket.
Do you reckon?
Yeah.
I'll take it.
Yeah, just tempted by that drive there, just tried to push that into the offside and finds the edge and goes through to Vince at first slip. And that's Abbas that picks up the wicket of Rob Yates. 15 to his name to go with his 100 in the first innings. That's the first wicket down for Warwickshire, so that's 30 for 1. Oh, here we go.
Ooh.
Henry Brooks coming out to bat.
What does that mean? Is he going to come out for a thrash? Do you think?
I reckon so.
Must be, isn't he? That is Mohammed Abbas's 50th championship wicket this season.
Oh, there we go.
Nice little milestone. The third Hampshire bowler this season to go past 50. Abbott, who's not playing, with 58, top. And Barker still level with Harmer on 52. And Hannon Dalby, who took 1 wicket, didn't he? So far, he's 52. So
you've had 3 players go past 50 wickets. That shows why you're up the top, doesn't it?
It's just the batting that's
Yeah.
not quite matched it. But yeah, Hampshire, well, I'm sure most counties do, but if you've got 3 bowlers that are getting around that area, you're going to be up there, aren't you? You're going to be up there. Hampshire have had 2 over the years, last few years, with Fidel Edwards, Kyle Abbott. That was and now Abbas joining when Fidel Edwards was missing, or obviously not reselected, and then Keith Barker joining that made that nice trio. That's exactly what Hampshire wanted. Is it me, or is the light getting a bit darker?
Yeah, I think it is. I feel like I'm squinting a little bit more now. As Abbas is in to bowl to Brooks, and he does have a think about playing at that one. Hangs the bat out outside the off stump, but goes through to the keeper.
So we think Henry Brooks is in to play a few shots, don't we?
We do.
Yeah. So I'm just looking at his strike rate when he's played this season. Okay.
What about his T20 strike rate?
Yeah, that's
Look at
probably
that
better
one.
to look at, isn't it? Yeah, 51 per 100 balls in the championship, which I know is always a little bit lower, but guys like Burgess are up at 70, so we'll have a look at his T20 strike rate.
So the point field now goes back to the boundary as Abbas is in. Looks to drive it, but doesn't get much timing on that. That completes the over. So good over there for Hampshire, picking up the wicket of Rob Yates. The score is 30 for 1 after the 9 overs. Yeah, saying 15 overs remaining in the day, but not too sure we'll get 15 in.
No, even with blue skies, doesn't feel particularly bright, even with that. So his strike rate in T20s, Henry Brooks, 122.
Not bad.
It's okay, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see how
We
it
will
goes.
see. As Brad Wheel comes on. I think you're right, Keith Parker. I know you mentioned it earlier, but he's not on the field. That's Sibley pushing forward behind square on the offside, playing that late. It's gone down towards third man. James Fowler comes round. They will pick up 2 more. 32 for 1. Warwickshire trail by 7 with. If they can get a large part of these 14 overs in, then Warwickshire will be happy just getting as many as they can in there. Maybe, I don't know, 50-60 lead if you get that many, but then into tomorrow morning, will there be enough time to bowl Hampshire out?
Well, that's the thing, isn't it?
It
Obviously
is.
lost so much time
Yeah.
throughout the game so far.
And Hampshire will be fighting hard because they will need a point at this game to go second. There's another single with the field set back on the offside mainly. Sibley moves on to 16, 33 for 1. We'll get a look at Brooks now to see what he might do if he's in T20 mode.
Yeah, it's an interesting move from Warwickshire, sending
Yeah.
Brooks in, number 3.
So it would have been, I guess, coming at number 3 normally.
Alex Davis, I think, first innings.
Oh yes. Well, he plays 100.
Well,
strikes
yeah,
it around,
plays
doesn't
for
he?
the Southern Brave, doesn't he?
He does, yeah. That wheel bowls. Brooks flicks that away straight to mid-wicket. Well, that just looped to mid-wicket. I think Tom Prest is on there as the substitute fielder for Keith Barker. So that is a wicket for Brad Wheel. Everybody's doffing their caps and flicking them around. I don't know if that was significant for Brad Wheel. But anyway, it's a wicket. We will never know whether Henry Brooks was deciding to have a real go. He just flicked it away, really, and that was it. He'd gone. Simple catch for Prest. 33 for 2.
Yeah, I didn't quite get the timing or the elevation on that. Sort of a short arm jab, but just straight to the mid-wicket fielder. Pretty simple catch there. As that plan doesn't quite pay off for Warwickshire, but in comes Alex Davis.
So he's going to have to get a move on.
Yeah. He got out first innings for a duck. Left one that just looked like it just come back in. Took his off stump out the ground. So I'm sure there won't be too much of that today.
No. Umpire's having a chat out there in the middle. Floodlights on, blue sky, but it is that late September type of light at this time of night, which is not the sort of light you'd normally expect in the middle of the summer, that's for sure. So red ball as well, which doesn't help. So Alex Davis in. How many did he make in the Warwickshire innings? He was out. First ball. Bowled by Ian Holland. He was
Yeah, that's
he
it.
was the middle
No
of the
shot
outfit, wasn't
played.
he? Yes. Oh, of course, yes, that's right. Nip back on him. So he looks around the field. He's got 2 slips and a gully. Brad Wheel at the far end. Comes in and bowls right arm over and bowls to Davis. He's taken a quick single there. He was off straight away the moment he hit that ball up towards mid-on. Looks like it's going to be a lively innings from him.
Well, at least he won't be getting a pair here, so he's off the mark straight away.
I can't ask you if you've ever had a pair, because would you have played any sort of multi-day cricket?
A few games, like a few handful of games, but
Yeah.
not really. So I don't think I actually have. So
No.
thankfully, I haven't got that to my name.
Yeah, you're lucky. It's turned away on the leg side by Dom Sibley, who moves on to 17, 35 for 2. Warwickshire trailing the game now by just 4.
It's something we'd definitely love to play as a region. Love to play that multi-day cricket, red ball. Everything.
Do you think that would ever come in?
I'd hope so. I think with the increasing amount of test matches that the international teams are playing. Obviously, the girls are never going to have any practice for the test matches, so I think it is needed, to be honest.
Wheel comes into Davis. Davis turns that away into the gap. Always a single there. He moves on to 2:36 for 2. So, I mean, at the moment, obviously, like you just take next year. You've got Charlotte Edwards Cup, basically the start of our first half of the season. You've got the Rachel Hayhoe, which is going to double in games.
Yeah.
So you've already got that, haven't you?
Yeah, I think that might be a spoiler. I'm not sure if I think I mentioned it yesterday, but
yeah, I wouldn't worry. I think most people feel that that's what might happen.
Yeah, I
so,
think that's the way it's going to go.
Yeah. So that's assuming
that happens.
Yeah, assuming that happens.
We're not 100% sure on that.
No. So you still think maybe on top of that, assuming the Rachel Hayhoe doubled, do you think there's room for multi-format days as well? Sorry, multi-format days. Sorry, multi-day competition.
Probably, I don't know. I think at the moment it's probably a year or so off. I think obviously if the Rachel Hayhoe Flint doubles next year and we have double the amount of games, I think there's only going to be up to 10 professional players in each team. So there are a lot of players that do have to take time off work and time off university to be available. So as a Bass is into bowl, and that's just knocked into the leg side, and they scamper through for another quick single there. Alex Davis moves to 3, scores 37 for 2. So I think probably if the way it keeps going with the women's game, they're adding more contracts each year. I think once we get to a stage of a full squad that's fully professional, then I think that's when that can probably happen, because obviously it takes the multi-day cricket. People aren't going to have to then have extra time off work. Obviously there's more games, so more injuries will occur, so you'll need a bigger pool of players that are freer more often. So I think it probably is a couple of years away, but I'd like to think before I retire that it comes in. I'd love to play some red ball cricket as a Bass is in to bowl. As Sibley advances down the wicket, he just comes across his crease there. I love the move, and he just knocks it off his legs into the leg side for the 1. That's what I was saying a bit earlier on. I think sometimes it's quite easy just to let the bowler settle and just keep bowling, and they just sort of find a rhythm. I think what Sibley did there was quite similar to what Sam Hain did yesterday. Just use his feet, use the crease, and just sort of put it back on the bowler and put them under a bit of pressure and just knock them off their line and length and make something happen. It just changes the angles as well of where you're hitting the ball. As the Bass is into bowl to Alex Davis as he defends, and the bowler does the fielding.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, because I've just seen all season the Bass just bowl 9-length bowl, and he loves that. You can see he loves that. He's got the patience to do it. But yesterday, for a little while, when Hain was doing what he was doing, you could just see the Bass just looking a little uncomfortable, really, not happy with what Hain was doing.
Yeah, it was a good contest, wasn't it? Because obviously Hain was taking it to the bowler and just made him do something different. He bowled a couple of bouncers and made him change something. So as a Bass is into bowl, this one flicked nicely through mid-wicket by Alex Davis as it's running away to the boundary. There is a chase on, but I think the ball's going to win, and that's 4 more to Alex Davis as he moves on to 7. Scores 42 for 2. Good timing there by Alex Davis.
Beautiful, wasn't it?
He'll be keen to do well in this innings. Obviously, unfortunately, didn't make anyone's first innings, so he's looked like he's had some good intent since he's come out to bat the last few overs.
I've got a great stat to read out in a minute on those 3 Hampshire bowlers passing 50 wickets.
In comes a Bass again. Bowls and defended by Alex Davis. Thinking about tucking it into the leg side, but plays without full face of the bat.
Too straight, that one.
Too straight. Good decision by Davis.
I'm just looking, I mean, there is no clouds to come over. So if it stays like this, it will suit Warwickshire.
Absolutely. Just got to hope that the light doesn't get too much worse. As a Bass bowls, a bit fuller, and it's just knocked into the offside, but no run on offer that time. That completes the 11th over. 42 for 2. Alex Davis on 7. Tom Sibley at the other end on 18.
Yeah, importantly, Warwickshire lead by 3. So Tigger Miles, who's tweeted at Sonic Sport, he's another sort of... If it's possible to be somebody that's got even more stats and an even deeper statistician than Dave Allen, Tigger is one. He says, I've been waiting 3 days to send this. 3 Hampshire players have now taken 50 wickets this season. The first time 3 players have taken 50 plus wickets in a season since 1995. This is Martin Emerson-esque. Cardigan Connor, this won't mean much to you, Eve. Cardigan Connor, Sean Udall and Heath Streak, the Zimbabwean quick bowler that's pushed out square on the offside. Start of a new over from Brad Wheel. And I think these shadows here, for me, are actually not helping, but even though we've got blue sky above us. So there you go. Thank you, Tigger. It's a shame you had to wait 3 days to get that one out, but I'm sure he's mighty relieved now. You can go and have a beer. You can go and relax.
Got that one off his chest.
Yeah, that's off his chest. 3 days. He's been sitting on it. It's been on his mind. But it's out there. Here's Wheel. 2 slips. Wait as he comes in from that city end. A bowls he's beaten outside the off stump. Although, to be fair to Alex Davis, he may just have... Oh, I think he was beaten outside the off stump. He didn't follow the line of the ball, which one of 2 players have done.
Yeah, he just
in this game.
held his bat inside the line, I think.
He did.
We'll give him the benefit of the doubt.
We will. Yeah. Mike Williams, I must get through 1 or 2 of these emails actually, because I've been a bit lazy in this game, so apologies everybody. Mike Williams, sonatcricket@gmail.com, says, regarding Hampshire's batters and their lack of hundreds, because we mentioned that earlier, and how the last 2 years there's been more hundreds scored in the first half than in the second half, which again might bear some fruit about why they're not challenging for the championship. Outside the off stump, left alone, and they lack, we seem to have a plethora of nervous 90s. We need more of a KP approach rather than creeping towards 100 that does not materialise. Before this current round of matches, Hampshire had 800s, whereas Surrey had 16. Creeping towards 100 slows a game down, and 100 can often lead to what Gooch called a daddy 100. Let's hope for lots of hundreds next season as they've dried up this season. Great commentary, says Mike. Thank you. Cut away by Alex Davis. That's gone quickly. Let's go for 4. There was Ian Holland, a fairly wideish third man, but he couldn't get there in time. And that's right out of the middle of Alex Davis's bat. He moves on to 11, 47 for 2. Warwickshire lead by 8. A daddy 100. I don't think I've heard that before.
Have you not?
No, have you?
Yeah.
Have you?
Yeah, I thought that was quite common.
Well, it probably
Maybe
is.
not.
It probably
Maybe
is.
just up this.
I've led a very sheltered life, to be honest, Steve. It probably is common. Everybody else probably uses it but me. I remember some other phrase that was used last year, and I looked nonplussed, and everybody looked at me and said, "Oh, you heard that?" I said, "No." So,
Non-plus.
well, a bit. What is that the right word? Hang on, let me think. That's always trying to pull that away. He misses. There's a half shout for a caught behind, as it may have caught the top edge going through to Donald, but not out. A bit like perplexed. Like, well, really?
No, I've not heard that one.
No, but anyway, so
maybe I'm living a sheltered life as well.
I doubt it. So a daddy 100. There you go. I've learnt something new today.
Square leg now, just going out onto the boundary to our left. Shorter boundary out that side, just in front of the hover cover.
Here's Wheel. Probably a bouncer coming shortly. That's a length ball. Davis is on the back foot, steers that out to point. There's no run to end that over from Brad Wheel. 47 for 2. Davis has 11, 19 to Sibley. Rob Yates for 15, and Henry Brooks, who came in up the order, I guess to get a move on, didn't last too long. He was out without scoring. Brian Collins, sonatcricket@gmail.com. He says, Brian from Callington. Where's Callington? No, we're all looking there. Well, I'll have a look it up in a minute. Already looking forward to next season, hoping that Hampshire can finish second, though, he says. Well, I'm the only one in the box that's hoping that. Everybody else is hoping that Warwickshire stays in Division 1. I hope they do as well.
Oh,
and I suppose if I was up at Headingley, I'd say the same about Yorkshire.
It's down.
Just so I can get out all right. Eh?
I think it's down towards Plymouth.
Ah, is it? Right, okay.
If that's the one, or there might be more than one. Who knows?
Yep.
We've got a change of bowling at the pavilion end.
East Cornwall it is, yeah.
East Cornwall. There we go. Who's this coming on to bowl? Holland's on to bowl from the pavilion end. Right arm over, as that's left alone by Sibley. Through to Donald behind the stumps.
A man that was on a hat-trick first innings. Ian Holland.
He was. Oh yeah, he was. Yeah.
Yeah.
Who did he get? He got. Well, he got 3 wickets, didn't he? He got both openers and Alex Davis. Was it Sam Hain going in for the hat-trick ball as Holland's in, knocked into the leg side? There's a great bit of field in there.
In the dirt.
In the dirt, yeah. They're probably not the nicest areas to dive on there because they'll be rock hard. They used wickets from throughout the season, but saved a couple there. Is that Organ?
It is. It is. Yeah. Always likes throwing himself
Good
around.
bit of work there. As Holland's into bowl. As Sibley defends that, and don't know if he just set off looked for the single, but Holland got down behind the ball.
Right, I can confirm that with Lancashire beating Surrey by an innings and 130 runs, Surrey bowled out for 173. They do, at this moment in time, go 1 point ahead of Hampshire in second place.
Oh dear, you're looking sad. As Holland's into bowl, a bit shorter this time, and it's just placed backward a point to the boundary that far side of us. Lovely bit of timing there by Sibley. He now moves on to 23, and that brings up the 50 for Warwickshire, so 51 for 2 now.
Beautiful shot, right on top of the bounce.
Right on top of the bounce, just timed it, didn't look to hit the ball too hard there. Just placed it between the backward point fielder, and we've got a couple of slips in, so lovely shot there by Sibley. In comes Holland. A bit short this time, and Sibley again works that into the backward point region, and they do scamper through for 2 runs. Didn't quite time that one, but placed it quite nicely, and there was a diving stop, but a little bit of a misfield, and Sibley was quick onto that to come back for the second. Good bit of running there. I think these two have ran quite well since they've been together.
Yeah.
Alex Davis especially straight off the mark, looks quite quick between the wickets, doesn't he? Sibley now moves on to 25, scores 53 for 2. Last ball of the over for Holland. That's deep points in place now as they scamper through it. The mid-on comes in, does a good bit of fielding, but misses the stumps as Sibley comes through a quick single there. So again, good running by these two. End the over. Scores 54 for 2. Sibley's on 26. Alex Davis is on 11.
Yeah, lead us 15 now. How many do you... if you were captain now, Eve, you know, and obviously bearing in mind tonight, I mean, every over's a plus, really, isn't it? Although it looks like we're going to get a few in. And then tomorrow, what would you be thinking here, in terms of total time left?
Well, I think I don't know really, all my red ball experience, but I don't know. I think they've got to make sure that they get a half decent total on board, but not too much that it's out of reach for Hampshire. They still want Hampshire to go for it and give themselves a chance to bowl them out, and yeah, you just expect them to.
It's going to be a delicate one, isn't it?
Yeah, they'll have to think this one through, I think. But
I think you've got a break, Eve.
Right, I'm off.
Yeah, you're having a break.
For a little bit.
Here comes Fuller from the City end. Right arm over, bowls to Sibley, length ball. That's pushed back to the bowler. Dominic Sibley remains on 26. So all very exciting. Lots of calculations in that dressing room going on as to, as long as things go well, what do they do? How long do they give Hampshire? What is a nice little delicate total which teases Hampshire into thinking, yeah, we'll have a go at that. Hampshire dare not lose. They dare not lose. It's not the end of the world, but I don't think they want to lose. Here's Fuller. Bowls to Sibley. Length ball. Sibley again pushes that back to the bowler. No run. Welcome back, Mr. Richard Wilford.
Well, it's been rare that our paths have crossed today. I think we'll see a lot more of each other tomorrow. But
Yeah, you're right.
I'll have a report at 3 minutes past, but we're only at 1 minute past at the moment. Look, from the Bears' point of view, the fact they're ahead is a bonus. Henry Brooks was one of those where a sacrifice, wasn't he? Really?
Yeah, it was a bit. Yeah.
As much as anything.
Yeah.
And it's actually a bit brighter than it was 20 minutes ago.
Well, I have to say, it's holding up, isn't it, out there? Much to my annoyance, as that's pushed out on the leg side. And that'll be another single. There's big gaps on the leg side, so a single is pretty much a given. 55 for 2.
Apart from the fact that it would be great for Hampshire if they knew they were going to be safe tomorrow, it is at least nice that on the final day of the season we're going to come and see something that, okay, it's a long shot for Warwickshire, but it's a shot which they didn't necessarily think they were going to have.
100%. I think this could be quite exciting. You know, the pressure will be on Hampshire as well. If Warwickshire time the declaration right, assuming of course they're not bowled out. Here's Fuller again. Davis is trying to work that into the gap. Square on the offside doesn't quite get that right. The ball trickles down towards gully.
I don't think it's easy to score quickly on this surface, which doesn't help them very much. The only player who really has looked like he can score freely was James Vince. Keith Barker's innings was a little bit more prosaic, really. It's
prosaic. I like it. Here's Fuller again. Runs towards us and bowls to Alex Davis, and Davis on the back foot does find the gap this time, square on the offside, and he's almost walking through. It's almost as if he was disgusted that was only a single. He moved on to 12, 56 for 2, the lead now 17.
Right, I better hold the fort for a moment because I think we're about to hit 3 minutes past. And to update BBC Radio WM and BBC CWR. Here at Edgbaston, still playing if the light holds, so hopefully the Bears can get another 8 or 10 overs in there. 56 for 2 in their second innings. They've pulled in front by 17 runs here against Hampshire in their bid to win the game and survive. Davis on 12 and Sibley on 27 after 2 quick wickets fell. Rob Yates hold out at slip for 15 and Brooks at mid-wicket for a duck. The other part of the equation worked out. Yorkshire were beaten today, so the Bears know if they win, they will survive. 1 day to go, they're 56 for 2, they lead by 17. You have to explain quite a bit in a short report in this particular set of circumstances. Hampshire will be happy if there are as few overs as possible this evening, but you know, even if Warwickshire end up having to set 150, they'll have to set 150. They will believe that they can maybe by lunch tomorrow or sometime before lunch tomorrow get that lead a bit higher than that, but time-wise they're not going to want to bat much beyond 12 or whatever, so I think sorry, Eve is kindly offering drinks and I'm turning down because we're very close, but that's very good of her.
That's right. No,
I had to explain the silence there, but it's been great to have Eve as part of the team today. Some time is being taken to sort out some boots here. It's James Vince. That all looks a bit curious when the slip fielder needs to do something with his studs. It's almost as if he doesn't want all the overs to be bowled this evening, Kevin.
Surely, I can't believe you said that.
I'm only speculating. I'm not saying that's what's going through the mind of him, and I've just praised his batting, so I'm not going to go hard on him.
There might have been a bit on that, but the light's okay, really, isn't it? For this time of year, it's playable.
Holland to continue, bowling to Davis, looks to flick it down towards third man, but a sprawling stop in sort of third slip gully territory. Is that Felix Organ down there with the stop?
Oh, in the gully, Joe Weatherly, I think.
Is it Weatherly? Oh, I knew it was a single digit and I've forgotten there was a 5. Disappointed in myself now. Felix Organ's at mid-wicket, I can see him now. I plumped wrong. Driven by Davis. The second delivery of the over, back into the follow-through of Fuller.
So I asked Eve and you know, about an equation here sometime tomorrow, assuming that Warwickshire aren't bowled out. What would you like to see? Ideally, from a Warwickshire point of view,
runs almost aren't part of the equation. It's starting. We have to start with the overs, don't you? Holland bowls full outside off stump. Thought about a quick single, wasn't on, so he pushes it into the covers. You want at the very least 2 full sessions. You ideally want a bit more than that, but that's going to be tricky because if they're only at the moment the lead is 17, and they would have loved to have been 60, 70 runs on tonight. That's unlikely to happen. So you have to judge it and say, well, I want a few overs before lunch, even if I only set 165. I want the overs. Holland in again, down the leg side, swipes and misses Davis. And it's through to the wicket-keeper. And the difficulty is that I don't think the wicket's going to misbehave. I think, if anything, it'll be flatter. That tends to be what happens here. Over the course of 4 days, it's not doing anything particularly extravagant right now, is it? So I think it's quite a predicament. You know, it may be they have to bat till lunch, but that will make life really hard to take 10 wickets.
I think that's a good point. You may have to just back your bowlers.
Holland in, driven off a thick inside edge. It squirts past mid-wicket. I'll think about 2. There's a bit of a slip in the field there, but actually he's done well to get the ball airborne, Fuller. So there is only a single. 57 for 2. And if they end up, Hampshire chase it down for the loss of 3 wickets with 15 overs to spare, so be it, but they've got to give themselves the chance.
I agree. I think this might be a situation where, do you know what, Anna Dalby, you've picked up a lot of wickets this season, let's just hope you do so again. Liam Norwell looked a handful, and you've just got to hope that actually they do go through the top of the order quite quickly, and if they don't, well then you've lost the game comfortably.
But at least you keep yourself alive for as long as possible. Pushing forward and defending is Sibley. End of the over then, he got a single off that. 57 for 2. They've not found it easy to accelerate, and to be fair to Warwickshire, it is unfortunate that of all the games played this week, this has been the one most affected by the weather. There's not a lot you can do about that. If they do go down, it won't be because the weather was bad this week. It'll be because they didn't play well enough in the previous 13 games. Yeah. And they've only won 1 in the course of a full championship season, in a year where there have been more wins compared to draws. You know, to win the title this year, you had to win a lot of cricket matches.
Yes.
You know, you've seen it won with 4, 5, 6 in the past, but that wasn't happening this year.
Certainly wasn't. Not with Hampshire winning 9.
No.
and still could end up finishing 3rd, which would be...
and on points, well short, even though Surrey have lost this week.
It's unthinkable. Here's Fuller from that City end, runs towards us, bowling to Alex Davis once more. It's short, it's pulled away by Davis, and he's only going to get a single. Hammering that away, but not out of the middle of the bat. It's gone out to deep square leg, where Tom Presley, substitute fielder, is there in the shadow. Just about everybody's in the shadows now. 58 for 2.
It's interesting that shadow is going to start to become a problem before too long, I think.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, you just feel it could go.
Umpires are looking at each other a bit now.
Yeah. I've got a message for Tigger Miles, who gave that stat about the 350 plus wickets earlier. I've got a nice message for you, Tigger. And that cut away by Sibley down towards backward of point. He may want 2, but I don't think there will be. Ian Holland throws it in, 59 for 2. I've had a message from BBC Sport Online from Jed, and he says, tell Tigger if he looks online in about half an hour's time, this is BBC Online, he'll see that 50 wickets tweet will be replicated. He said, Jed says, please can you thank Tigger? Tigger, very quickly get your invoice in for royalties, because BBC Stats Department is going to nick that. It
will be the usual percentage.
Yes. And you can imagine what that percentage will be.
Yeah, nice round number.
Yes.
Just the one.
It comes Fuller. Bowling to Davis, and has come back at him a fraction, but he still managed to find the gap behind square on the offside. Just took the bottom hand off the bat as he did so. If you watch on the live picture feed, it does look as though they're playing under floodlights. Well, they are, but it looks almost like they're playing in a stadium now under floodlights, although at the moment it looked like they're in the mist.
I wouldn't be surprised if this turns out to be the last over, Kevin.
Do you think so? With Fuller on as well? Because no way Hampshire are going to take him off.
No.
I mean, they're not going to say, please can you put the spinners on for us?
Oh, fairly, let's give it a 12.
Yeah, put the spinners on for us, please, so we can play a few more overs. No. 60 for 2, here's Fuller again, this time to Sibley. And Sibley's on the back foot. Again, it's gone into that square point area, though it's just trickled out into that area this time. Gubbins comes round to field, and Warwickshire have moved on to 61 for 2. The mist has descended again on the live picture feed.
It's one of the cameras has got some condensation because of the cold weather, I think.
Yeah.
I think it's done for it.
Nearly done for us. Eve's never taken a coat off all day. She makes me cold looking at her, actually. I suddenly feel like every time I look round I feel 2 or 3 degrees colder.
I thought a t-shirt and a hoodie was going to be enough, and it has. It's carried me through the day. I had my coat ready in case, but I've not needed it.
Part of the scoreboard is still bathed in sunshine, but that's about the only part of the ground, as that's tucked down to third man. In fact, I tell a lie, part of the Holly stand has got a bit of sunshine in it as well, but that is about it. 62 for 2, the lead is 23.
And he's taking a light meter reading now, by the look of it. Just felt the body language was such that they think it's getting close, the umpires.
Yeah.
And they for me, looking at the pictures and looking at the comments that people made immediately after they went off last night, they did set the bar a little bit low. And I think Alex Davis may have come down the wicket to say to Dom simply, just don't get out this ball.
No, don't play a miss. Just make sure everything hits the middle of the bat, and then the umpires will think you can see it like a football.
I said, might be hit a straight 6 this ball, Dom.
Yeah.
They'll keep us out here.
Don't drill it at a fielder in case he looks like he's not picked it up. So don't do that either. So there's not a lot you can do, maybe. Here comes Fuller. Oh, he's left that one alone, and that's nipped back. Did he see that one properly? I don't know.
Look at the angle of the square leg umpire coming in there.
Oh, yeah, they're going to have another chat. We are on the borderline.
On the cusp.
We are.
I think we might be beyond the cusp as well. Let's have a look. They're going to have a chat. They're going to come off.
Yeah, I think you're right.
You could see it coming. You could see the shadows around the players growing, and when they come off, that will probably. Although they haven't taken the stumps out today, but it would be fairly surprising if that wasn't it. We're going to lose. Ironically.
Yeah.
The eight additional overs, and this is one of the issues of playing cricket at the very tail end of September, is that they try and make up time by adding 8 overs to the day's play, and we don't get to those 8 overs. And that just demonstrates part of the problem that we have with the current schedule, that you just can't squeeze everything in. It would be extremely surprising if that wasn't it for the day, with Warwickshire on 62 for 2. That's a lead of 23, which means tomorrow morning, and the weather forecast is good for tomorrow, they are going to have to go guns a-blazing to get a working lead as quickly as they can. I doubt it will be as many as 200, Kevin, that they set. When push comes to shove, I'm not sure it'll be as many as 200, and then they are going to have to bowl for their lives. However, what I would say is, going into today's play, they'd have seized your hands off if you offered them that.
I agree. You know, I couldn't agree with you more. I think with the time running out now in this game and the way things are, that Warwickshire could very well lose this game so comfortably it would be scary, but I think they need to gamble and actually go for it and just say, guys, Mr. Norwell, Mr. Brooks and Mr. Hannon-Dalby, do your best, and if it's not good enough, we're going to lose this game comfortably. But if you do your best, then we're leaving ourselves enough time to bowl Hampshire out.